The future of healthcare will not just be built, it will be heard. Voice of Healthcare, where healthcare finds its voice.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for the journey Voice of Healthcare has set and the impact they have created in the market. Now, coming to the reason we all are gathered here today, the National IVF Summit Awards was created with a simple yet powerful objective: to bring together the people, ideas, innovation, and policies that are shaping the future of fertility care in India. Because today, fertility care is about much more than a treatment. It is about access, it is about awareness, it is about innovation, and above all, it is about hope. And over the last decade, India has witnessed remarkable advancements in assisted reproductive technologies. From advances in embryology and fertility preservation to breakthrough in genomics, AI-driven solutions, patient-centric models of care, the field is evolving at an extraordinary pace. And that is precisely why the conversation like these matter. Before we move ahead, let me quickly ask, how many of you are attending the National IVF Summit for the very first time today? Wonderful. And I assume rest of you have been part of our journey before this also. So thank you so much for joining us, and thank you so much for the continued support and trust. After the two successful editions, we are delighted to be back with the third edition of the National IVF Summit Awards. And before we move ahead, I would like to invite you all to join a short film that captures the journey of this initiative. Why Voice of Healthcare has started it, it sought to address how it began and how it has grown into one of India's leading platform for the fertility. Can we present a video of Voice of Healthcare's National IVF Summit?
There was a time when infertility was rarely spoken about, when IVF was questioned, misunderstood, and surrounded by silence. But science changed that silence into hope. Today, IVF has transformed millions of journeys to parenthood, opening conversations around fertility, breaking stigma, and bringing joy to families across the world. Recognizing the need for a larger national dialogue, Voice of Healthcare created a platform where fertility experts, clinicians, embryologists, policymakers, innovators,
I feel that the future is bright and the time has come for all of you investors to come in and take it to the next level.
and industry leaders could come together. A platform where IVF could be discussed openly, from struggles and challenges to solutions, science, and success stories.
The research is the sky. The limit is sky. You can get contraceptives, you can get treatment, you can take better human beings.
And it didn't stop there. With every edition, conversation grew deeper and broader.
So in short, we need to be focusing on these young girls and starting from there, not from the time they have actually suffered.
From clinical advancements and embryology innovations to legal framework, financial access, insurance, policy discussions, lab excellence, and the future of fertility care, while also celebrating the individuals and organizations transforming reproductive healthcare with excellence, innovation, and impact.
As Maharashtra and as government or as Women and Child Development Department, we truly believe that these facilities should be available in the rural part of the state as well.
And now, we return with an even stronger and broader vision. Welcome to the third edition of the National IVF Summit and Awards, shaping the future of fertility care.
I request a round of applause for the impact Voice of Healthcare has created with the National IVF platform. And we are back with the powerful and more impactful, successful third edition. And as we prepare to formally inaugurate the summit, we would like to acknowledge the organizations whose support and partnership have helped making this platform possible. We extend our sincere gratitude to our session partners, BGI Genomics, Lilac Insights, Gufic Biosciences, ADVI Biosciences. Our associate partners, Revity, Mayer Vitabiotics, Sri Venkatesh International Limited, SafeTree, Genes2Me, Lifestyle Diagnostics, and our supporting partner, Quality and Accreditation Institute. Thank you for your continued commitment towards advancing innovation, excellence, and access in fertility care. As we move towards the formal inauguration of Summit, we now come to a tradition that symbolizes knowledge, wisdom, and new beginning. May I request our esteemed dignitaries to kindly join us on stage for the ceremonial lamp lighting. Dr. Bhaskar Pal. Ma'am, sir, can we please have you here? Dr. Abha Majumdar, Dr. Anjali Kumar, Dr. Renu Tandar, and Ms. Khushbu Sharma. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. As our dignitaries take their seats and everyone settle in, we are ready to begin the first and perhaps one of the most important conversation of the day. Because while advances in fertility care continue to transform outcomes, the larger question remains, how do we ensure that these advancements reach every individual and couple who may need them? And to address these questions, I would like to invite to formally commence the session, Ms. Khushbu Sharma, Joint Director, Voice of Healthcare, to deliver the welcome address. Ma'am, can we please have you on stage?
Thank you so much, Simran. Once again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished speakers, delegates, partners, and all the respected dignitaries that are present in the room today. On behalf of Voice of Healthcare, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all once again to the third edition of National IVF Summit Awards 2026. Now back to, I think 3 years back, when we started the conceptualization of the summit, our vision was very simple, but as usual, it was very ambitious. To create a platform that would bring together the stakeholders of the fertility system across the country under one roof. And it's so empowering and envisioning to see that envision come to reality today. A platform where science, innovation, policy, clinical excellence, and with all above, patient centricity could come together to shape the future of reproductive medicine in India. Today, standing before this gathering, it's heartening for us to just realize that that initiative has become now a national movement together. Over the past editions, the National IVF Summit has witnessed the participation of some of India's biggest industry stakeholders, embryologists, healthcare leaders, policymakers, diagnostic experts, industry innovators, and the individual contributors come together to this IVF Summit. More importantly, it has facilitated meaningful conversations around it, discussions around access, affordability, policy, legal and ethical considerations, patient outcomes, reinforcing the need of continued collaboration within the fertility ecosystem. Now, not going very beyond it, we all know that we have a day full of impactful conversations, a lot of meaningful dialogues, interesting chats, and might as well add some debatable conversations that we have planned across the day today. Once again, before I conclude, I'd like to thank our esteemed faculty, partners, sponsors, delegates for their continued trust and support. Your participation is exactly what makes these initiatives even more impactful and builds us to come back every year stronger with more impactful conversations. With that, I thank once again all of you, and I wish everybody a very productive and inspiring day ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for setting the tone for the day. As now we'll begin with our first session of the day. Let me begin with a quick question. How many here believe that India has potential to become one of the world's leading destination for fertility care over the next decade? I can only see few hands. I think we can have a room full of hands up because we all believe that India has the potential to lead the destination of fertility care in the coming years. Because the truth is, India has already made remarkable progress. We have world-class clinicians, advanced technologies, growing awareness, and an ecosystem that continue to evolve rapidly. Yet alongside these achievements, there are important realities that cannot be ignored. So while the opportunities ahead are immense, the road ahead also demands some honest conversation and bold action. And that is precisely what this discussion aims to explore. Our next session is India at the Fertility Frontier, the Ambitions, the Gap, and the Road Ahead. A candid leadership conversation on India's fertility ambition. And to steer this important conversation, may I invite our moderator on stage, Mr. Sudeep Mukherjee, President India Formulation Business at Mayer Organics Private Limited. Let's welcome our speakers with a round of applause. I would also like to invite our panelists for the discussion, Dr. Bhaskar Pal, President, the Federation of Obstetric and Gynecological Society of India. Dr. Abha Majumdar, Emeritus Consultant at IVF and Human Reproduction at Sir Ganga Ram Hospital. Let's show some energy. It's just morning 10:30, I believe. Dr. Anjali Kumar, Director Gynecology and Obstetrics at CK Birla Hospital, Gurgaon, and founder of Maitri, WHO recognized women's health digital platform. Dr. Renu Kanwar, Director Professor and IVF Coordinator at IVF and Reproductive Biology Center, Maulana Azad Medical College, New Delhi.
Good morning to esteemed faculties and all delegates. What a wonderful topic we have to begin the day. India is all set to be a superpower. And in this segment, today our point of discussion is India at the fertility frontier, the ambitions, the gaps, and the road ahead. And today we have as panelists, the expert, the who's and who have really steered, they have gone through their vast experience, and they have witnessed this landmark evolution of fertility journey in India. So I welcome our panelists, and I'm sure that we will have a wonderful, meaningful conversation. So to start with, the first question, the ambition. What India must get right? And my first question to Dr. Bhaskar Pal, who is the current president for the largest gynecological society, FOXY, will be, sir, infertility is increasingly being discussed as a public health challenge rather than merely a clinical issue. From the perspective of Foxy and its nationwide membership, what should be India's top 3 fertility priorities if we are serious about addressing infertility at a population level?
Thank you. It's a pleasure being here. I think India's strength in becoming a superpower in the last 50 years is the fact that we had a huge number of young population which has contributed to the growth of the country. Unfortunately, if you look at the current data, the India's fertility rate now stands at a level which means the population is not going to grow. So which means in around 50 years time, India will have more older people than younger people. And that will bring the economy down as it happening in the Western world because there are too many pensioners and too less people who are going to work. So that is number one concern. Number two is that 40 years back, we used to say that fertility affects 10% of people. At the present moment, with couples delaying childbirth, with a lot of environmental issues, the incidence of fertility would be somewhere between 15 to 20%. If that is so, it is a bigger public health problem compared to many other diseases that we talk about today. So I think the challenges at the present moment, and if you say that what are the 3 things that need to be done at an organizational level, number one is for the government to accept that infertility is a public health problem. That's number one, because it is not going to only a question of the volume of infertility we have. It is also looking at the future economy of the country and the growth of the country. The second problem is that the moment you say that this is a public health problem, that what is the government doing about it? Which means that government needs to increase access to infertility. At the present moment, most of the infertility units in the country are managed by private sector, where most people would find it unaffordable. I would assume that a very small percentage of women who need IVF today can really access IVF. And if that is so, the government needs to have, the government has started in some apex centers with IVF units. Some are managed by the government, some are in a private-public partnership, which is not possibly the best way to go. And that is the second issue. The government needs to build the access. And number 3 is that we need to create awareness about a lot of things. We need to create awareness so that women who have a problem of fertility and other gynecological issues which contribute to fertility access the right help. At the same time, whenever we take IVF as a public policy, it should not, we need to have very strict guidelines. You know, these days people in private centers, obviously in a private, I work in a private hospital as well. There is, of course, the invisible pressure to increase your numbers. So people start talking of active management of infertility, this and that. That's great. People who can afford IVF, it's a different issue. When it's a public health policy, for example, when in the United Kingdom, the NHS moved on to government-funded IVF, they have very strict guidelines that who would get that facility, depending on your age, depending on your family status and everything. So that people who can access private healthcare would do that, and people who cannot access, government needs to build the capacity. So just to summarize, number 1, that to accept this as a public health problem. Number 2, to build access in the public sector for infertility treatment. And number 3 is to provide the correct information.
Thank you, sir. You brought into notice a very important thing that I think that India is now in a crossroad. Along with China, Japan, now Germany also have joined that league where there's a problem with aging population. And now we also see India approaching there, and therefore I think that we need to play a very important role. Sir, you talked about access, and in addition to this, I'll now put forward to Dr. Renu Tadwar. Madam, you have been working with one of the largest government institutions in the country. While India has excellent fertility centers across major cities, access remains highly uneven. From your experience being there at a leading government institution, what are the biggest systemic barriers preventing this equitable fertility care across India?
Thank you so much for inviting me here. And let me tell you, ours was the first Delhi government hospital which started IVF in 2007. So we are there since 2007, helping all the needy people and the poor people. I think the most important systemic barrier which is there is the high cost of the IVF in the private sector. And that is what this is not accessible to the middle class and the low class people, one thing. Secondly, I think there is no health coverage insurance as well, and that is one of the reasons the government has to really think of it on that line. And I think I do agree that we have less of government centers which are doing IVF, and I think the government is still thinking on those lines and trying to bring up more IVF centers in the government sector so that it is easily available to them. And I think there's a lot of discrepancy between the urban and the rural. I think the rural people are not able to reach over into the centers in the maybe at the village level, which they are not accessible to the, they can't even reach to the cities to get the treatment. And I think one of the another important thing is the primary care integration is missing. I think we have to work at the ground levels. We have to really find out where the problem is, where it has started. We have to treat these. I think the PHCs can help us in that. The screening of infertility has to be started from there. Maybe some hospitals have to be given this role of doing IUI simple procedure. This integration, maybe then these kind of patients may not require IVF finally. We are going to diagnose them early, the PIDs and tuberculosis, and maybe they will. That is what the crux is. We have to start from there.
Thank you so much, madam. So we understood that awareness is a precursor to access. And I'm sure that, as you rightly said, that with private government partnership, there is always a scope to improve awareness and thereby increase access. So with this, to Dr. Abha Majumdar, madam, you have been one who have seen yesterday, you are seeing today, and who else better than you can foresee tomorrow? You have witnessed the IVF journey from its infancy to its current sophistication. Looking back over the last 4 decades, what do you believe has been the single biggest achievement of Indian reproductive medicine? And what is one of the challenge that you think we have still not solved yet?
Thank you, Sudeep, for this question. This is very close to my heart. 40 years ago, IVF was not a medical technological advancement. It was done by few people who had perseverance, who had commitment, and who had hope that this will work in our country. And on that, I remember 1990s, we used to make culture media ourselves in the laboratory. We used to distill water by a triple distiller, weigh the ingredients on a balance and mix. And that was the starting of IVF. We have come a long way from that. And advancements have happened leaps and bounds, and we have kept in pace with the West. So when we started IVF, we were using long protocols leading to a lot of OHSS. We were doing only fresh transfers, multiple embryos, because day 2 was the norm then. We couldn't grow our embryos to day 3. If we grew, then we were very happy. So we had multiple pregnancies, we had ovarian hyperstimulation syndrome. But as we crossed decades, we went into ICSI, which was a revolution for male factor infertility. After that came slow vitrification, which was again the first era of fertility preservation. And then very soon came vitrification. I think vitrification has been one of the biggest revolution in this journey of mine. Why? Because that was one thing which led to taking embryos to blastocyst, culturing them, and then thawing them very successfully, which led to single embryo transfers, and hence IVF did not was not success. How many successes you have? It was how many healthy live birth singleton pregnancies you have with a single embryo transfer. So that revolution came in with vitrification. And then there was no dirt to it. There are stimulation protocols which have changed. We have understood in one menstrual cycle, you can stimulate 2-3 times to get more embryos for older women. And with that, I would say that when we started IVF in the 1990s, the success rate was in single digits. And now we have reached a stage where we have almost equal to 45% live birth with a single embryo transfer. So this has been the revolution, what I have seen in my life, starting from handmade culture media by my embryologist, who's not alive. My tribute always goes to her. We could not have started IVF without her. To today's high-tech labs, which are now going to be driven by AI also. So for me, this has been, vitrification is one big revolution, but every thing which has evolved, starting from ICSI, slow, rapid vitrification, single embryo transfer, PGTA, and what else can I count? And we've all gone on to single embryo transfer. 2018 was the era when we started. Our first paper was published in 23 on dual stimulation, the first paper from India. We were working on it since 2018. So, all this is what we have been doing regarding academics, regarding evidence-based medicine. But the only one thing, your last question was, where is one place where we are? I don't know what happens to implantation. That is one place where we cannot predict. A very beautiful grade A euploid embryo also fails to implant. Leave apart just implantation, recurrent implantation is one thing, which is recurrent implantation failure is one place where I do not know what I should do and how can I treat it. So for me, this is the next step which we need to take, where we would be able to solve the problem of recurrent implantation failure, not by empirical medicine, which we are doing now, PRP, stem cell, immunoglobulins, and all the immune therapy, which might give patient a lot of future problems of autoimmune diseases. So this is my take on it.
Thank you so much, madam. And it was truly, while you were telling the journey, we could feel from evolution to revolution. And what you mentioned, that unsolved problem, I'm sure that the technological advancements that we have, the modern approach that we have today in fertility, I'm sure that that will also in due course of time will evolve out something, a potential solution to this problem statement. We talked of access, we talked of awareness, and when we talk of awareness today, we are in the digital era. And on that, my question to Dr. Anjali Kumar, and personally, I could see she had been one of those doctors who have, which we see very active on social media when it comes to knowledge dissemination. So, Dr. Anjali, today's fertility patient is equally informed, digitally connected. They often arrive to you with all information from Google, social media, and other online platforms. They are loaded with millions and millions of information. How has the patient journey changed over the last decade? And what does fertility specialist of the future need to do differently in this digital era?
So thank you, Sudeep. Thank you, Voice of Healthcare. And thank you, the IVF Summit, for bringing me here and talking about a project which has been very, very close to my heart. I'm a gynecologist, I'm a lab surgeon, robotic surgeon, but something I started 4 years back, it's called Maitri. Not many people might know about this. It's a digital platform which we created, wherein the tagline of that platform is that it talks about anything and everything about women's health. So we talk about scientific, evidence-backed information concerning women's health, which a normal person can understand and which is palatable to her. You know, it's not like PubMed or a Google Scholar, which a person can't understand. So we give an information which is easily understandable by her. So we talk about periods, contraception, safe sex, fertility, menopause, anything and everything which a woman must know about her health. And when we started it 4 years back, it was in the COVID times. And I, as a doctor, as a practicing gynecologist, I used to wonder, how come people don't know this? And in a digital area where we all agree, more than the information, now it is the misinformation which we all are fighting. You know, there are thousands of people who would tell a patient to do X, Y, Z thing, and the actual specialist, who's actually the specialist in this field, doesn't have time to come online and say. So I tell all my fellow colleagues also, please come forward and say, because if you do not speak, somebody else will speak at your cost and the patient's cost. And in today's times, the digital information is unprecedented. Like at the click of a button, you have so much of information available. But most of that information, we all agree, is absolutely frivolous. It's not medically correct. And it can be dangerous also. I mean, through social media, through search engines, and now through digital platforms like Maitri. So I think as doctors and as a public health system also, we need to create system by which we can disseminate information early in a woman's life. You know, imagine the impact of a woman when she understands her reproductive lifespan from an early age, where she understands if I don't conceive at 25 versus 35, then what is the impact? Should I go for egg freezing? Should I do something else? Imagine the impact if she knows that painful periods are not normal. She can avoid the impact of endometriosis. Imagine the impact where the male infertility or the sexual health problems are discussed openly without any bias or any judgment in a clean, scientific manner. Imagine the impact it would have on our population. We would avoid so many cases of infertility, and that would be our biggest advantage, that we are not letting our women reach the stage of infertility. We are educating them, we are diagnosing them, we are catching them early, we are making the early diagnosis, and obviously we are giving them the right kind of treatment because we have all the time. So we all agree, the delay in treatment when it comes to infertility is huge. Like a delay in treatment when a patient has gone from 25 to 35, it cannot be reversed. The delay in treatment where the endometriosis has really destroyed the anatomy inside, it cannot be reversed. If that woman came to us earlier, we have won the battle. So that's what I think we all must do. And today with Sir at the helm of affairs at Foxy, and I mean, this is the time when we should really take advantage of the digital literacy and come forward and speak to our patients.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Anjali. One thing take home for us, awareness is important, but it should come from the right stakeholder. So awareness has to be, especially the digital awareness, from the domain experts, from the right stakeholder, so that the right information is passed to the concern and they are not misled. So as we look into the ambition of India, let's see what's the road ahead and how do we build India's fertility future. So with this, sir, the question to Dr. Bhaskar Pal will be, if you had the opportunity to influence one national reproductive health policy decision tomorrow, what change would create the greatest impact on fertility outcomes in India?
Well, I don't think we should be talking of fertility outcomes when you when you are speaking from a public health perspective. We'll be talking of access. To give a simple example, when a public health anywhere in the world is looking at cost effectiveness, because it is working with a limited resource to provide the best possible result. And so everything is by numbers needed to treat. When you go to a private sector and you say that there is this adjuvant which might increase your implantation rate by so much, it is going to cost you so much, a patient who's paying from her pocket might be willing to spend that. So I think when we are not talking of success rate, I think if you are looking at the public health and a public access to IVF and ART, you need a well-defined protocol. You need based on cost effectiveness that might have a 5%, say, just in a manner of saying, less success rate than a private sector, but that will do a huge difference to the country. So if it's one thing, it is recognizing infertility as a public health problem and improving access to ART services for the entire population, as Madam said, and that ecosystem has to be built right from the rural level. The problem in our country is that people, a lot of people who have a lot of money do not want children. Means we joke and say that I'd be happy if my daughter has a child. If not, at least she has a cat. And a whole lot of people in the lower socioeconomic strata, where infertility is a big stigma, do not even know sitting in the rural place, where do I go and access that? Yes, there are units which have branched out to tier 2 cities, tier 3 cities. So recognize it is a public health problem, give access to ART in the government sector, and build an ecosystem where people at the tier 3 or rural level know how to approach that, and we have a system of doing that.
Thank you. It's very important point, sir, you mentioned. To Dr. Abha Majumdar. Madam, you showed us evolution to revolution. The next decade will bring AI, genetic technologies, embryo analytics, and personalized reproductive medicine. With innovation, do you genuinely believe this will transform fertility outcomes? And what trends currently are being overhyped?
I feel the embryology lab, the trends are being overhyped. Without an embryologist, AI cannot work alone. Another thing I feel that AI takes data generated across populations, across different scientists, across centers. So it gives out maybe an average or a slightly above average estimation of a problem. But a good embryologist would go beyond that and be able to do work regarding embryo selection, sperm selection. Yes, we need tools to do it, true. But AI would give us a just above average result, whereas this innovation could get better and better if we have good embryologists on the floor who would then improvise data to the AI platform to take the quality of AI sort of answers higher and higher. So this is one thing, that without a basic embryologist, a clinician, AI will help as tools, but will not replace an embryologist or clinician. This is one thing which I feel. What was your other question, please?
One you answered, madam, that what is overhyped, and this other question was,
at the moment it feels AI is being overhyped for everything. Yeah.
What innovation? We have seen a lot of innovation, you only mentioned. What you think have genuinely helped to improve fertility outcomes?
See, all the innovations which I said helped to improve fertility
Vitrification,
outcomes.
you mentioned.
I mentioned everything, starting from ICSI, starting from safe protocols to stimulate women, eliminating OHSS, eliminating multiple births, going on to PGT, all this. But I feel we need someone to regulate patients using immune therapies on patients of infertility. We have to accept that out of 100, if you have a very good clinical pregnancy rate of almost 58-60%, this is considered very good. Then in 2 embryo transfers, you would be able to reach somewhere around 85% of success. You will still have 15% more, out of which maybe you would get another 5 to 10% success. There would always be 5 to 8% women whom you cannot treat. And we have to understand this is the segment which is for our futuristic approach, where we would maybe find solutions, because IVF cannot treat 100% of women who come for infertility. In the best of hands, best of attempts, possibly 90-95% can be treated. So that gap we need to fulfill in our future aspirations, that 5 to 10 gap. And for me, implantation failure is one very big gap which does it.
Thank you, madam. And I think this is something which every day is being discussed, AI and what AI is going to do. So taking a leap from this discussion, yes, AI is a lever, AI is a tool, but AI require human diligence for optimum output. So it will complement each other. It will improve outcomes when it is involved, technology is involved with human diligence. Thank you, madam, for bringing in a very important point. My question to Dr. Anjali Kumar. Madam, beyond pregnancy rates and clinical outcomes, how should fertility centers redefine success? Currently, if you see, it's all on percentage. But beyond this, what other clinical outcomes should fertility centers redefine?
So I'm a big advocate for fertility literacy. And I really feel that as a reproductive outcome should not be measured by the number of IVF cycles we do, but how many number of women we've been able to prevent infertility. That's what is very, very important.
So, madam, you feel emotional well-being, patient experience, long-term support to the patients, these should also be considered when we look at outcomes?
Of course. See, I'm not an IVF person, so maybe, my experience in that field of handling an IVF patient is not really, with close quarters. But any patient who's undergoing a fertility journey, we look at the other aspect. Like, I'm a surgeon, people come to us for fertility enhancing and other surgeries. We understand the kind of emotional trauma, the psychological issues which they handle. So of course, I mean, that goes without saying that measurement system at an IVF center would go a long way ensuring that we have a set of happy parents.
Happiness, very important point you mentioned. Yes.
I want to come into that. Just on a lighter note, I think the numbers are very important. When we grew up, we were told that there are truth, lies, and statistics. For those who had an interest in maths would know that you go to a mathematician and you say, what is 2 plus 2? He'll say 4. And you go to a modern mathematician, you say, what is 2 plus 2? He say it will be 3.9998 or something. You go to a statistician and say, what is 2 plus 2? And he will say, well, what do you want it to be? Similarly, we grew up in the early days of IVF saying that there are truth, lies, and IVF statistics. And that is because you could walk into a private IVF center and you'll hear any kind of statistics. Whereas you go to, and that is very important, that patients get transparent IVF success rates. Of course, success rates are also depends on what kind of patients you choose. There are people who opt out to choose women who actually are not even given time span to try for fertility. And that is where the government comes in. In the United Kingdom, HEFA strictly monitors your success rate and puts it in the public domain. So there is a need for putting up success rates which are monitored, rather than people claiming astronomical success rates. There are units which have been closed down in United Kingdom because they had very pathetic success rates.
So can I add a point here?
Yeah, please.
So before that also, sir, we need to be screening our patients very well. Who's the right candidate for an IVF? A person who's having a big myoma sitting inside, somebody who has a big endometrioma or an adenomyoma probably would need a surgical approach first before sending the patient for an IVF colleague. The indication of IVF has to be better. Of course, the transparency in terms of indication, the financial, the success rates, everything has to be conveyed to the patient very, very well.
I have a
Yes,
comment
madam,
to make
please.
here that IVF success is truly measured by what pregnancy rate you have. How many centers would be honest about this to declare it on their board? Number 2 would give a discharge summary, which will very honestly state what went wrong when a pregnancy does not happen. And apart from that, now the aim is just not success. It doesn't mean anything to have a 60%. It is the live birth rate. Number 2 is the complication rate during IVF. Have you been able to prevent OHSs for that young, healthy 30-year-old girl who walked into the IVF clinic and you give her so much of stimulation, she's lying in the ICU, draining abdominal fluid every day? That is not success, even if she gets pregnant. If she gets twins or triplets, that is not success. That is failure of IVF. Our success is a single live birth where the maternal risk is minimal, the child risk is minimal, prematurity risk is taken care of, and the woman doesn't suffer any harm. I mean, I have seen patients who underwent laparotomies, aspirations, drainage of fluid, ectopic during that, 3-4 embryos transferred, and then she reaches a live birth. That I wouldn't count as success in today's world.
Yes, sir.
Just a follow-up of that, and I think we need success rate based on your indications. What is your success rate in endometriosis? What is in tubal? What is in, say, anovulatory, male factor, etc. But I will respond to Dr. Anjali. I also don't do IVF. I am a laparoscopic surgeon primarily, but it works both ways. There are women undergoing IVF when they could have had a trial. There are women undergoing a surgery when clearly they should have been benefited by IVF first. We have generations of laparoscopic surgeons where the skill is getting better, but the wisdom is going down. And we see endometriosis being treated surgically when the patient doesn't have pain, when the patient would have benefited from IVF. So I think what is missing is a multidisciplinary fertility care. So when you have a hammer in your hand, everything in the world looks like a nail. But I think a ART specialist and a laparoscopic surgeon has to work in close proximity to say what is going to suit the woman in front of them better.
I think, sir, what we all learned from all your comments, that equally qualitative and quantitative manifestation both are equally important. And rather than having a top view approach, we should have granular details with data integrity. Like sir mentioned, that which indication, what is the success rate? So yes, both qualitative and quantitative manifestations are important. With this, my question to Dr. Tanwar. India has the potential to become a global fertility destination, and we all believe in it. What role should academic institutions, public hospitals, clinical research play in ensuring that this growth is accompanied by quality, ethics, and affordability?
Thank you, Sudeep, for such a nice question. I think academic institutions have a very big role. I think they have to set standards. We have to build workforce so that there are such standard. The people are trying to do, we make them do a standardized ART practice, what sir said. I think there's a lot of confusion. The young generation, they just go straight away, go for the IVF. The selection of patient is very bad. I can just tell you one example. I had one patient who was my PG student, some relative of hers. She said, ma'am, I want to show my relative to you. And the patient is not getting pregnant. She has already got IVF done with donor because her husband was aspermia and everything has failed. I said, no problem, just get her and I will do the scan and I will just decide what is best for the patient. So the patient was just 32 years old and the husband was azoospermia. That is why she was not getting pregnant. So I said, I saw the records, none records were available with her. I said, okay, she's young, her reserve is good. I will go for an IUI with donor semen. Let me tell you, in the first cycle, patient got pregnant. So this is how, what is the judgment? What is the selection of the patient? Which patients needs IVF? What you have to do first for the patient? That is very important. This is what the generation is missing, younger generation. They just jump on IVF. They want to just consult the patient for IVF and the patient doesn't know what is good for the patient. She will understand what the doctor says is good for her. She will just go blindly with that. At least in India, it is there. Even the middle class and the lower class people. I'm happy that we are able to give IVF to auto rickshaw people who are getting pregnant. So that is one thing. Regarding academics and research, I think we are doing, we are one of the centers which did a study along with ICMR in Bombay. And we wanted to find out the cost of IVF, out of pocket, the cost, and which is just recently published in May 26 regarding the cost regarding the that for the diagnosis of infertility till IUI, we are which has been published, and then they have taken out the rate, the direct cost, the indirect cost, non-medical cost, and then they have given all that justification. Our center was one. There were 5 centers all over India, and 3 from public and 2 private. So they did a mix of everything, and they find it out that this thing. So research is being done, and even IVF costing is being studied. We are going to publish another paper recently now, which is already ready for publication. It has been set. It is going to be released for the IVF costing. So that is what we all are doing, and I think we have to really standardize this ART practice. We have to really tell them what best protocols to be given to the patient, not just say why high doses are being given rampantly. They don't know how to start, what dose there. That training is very important. I think there should be a national training curriculum for these kind of things. We need more of accredited fellowship programs, which MAMC is also running over here, and many centers, but we need more of them. We train them. We train the embryologists, the counselors, the reproductive specialists. What is the right thing? And maybe we have to have our own in specific data. And then we have to do our own audit outcome. We have to do it personally. So in our center, we have the files from 2007 till date. We have all the records of the patient. Any patient doesn't get pregnant, we sit down, draw back what went wrong for this patient, how can we do better for the next patient. So that is how each center has to do it that way. Then only things will be better. We just don't want more IVF clinics coming over and just doing whatever they feel like. So that is what I think the government and everything has to be looked into it.
Very insightful, madam. I think that like Foxy has accredited centers, the recognized fertility bodies across India should have more number of accredited fertility centers spread across the country to create this understanding of therapy. As you mentioned, that doctors need to be educated, and at the same time, ethics has to be of prime importance, and opinion will be to be based on ethics, not on what patient wants. With this, as we come to closure of this wonderful panel discussion, some quick fire questions. One to Dr. Bhaskar Pal, one answer, just a one-liner answer, sir. One reform India must implement before 2030.
I think I've already said that. I think that reform is IVF access in the primary care and secondary care in the public sector.
Wonderful. Dr. Ava Majumdar, one myth about IVF that you would wish disappear forever.
That IVF can treat everybody. Can't.
Fantastic. Dr. Anjali, one conversation every couple should have before starting fertility treatment.
It's our journey. It's not her journey.
Wow. Dr. Renu, one change that would immediately improve fertility care across India.
I think working at the rural levels, screening the patients out there, more at the peripheral health centers and the community centers, more awareness among the people, community awareness that infertility is not a social taboo. Patient has to come out, and it's not that she comes after 15 years because the husband is azoospermia. The husband has never let the patient come over, just because everybody will know that he's azoos. So that kind of taboos have to be moved. That is what. Thank you.
Just before you end, I want to tell another story. This is a real life story. A very senior gynecologist, very well known all over India, runs IVF unit as well. Sitting on a flight with a couple, flight hasn't taken off. They're just busy on their phone messaging. And then later on, during the flight, they got talking and they said, "Oh, you're a gynecologist. We are married for 3 years. We don't have a baby." And he asked them that, "What were you doing on your phone?" They said, "No, we are messaging each other." And messaging each other. And then he said, "Unfortunately, your phone can't get you pregnant." And he told them that what you need to do, what is fertility, what is your fertile period, etc. And said, "You cannot get pregnant digitally, unfortunately, even now." And he said 1 year later, suddenly at this airport, this couple comes and said, "We got pregnant in 6 months." But the story is, I have seen such women, such couples walking into an IVF unit and being immediately taken for an IVF. That is what is sad. I understand that there is an ethical degeneration of the whole society. When we were in school, one major train accident and the railway minister resigns. And now whatever happens, be it an Indian minister, be it the US president, nobody resigns. So there's an ethical degeneration everywhere. But unfortunately, we need indications and we need the lines drawn.
Yeah, that is what is digitally. I tell you, you put a patient on the examination table, not for ultrasound, for examination, and you will know that that couple has never had sex. They have never had sex. They are happily living together. And when I ask them, "What do you do?" "Oh, we can hug each other, kiss each other. That is good enough. We are so tired after the whole day that we have no time for sex." And they walk into an IVF clinic. We've tried 3 months, but in that 3 months also, they've not had sex. They want IVF.
I think every individual in the society have to own responsibility of what they want. It was a wonderful, intriguing, insightful conversation, I believe. And what we started with, how do we build India's fertility ambition? I think that we had real insightful insights within this conversation, and I thank all the panelists that they had been able to share their vast experience and insight with all the delegates, with the audience. And I thank VOH for organizing such programs where we could learn that really, if we have to align India's fertility ambition along with India's superpower ambition, what is the way forward? Thank you once again to Dr. Bhaskar Pal, Dr. Abha Majumdar, Dr. Anjali, Dr. Renu for giving your valuable time and experience and share to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you to esteemed panelist and moderator. Yes, fertility journey, which is filled with tremendous promise. And we got some insights on a shared commitment to making fertility care more accessible and impactful. I would request Mr. Sudeep Mukherjee to please come on center and felicitate the co-panelist, Dr. Bhaskar Pal. And also let's give our speakers a big round of applause for this amazing, insightful, and excellent panel discussion we have. Dr. Abha Majumdar. Dr. Anjali Kumar. Dr. Renu Tanwar. I would like to invite Ms. Khushbu Sharma. Ma'am, please come on stage and felicitate Mr. Sudeep Mukherjee for excellently moderating this conversation. I request everyone to please come and center for a group picture. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for this. With this, we'll move on to our next set of panel discussion, which is the next frontier in fertility care, insurance, accreditation, ethics, and emerging treatment paradigm. As India's fertility ecosystem continues to evolve, success can no longer be measured by clinical outcomes alone. Today's patients are seeking more than treatment. They are seeking trust. They are seeking transparency. They are seeking quality, accountability, affordability, and confidence in the care they receive. At the same time, the industry is witnessing new developments from insurance coverage and accreditation standards to evolving regulations and emerging treatment approaches. So the question is no longer just how we advance fertility care. The question is how we advance it responsibly. So our next panel discussion explores exactly this. And to lead this important conversation, may I invite our moderator, Dr. Shweta Mittal Gupta, Director and Unit Head, Center of IVF Human Reproduction at Sir Ganga Ram Hospital, New Delhi. Let's welcome our speakers with a big round of applause. Let's show some energy to our speakers. As I would like to call upon Dr. Satyajit Kumar, Chief Medical Officer and State Program Officer, Arts and Advocacy, Directorate of Family Welfare, Government of NCD of Delhi. Mr. Devanshu Priyam, Advocate and Partner at Lex Curiam. Please welcome our speakers with a big round of applause. Dr. Pooja Kumari, Director and Senior IVF Specialist at Pooja IVF Fertility Center. Mr. Vikas Anand, CEO and founder of Safe Free Insurance. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning. morning, everyone. We are again on the podium, and I think after the first wonderful discussion, the panel must go on. Now, this responsibility was given to me to moderate this session, and I was wondering that being a clinician, how we are going to set the ball rolling. And then I realized that it's a very important topic which has been discussed globally in different forums and which is beyond clinical, work. Because I think clinical work, everyone is doing well. But now we are here in this panel to discuss beyond when it comes to legality, to accreditations, to insurances. And then as a clinician, what is our perspective if we are in standalone units or if we are in tertiary care centers. So let's start the ball rolling and let's go to our first question. We don't have Dr. B.K. Rana with us, who was heading the accreditation, but we can touch and we can ask our panelists about the views, because accreditation is also a very important part, at least world over, when it comes to running of ART clinics. So we'll first ask, we'll start from Divyanshu. He is from the law firm Lex Curiam, very closely associated with all of us. Dr. Divyanshu, I want to know one thing. See, I'm in a tertiary care hospital, Gangaram Hospital, and I have a very robust legal team. Now, let's give a small example like making an MOU with the ART bank. Right, we have the legal framework, maybe certain things are missing, so we took help of our legal aid and we got the MOU made. But as a standalone unit, what do you think when the units are getting made? Because there are three aspects. One is permission to start a unit, one is regulatory framework, and one is accreditation. But where does the law come in, right? Where are the lawyers or the legal team? So what are your views? Let's hear from you that when a standalone unit establishes itself, do you think a legal team is necessary who is absolutely trained in our ART laws in India?
Thank you very much for inviting me here and giving this opportunity. Ma'am, lawyers, as you said, who have expertise in ART and surrogacy law, I think that because you have moved from a clinically your own self-regulated practice to a statutory one. So there is a need for documentation. There is a need for our assistance. There is a need in paperwork. There's a need for documentation, because poor documentation is also that puts you and your clinic at jeopardy. Then there are, I think that clinicians should focus on their part. Me as a legal team to any standalone clinic shall help the other team in documentation, record keeping, keeping everything away from the clinician, and then helping and assisting them to focus on their practice. Fourth, what I want to add is that consider us as a anesthetist. You think you know that it is a routine practice, but you still keep them in your center. You might not need them, but they are there to assist you when required.
Dr. Satyajit, this just raises a question. We have the private, lawyers with us. Is government working on setting up some government-appointed lawyers who are very well versed with all the legalities of ART, where an ART center can approach them? Because अभी क्या होता है, हम लोग या तो अपने हॉस्पिटल के लॉयर्स को कांटेक्ट करते हैं, मेडिको लीगल टीम को करते हैं, या स्टैंड अलोन यूनिट्स. देयर आर सर्टेन फेमस लॉयर्स जो इंडिया में अभी फेमस है कि ये हमारा ART लॉ देख रहे हैं. सो व्हाट डू यू थिंक कि गवर्नमेंट क्या स्टैंड लेगी, या इज समथिंग इन पाइपलाइन, या ऑलरेडी एग्जिस्टिंग है?
Good morning to all of you. Thanks for inviting me here, and it's a good opportunity to share the government's views particularly. So regarding your question, ma'am, there is no any such plan of the government to keep lawyers for the private centers. So you have to dependent upon your legal team, first of all, for all the medical legal compliances. All the medical legal compliance, I am saying not only about the ART Surrogacy Act, I am saying about PCPNDT Act, MTP Act, Clinical Establishment Act. Yeah, in Delhi, that is Nursing Home Registration Act. So for that purpose, you have your legal team, and for all the medical legal cases, like sometimes you become in a legal hurdles after some patients file a legal suit against you. For that purpose, you have to a permanent legal team. But for this particular fertility law, definitely if your team is not competent, not it is a very new things. So you have definitely you have to depend upon a few lawyers which is well expert in this ART and fertility
Yes.
laws.
Just as a part of the ecosystem, and I'm not Divyanshu's representative, if you were to set up an ART bank, I would always suggest go for an external support, purely because of the reason that they have access to market practices. We know it's an evolving law, and there are been some kind of non-compliances or bad market practices. So consulting someone like Divyanshu gives you access to those market access, and how can you protect yourself if the ART bank wants to get into wrong practices. It's always better to get some external support.
Dr. Pooja, since you have worked in a tertiary center and now you have your own center, so how did you go about, when you were making your standalone center? Did you take a legal aid? What, or did you just follow all the, consent forms which were there online and just followed them?
As per law, we are following whatever we are doing all that training and the webinar attending, and we maintain the consent forms as per the law. We have gone through the law and we are maintaining. As per now, I have not consulted any legal lawyer for that, but definitely in future, because it's a really it's really a legal burden for us. Being as a clinician and running independent clinics, it's very we cannot do everything our own. We need some support system for legal advices, and I will suggest that there should be some government training system also along with the society. Regular training, not only for the doctors, embryologists, but for the staff who are doing the record keeping and data maintaining and the reported data reporting. All this should be there should be proper training by the society.
That we are going to start very soon
Yeah.
for all the IVF clinics.
So I can share my hospital rule. So because my hospital comes under NABH and NABL, we don't have any other accreditations in India. So we had to make our SOPs, which goes to the quality cell. Now, who comes in picture? The director of the unit and the chief embryologist and all the consultants. They need to make SOPs like we just recently discussed, and we are going to add that when we deal with HIV positive couples or hepatitis C or B, what is going to be our stand, in how many cans we are going to freeze, how we are going to deal, because we are a tertiary care center. So this is very important that you will be having a medical director or a medical superintendent. So making SOPs is the first step. And the second is reporting any adverse events. So make a diary of adverse events and what action was taken if an adverse event happened. So when you have an inspection and if you have a single adverse event in your lab, nobody will believe it. So hiding an adverse event is not the right way, but approaching it correctly is the better way, especially when you're looking at accreditations and in inspections when you want to look truthful. Dr. Satyajit, am I correct?
Till any accreditation comes from the NABH or any other standard or authority for particularly for IVF and surrogacy clinics, you just follow some duties that is given in the ART and Surrogacy Act. There is duties for the clinics. So just make a elaborate SOP on the basis of that duties. For example, for preventing the SOPs of preventing the remixing of gametes. That is the most important, and that is the most troublesome in coming future for all the clinicians. So this is just an example I'm giving about the prevention of gamete mixing. Like that, ovarian hyperstimulation syndrome. For that, what should be the protocol? So till the any standard protocols comes from the any accreditation agency like NABH and other, you just make a SOP and follow that. For NIPT, like NIPT, that leads to, that can be misused for the purpose of sex selection. So for NIPT, you just, we have asked, already issued and formats to maintain the NIPT register. So you just follow that. So like that, till the any accreditation protocols, you just adhere to the duties as given in the ART and Surrogacy Act, and make an elaborate SOP on the basis of that.
So it is very, very important that the consent forms, what the government has released online, they shouldn't be tampered. Do not change even a single wording of it. If you think they look incomplete, you can have an additional consent form in your language. But the one which is there online, just take out the printout the way it is. So that is the bottom line. Yeah, Mr. Divyanshu wanted to add something.
Something to this. There's a judgment called Prabha Manchanda, which talks about informed consent. So that should also be taken in addition to these. Proper consent shall be in vernacular for the patient, where the patient understands what they are going to go through in a very simple language.
Yes. So
That is what is going to be your protection shield when anything goes haywire.
So, Mr. Vikas, now we are coming to a very important aspect, which is insurance. See, we are looking forward to a lot of insurance. Right now, government has made it a rule that for surrogates, for donor oocytes, third-party reproduction, insurance will be mandatory. But what about normal couples? Now, I know of a very famous international firm. So they give insurance for oocyte freezing. So bottom line is delay your fertility, we are okay. But they are not giving insurance for normal married couples planning to go through a normal IVF. So what are your views when it comes to, and my second question to you would be that when you would be, allowing or giving a green signal to a center that, okay, we will be giving insurance to your patients. Are you looking at some quality in the lab? Are you looking at the results? Is there any criteria that you're going to follow, or any lab?
Good morning, ma'am, and good morning, everyone. Ma'am, I'm very proud to say we in the insurance industry has been changing. As we speak, there are close to a dozen retail insurance products which offer fertility. They do come with some coverages restrictions or some condition restrictions. The industry is changing. And I would also update you that we at Safetree has been a part of fertility ecosystem. We have recently come up with a product which is India's first exclusive fertility insurance. And this journey from the first seed or first sale to a full-fledged product has been enriching, extremely enriching and learning experience. And I want to thank everyone in the room from the IVF fertility perspective that they have contributed, they have encouraged us to come up with this. The biggest challenge, ma'am, is the mindset. Let me explain what do I mean by mindset. Traditionally, health insurance industry has been protecting people against unforeseen health complication. While fertility is slightly different, the people start preparing financially for fertility when the treatment arises. And at the same time, India is witnessing delayed parenthood. The total fertility rate has plummeted, and the rising cost of treatment. Definitely, we need to change this mindset. We have to make it from a reactive planning exercise when a treatment has to be undertaken to a proactive planning exercise. And this is what we have been working. We need to change the mindset that the Indians also have to start preparing for that. Fertility, as per WHO, is not a disease. Likewise, we have to enable Indians to start thinking in that direction as we buy our health insurance. And let me tell you, the good thing about health insurance has been it's the largest segment of fertility market, of the general insurance market. A post-COVID, the penetration of health insurance, the awareness of health insurance has significantly increased. And this is now, we have to ensure that, and this is what we at SafeTree, we have that philosophy, and we came up with a very interesting concept called Fertility SIP. So basically, this is a structured approach that encourages gradual financial preparedness for future fertility needs. I think the winds have started changing, and as we proceed further, you will have more and more insurance products which will be making couple financially prepared for fertility treatment.
Like you have a marriage janam patri or a marriage patri, you are going to have a fertility, insurance right from the beginning, the moment a couple, gets married.
Exactly.
That's what you're. So, are you planning to also cover diagnostics in that, like an HSG or a laparoscopy, or is it going to be only when you reach, the pinnacle? So it's going to be like IVF will be covered, but because there are so many riders to the insurances which we have, and that makes it very difficult for the couples. They have paid the premium, but the moment it comes to executing it or getting the money back, and then they have all the riders.
Ma'am, would be a evolution. As of now, it's covering the basic tenets of IVF treatment only. We have added egg freezing as also one of the features. So it has those, but as we proceed further, I do believe all the aspects which can provide comprehensive treatment would be included.
So, Dr. Pooja, what do you think that what matters the most to the patient? Is it the competence of the lab, the accreditation of the lab is offering insurances, or some other factors? What do you think? Or it is just the trust? Like I can give you an example without naming any center. A patient comes with 4 failed IVFs and 1 laparoscopy and 1 hysteroscopy for a center, totally based on the trust of the doctor. The patient actually said, the doctor has a very good track record, and there was not a single report available for me to comment on it. So do you think that what is the biggest thing for you in a practice, or is it everything together?
No, I don't think a single factor matters most. I think all the factors are involved in the trust building, and the most important is commitment. Commitment the fertility care team is giving to the patient. Like I will give an example. Yesterday only I met a patient who underwent an IVF cycle in some sub-center of a large organization, and then she failed and aborted and all. And after 6 months, she went back to the hospital and asked for the second transfer. She has already embryo frozen there. So that time, the doctor has left the center, and the center was also merged with some other center. And now the patient has to restart the treatment. So who is accountable for this? So I think this commitment is very important for the patient, for the trust building. So every patient who is choosing IVF center, they should ask the center who is committed for their IVF journey from the starting till the end. I think this is the most important thing, along with all these legal compliances and good laboratory care, best expert team, embryologist team, medical team.
Dr. Satyajit, now we have a law since last 3 years, and the labs are following it. But what is the reality, what you see? Is there a difference in what has been told and what is being followed? Have you found any discrepancies, or you think that now the labs are following everything to the core what the government wants? It's very important for all of us to hear that.
I don't think so that every center has started following the law as it is. So they need to evolve. They need to change their mindset, because now the law is standing. law is enacted. So we have to change our mindsets. We have to maintain the records. We have to follow the insurance regulations as prescribed by the. We have to fill all the forms as prescribed, like form 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever the forms. So record keeping is most important. So most of the centers started following, but still few of the centers not started following. And the center which started following, there is some deficiencies, and they need a better legal compliance team, so that and they need training, time to time training of their staffs. And the other factors, that is the ethical practices that I am saying about the ethical practices. So you all have to start on that thinking, that we should, that is the one preamble of this act, ART Act particularly. So that all ethical practices. So don't do, that is my request, any unethical practices, particularly in regard to the sex selection. That complaints used to comes. And nowadays, I think in last 1 or 2 months, a lot of complaints comes against the centers. So that you have to tackle, how to avoid all these. So just a simple thing, that you have to adhere to the provisions of the ART and Surrogacy Act. So this is the one line.
I remember in the last meeting you had informed us that some of the ART banks are forging the insurance, and it's the same insurance which has been photocopied. So we have made an affidavit from them stating that it is very important that the donors, what they are providing us, have had a insurance which has been taken from the government approved centers, I mean the insurance companies, and they are true and they are not forged. So there's a whole matter which has been stated and which we have taken.
That is why advisory we have issued.
You have
So
issued.
just for your safeguard, not to give you any kind of trouble, just for your safeguard. Because if it is a wrong policy, then ultimately who will be in the legal hurdle? You will be in the legal hurdle. If patients suffer from any mishappening, it ultimately goes to the clinics. So you just check about the right insurance
I think
policy.
the way out is that every centers should have minimum tie-ups with the ART banks, not too many of them, because that becomes a little legal hassle. Everyone can zero down to 2 or maybe 3 and not more than that, so that it makes your life easy, because you've had your MOUs set and you've had all the documents, what you need from those ART banks, rather than just appointing any new ART bank randomly. And last, my question to Divyanshu again, what is the reality, what you are seeing when it comes to surrogacy, couples' expectations? Because there are so many times we say, okay, couples don't know how to do this paperwork, though they can go to the ART board directly, but it becomes difficult. They have to take some legal aid. So what do you think is the reality, what you are seeing in patients' expectations? And
patients are ready to comply with the paperwork. They are ready to comply with the law. What they expect is that the timeline should be minimized. So what it takes is that it takes around 3 to 5 months in the compliance process. So what they expect is that this should be minimized. This should come down to 1 to 2 months. But they have to understand that there are 3 different boards where they have to go. There is a court. So court, in most of the courts when I go, I tell them that their purpose, the patient's purpose, is not to win the law. They have a higher purpose than this. So we should be more kind towards them. So courts do understand it. So now the courts have minimized their time. They give me an order within a day or within a week. They do not delay it more. This, in Delhi particularly, they are they are learning. So when I say this line to them, they're like, okay, we understand that. नहीं होता तो I shall tell them, हुजूर दया कीजिए इनके ऊपर दे दीजिए.
So before the panel, we'll have a rapid fire from all the 4 esteemed panelists, and we will, I think, wind up our panel. So to Divyanshu, the one legal reform that you would practical difference to fertility patients in India right now?
I would like to add 2.
Yeah.
One is the timeline. One is, and record keeping should be done in a manner that whenever the authority comes to them, they should be able to show each and every document. Wherever I see the lack right now is in the documentation, in the MRD. Second, I would request that National Board should make a law to have necessary to have an electronic witness system as the one of the equipments for the registration as IFA.
And a good one.
Yes.
Just having an electronic witness system and not using it or not being that effective will not help us. So till the time electronic witnessing system becomes mandatory, at least a manual witnessing, which is called a double witnessing, should be followed and documented, ideally in your papers. This is very important because keeping the recent case, we need to learn from the different cases which we will be facing in our life, and we need to make our paperwork very robust. Dr. Pooja, what is...
I think all are aware that we have to keep the records for 10 years in ART and 25 years for the surrogacy.
And if there is a medical legal case, then till the time it is resolved. What is one question patients should ask every fertility clinic before choosing one, but almost never do? Well, it's a very tricky question. Can you be a little louder? I can't. Yeah, so that brings a very good question that in standalone units, I personally feel that we should have at least 2 consultants minimum, because it's not possible for one consultant to be present all the time, and they should be knowing that yes, your consultants would be doing your procedure, but not necessarily only the primary one always. So a backup is very important. A backup for every equipment is important, whether it is your aspiration pump to your incubators to your workstation. Everything has to be minimum 2 in number. Dr. Satyajit, you definitely already have told us enforcement or enforcement of ART and surrogacy regulation in Indian clinics currently, are they strong enough? Which you just...
The government thinks, and we all the state authorities, time to time we used to give them the feedback to what needs to be changed. So they are working on it. So laws are strong enough. You just follow it, and the duties particularly that is already given in the act, you just adhere on that.
So this is what we also all feel as clinicians, that what's written in the ART law has to be followed by the word, by the book, and that is the only way. Clinicians need not be worried at all when it comes to ART practices, because the law is there to save us. That is the most important aspect what clinicians have to keep in mind. And last, to Mr. Vikas, do you think this kind of an insurance in next 5 years would just be a niche, just being offered to few, or will it be a norm, you know, that it would be offered like a mainstream?
It's going to be mainstream.
It's going to be?
Mainstream.
Mainstream.
And let me give you the rationale behind it. 10 years back, maternity used to be in a similar position what fertility is. But today, most of the health insurance products have maternity as a standalone position. So I do believe in a 5 years time, with the changing awareness, this would be definitely be a part of a standard health insurance product.
I really wish that insurance becomes a norm, because quality comes with cost. So if we have to increase the quality of Indian labs, besides the expertise, of course, it has to be there. It has to, the infrastructure and the automation or some kind of an advancement has to come in. And as long as insurance is covering it, the clinics can really, not advertise low cost IVF, but quality IVF, and they can strive for that. So I think we come to the end of the panel. We have had wonderful different aspects which we have heard, right from challenges of standalone units to having medical legal teams which have to be robust, how insurance will be a norm in future, and most important is, no matter what you are, where you are practicing, follow the ART law by the pages it is written. Thank you so much. Thank you, POH, for giving us this platform.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It is always a pleasure to host you and to have this meaningful discussion, because every time we have such kind of discussion, we gain some insights and expertise from the experts we have. So let's give them a big round of applause for the information insights we got from this discussion. And this conversation highlighted the important reality that fertility care continues to evolve, the future that will be shaped not only by clinical excellence, but also by trust, transparency, quality standards, and ethical practice. I would request Dr. Shweta ma'am to please come and center and facilitate the co-panelists for this discussion. Dr. Satyajit Kumar. And let's also give a big round of applause to each of our panelists. Mr. Divyanshu Priyam. Let's show some energy and keep rolling your hands for our speakers. Dr. Pooja Kumari. Mr. Vikas Anand. I would like to invite Ms. Khushbu Sharma. Ma'am, please come on stage and felicitate Dr. Shweta Mittal Gupta for excellently moderating and leading this conversation. Thank you so much, ma'am. I request all the speakers to please come on center for a group picture. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Before we move on to our next session, and as we are preparing for our stage for the presentation, I would like to indulge and engage our audience. We have a small activity. We have some questions prepared, and we have 4 options for this. It is related to IVF industry, some trivia. Just want to have a little fun and an engagement with you guys. So we'll be having 4 options. Those who know the right answer, request to raise your hand. I'll come to you, and then whoever guesses the right answer first, we have a small gift for him. So can we have the question on screen, please? In which year was the world's first IVF baby, Louis Brown, was born? Now you have to. 1976, 78, 1980, and 1982. Ma'am, I guess our front people know it, so I'll just go to the back benches now. 1976. Okay. I need more hands, more guesses. Like ma'am said, everyone would know this answer. Please raise your hand. No one? Okay. Ma'am is here. 1982. We have another guess which is 1982. Okay. 78. We have another guess at 1978. Yes. 1978. Okay, 1978. Anyone who votes for not 1978? 1978? Okay. So can we have the right answer on the screen, please? Yes, the right answer is 1978. And a big round of applause for those who said 1978 and a small gift as well. Can I have this? Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. You were the first one to guess this answer right. Thank you. Okay, as we are ready for our next session, we'll move on. Advancements in prenatal screening and diagnosis continues to play a critical role in improving pregnancy outcomes and enabling informed clinical decision making. So our next presentation will explore the topic prenatal diagnosis of aneuploidy and risk of preterm preeclampsia. To share insights and expertise, it is my privilege to invite Dr. Professor Upma Saxena, Professor, Consultant and Head of Unit Obstetrics and Gynecology at VMMC and Safdarjung Hospital, New Delhi. Can we have a big round of applause for Dr. Upma Saxena?
Good afternoon, everyone. So it's my privilege to be talking in front of such august gathering and talking about this topic very close to my heart. And so today I'll be talking about prenatal diagnosis of fetal aneuploidy and preterm preeclampsia. So very important to know whom to screen, when to screen, because all the tests which we are doing have a timeline. So what is screening? Screening is basically you are identifying the individual in population at a higher risk for particular disorder. So it's very, very important when you're counseling, tell them it's a screening test. The moment it comes positive, the patients become hyper. So what is the ideal screening test? So we are looking for common fetal disorder. Majority of time, aneuploidy is gain or loss of chromosomes. So we are looking for Down syndromes, Edwards, Patau, and any test which we are using should have a high detection rate and false positive rate. And it should be done early in gestation. So we have 11 to 13 plus 6, we have for combined first trimester combined screening, then we have second trimester, we have quadruple test. So I'll be talking about it. Should be cost effective. So now we have NIPT, which is, I think, the god of test for the Down syndrome, which has a detection rate of almost 99%. But the problem is the cost. Then for which the diagnostic test exists is very important. I'm just reiterating that it's a screening test. In case it comes out to be positive, we should be able to do the diagnostic test. So what are the 100% diagnostic tests which tell that the baby is affected or not affected? For that, we have to do invasive testing like chorionic villus sampling, amniocentesis, and there we look, the tests done on them are either FISH, QFPCR, which tell us about the numbers. Chromosome numbers, whether increased or decreased, and then karyotyping, which tell us whole gamut of the chromosomes. Then we have CMA, which tells us microdeletion and duplication, and whole exome sequencing, which is for the monogenic disorders, which is single gene disorders. So NIPT, again, I'm reiterating, is a screening test, not a diagnostic test. Definitely it reduces the number of invasive tests we are doing, because from 20%, it comes to 3%. Because in certain cases, patient can go ahead and get an NIPT done. So aneuploidy is when there is an extra chromosome or a missing chromosome. And what does it lead to? It leads to a non-viable pregnancy, birth defect, intellectual disability, decreased lifespan, and failure to thrive. The problem in Down syndrome is that these babies have almost normal lifespan, so they are burden to the society. So that's when all this paraphernalia we are doing is to prevent the babies with Down syndrome being born. So coming to the incidence is 1 in 150 live births, and Down syndrome is the most prevalent. That is 1 in 800 live births. Edward, Patau, 1 in 6,000 and 1 in 10,000 respectively. But majority of these Edward and Patau babies, they die within 2 years. So they are not such a big burden because they don't live. Klinefelter syndrome is very common. It's 1 in 500 live births. And the Turner syndrome is the only viable monosomy. Others, they don't survive and they're not born. So what we are trying is to do universal screening for all, whether it's a singleton pregnancy or it's a multiple pregnancy. And the choice depends on the gestational age. If the best test is, as I'll be telling you, is the first trimester combined screening, which should be done between 6 windows. The number of fetus, whether it's a singleton or multiple. If a patient already has a history of previous Down syndrome, maybe, then we may offer her NIPT directly. Then family history, screening cost, option available. And we have to always counsel the patient, and the counsel should be non-directed. You just tell the pros and cons, and the patient will decide. So yes, the day before yesterday only, there was a patient where the Down syndrome had come positive on her invasive testing, and we counsel her. She has not turned up yet. So it's her choice whether she wants to continue. Only we can tell her the problems the baby will have once the baby is born. So what is a priori risk? It's a background risk that depends on the maternal age and the gestational age. We all know as the mother's age increases, the risk of all these aneuploidy increases. But with the gestational age, it decreases because majority of these babies are aborted. So nowadays, because of the early screening, we are picking up many affected fetuses who would have been miscarried if they would have not been diagnosed. So the other entity is likelihood ratio. That is the percentage of chromosomally abnormal fetus with that measurement divided by the chromosomally normal. So every test, especially your soft markers, they have a likelihood ratio. And using this a priori risk, that is a background risk, into likelihood ratio, we can calculate the risk. So as you can see here, 30% of the Down syndrome babies, they die in utero, and 80% of trisomy 18 and 13, and almost 98% of Turner syndrome. So what Turner syndrome you are seeing is, we are seeing in a gynae practice is just 2%, because majority of them die. So this aneuploidy, it affects 0.4% of the birth, and trisomy 21, you can see, is responsible for 50%. I've already told you that Down syndrome has a profound social and economic impact, because these babies have neurodevelopmental delays and they have a normal lifespan. And we want to diagnose it early. Now with the MTP timeline of 24 weeks, we are aborting, they're going to the medical board, and majority of the babies with Down syndrome, the board gives permission for termination of the pregnancy. So if the mother wants, any point of time, you can offer her these tests to diagnose whether her baby is not affected by Down syndrome. So coming to the combined first trimester screening, it is again, it should be done between 11 to 13 weeks plus 6 days. And in this, in the first trimester combined screening, we look for maternal age, ultrasound, and look at the nuchal translucency, and the serum marker done are beta HCG and PAPA. These are together considered as a dual screen, but we should never ever ask for just dual screen, because it has a detection rate of only 60%. If you do all these together, then the detection rate is almost 85 to 90%. With a false positive rate of 5%. So we clinicians should always go for combined first trimester screening rather than the dual screen. In case of second trimester, you need an ultrasound for dating, because most of these markers, they depend on the period of gestation. So you should know what is the accurate dating of the pregnancy. And in second trimester quad test, we do free beta HCG, alpha fetoprotein, serum estrol, inhibin A. And it is done in the window of 15 weeks to 20 plus 6 in majority of the labs. And NIPT can be done anytime after 10 weeks. Then coming to our first trimester combined screening, I've already told you it includes maternal age, ultrasound with NT, and beta HCG and PAPA. So usually we just do the NT, but nowadays by adding nasal bone fetal heart rate, tricuspid regurgitation, and reverse A-wave in ductus venosus, which are optional, we can increase the detection rate up to 95%, from 85 to 90%, with a false positive rate of 3%. So as you can see, most of these tests, like tricuspid regurgitation and reverse A-wave, they need little expertise. So if you have the facility, then you should go directly for all together, or in case any problem with the NT, you can go for the other test. So in trisomy 21, the free beta HCG increases and the PAPA becomes less. So never look at the risk, also look at the values also. That will give us you some idea, because if PAPA is low, we know it is the pregnancy may be complicated by FGR, preterm preeclampsia, abruption, and even preterm labor. So we should be looking at the exact values. The mom, what is mom? Mom is one, means that which is present in the normal population, and if it's two, it is the level of free beta hCG is almost twice what is seen in the normal population. So mom value idea. So again, I have told you the detection rate with dual test is just 60% compared to your combined first trimester screening, which has a detection rate of 85 to 90%. PAPA, when it's less than 0.4 mom, looking at the value, you know that the patient will be at high risk for FGR, preterm abruption, preterm birth, and neonatal loss, which you will not find in NIPT. That is the beauty of your combined first trimester, where you get the PAPA value, that besides knowing whether the baby has aneuploidy, that is Down syndrome, you will also know whether she is at high risk of all these complications, so that you keep a closure eye on the patient. So we have this first trimester cord test, which is available in our Safdarjung hospital also. And it includes, besides your free beta hCG, PAPA, alpha fetoprotein, and PLG, and it is a high detection rate of 93%. And it is, as it contains PLGF, it also tells us about the risk for preeclampsia. So I'm a PI for the ICMR project. If the patient, they are found high risk for this first trimester cord, we are basically doing a randomized control trial, double blind trial, whether the 75 milligram is effective or 150 milligram is effective in Indian scenario. Then we have this first trimester penta, which also, besides all this, which is there in the first trimester cord, has inhibin A, and it has a further higher detection rate, almost up to 98%, with a false positive rate of 1.5%. So PLGF, besides PAPA, helps us in diagnosis all of this pregnancy complication. NT, we all know, is done between 11 to 13 plus 6 weeks when the CRL is 45 to 84 mm. And in case of triplets, we can just do maternal age and this NT, and itself alone has a detection rate of 75%. So what is the ideal time to do combined first trimester? Serum markers best at 10 weeks, NT 11 weeks. So in my clinical practice, I always ask the patients to get it at 12 weeks, because we know that in first trimester, we can detect many anomalies also. So your omphalocele, your neural tube defects, holoprosencephaly. So the best time to send the patient is 12 weeks for her combined first trimester screening. She can get an NT done, and along with that, she can give a sample for the combined first trimester screen. NT should be always expressed in centiles, and the normal is less than 95th centile. And increased NT is associated, besides chromosomal anomaly, fetal defects, genetic syndrome, fetal death. So always, the NT should be considered like a structural anomaly, and if it's more than 95th centile, we should go and do invasive testing, never do a NIPT, because many other practitioners are doing it. So how to interpret first trimester combined screening? So high risk is 1:250, there we go for invasive testing. 1:250 to 1 in 1000, we can go for NIPT, and if it's less than 1 in 1000, then no further testing. She can directly go for TIFA scan. Again, I want to emphasize TIFA scan ideally now with the IMTP window moving to 24 weeks, you should do it 19 to 22 weeks, because some anomalies are evolving anomalies like corpus callosum and Vermeer hyperplasia, which can be detected only around 20 weeks. So it's 20 weeks is the best time to go to get an anomaly scan, so that you don't miss. For trisomy 18 and 13, the high risk is when it's more than 1:100. That means 1:99, 1:80. And low risk is when it's less than 1:200. So this is the report which we get in our hospital, which tells us, besides trisomy 21, 18, and 13, about the risk of preeclampsia also. So coming to fetal heart rate, the role is just that in case of Patau, there is fetal bradycardia, and in Edward there is, in Patau it is tachycardia, while in Edwards it is bradycardia. So you can differentiate between the two, because both have the low PAPA and free beta hCG value. Then we can look for absent nasal bone, which is present almost in 60% of the trisomy 21. But again, if the 11 to 14 weeks window, you are not able to see the nasal bone, ask her to come for it again at 16 weeks. Don't immediately start doing the invasive testing just at 11 to 14 weeks window. Then TR is associated, beside chromosomal anomaly, And both ductus venosus, besides associated with trisomies, are associated also with the cardiac defect. So in case you have already ruled out aneuploidy, get an echo done for the patient because they are higher risk for those. Coming to the second trimester aneuploidy screening, I've just told you it has a detection rate of 80% with a false positive rate of 5%, and we do it in the window of 15 weeks to 20. So if the patient has missed the boat, she has not come in the window of 11 to 20, 11 to 13 plus 6, then ask her to get a quadruple test. Definitely, the detection rate is lower. So in your high-risk pregnancy, always if she comes early or she has a mishap, ask her to get a first trimester combined screening done at 11 to 14 because that is more sensitive or it is a higher detective. Never ever do the triple test because it has a detection rate of just 69%. So any test which has a detection rate of less than 75 should not be used in the clinical practice. So never ever write triple test. It doesn't contain your inhibin A. Otherwise, it's same as the quadruple. So in case of your trisomy 21, the beta HCG and inhibin A are increased, and alpha fetoprotein and estriol are decreased. You can combine these first trimester and second trimester tests in an integrated way or in a sequential way. So integrated could be fully integrated. That means you do NT plus dual plus quad, and then the detection rate is 95%. Or you can just serum integrated. Just do the dual marker and the quad test. But the problem with integrated is you release the report only when both serum are there. So the patient will not get the report in the first window, that is between the 11 to 14 weeks. They will wait for giving the second sample, then only the report will be released. And many times patient don't turn up. So this is not very clinically relevant. But what we can do is we can do a sequential screening. In stepwise, what we do is the report is released of the first trimester combined screening, and if it's screen positive, they go for invasive testing, and if they are screen negative, then they go for second trimester cohort test. And in case of your contingent test, what there is done is that women is divided into 3 risk group, and the high risk they go for invasive testing, the moderate risk they go for NIPT or the quadruple test, and in case of low risk, no need, they go for the ultrasound, that is TFA scan. So we should not send one first trimester reading to one lab and the second trimester reading to other lab. Then it is not recommended if they are not interrelated, because it will lead to confusing reports and falsely high positive rate. So detection rate, as you can see, is that for the dual marker, it's just what I have told already, and we can increase it by adding the other markers. So in case of monochorionic pregnancy, what we do is that we take the NT and divide by 2. So there is only one risk for both the fetus. While in dichorionic pregnancy, what we do is there are 2 NTs are taken separately. So it is very, very important to know the chorionicity and the period of gestation in case of twins, because in case of dichorionic, the lab should give you 2 fetus specific risk, while in case of monochronic, we will give a 1 risk. Coming to the screening in multiple pregnancies, definitely first trimester combined screening is not so good as singleton, but it has a role. But quadruple test is not so effective, so should not be ideally used. So NIPT has come in a big way in twins also, but in NIPT what we are doing is we are looking for the 5 chromosome, that is 21, 18, 13 and 6 chromosome. And it can be done anytime after 10 weeks, and the result is turnaround time is around 7 to 10 days. And it is very good test for trisomy 21, almost 99.3%. So does NIPT work for twins? Yes. If normal, don't have to do anything. If it comes abnormal, then you have to test both fetuses. So according to ISIO guidelines, the NIPT is a test of choice in case of twins. But in triplets, you have to just go for maternal age and NT. So can a NIPT replace combined first trimester screening? No. If the patient can afford, then you should, both are complementary. You can offer both, because them both. But if she can't afford, then it is better to do combined first trimester screen if she doesn't have a high risk, because besides telling the aneuploidy, tell us about the pregnancy risk. So here the patient has risk 1 in 57, and it is because based on the biochemical markers. So in this case, definitely you can offer her NIPT because NT is normal. So NIPT reduces the risk of incidence of invasive testing from almost 20 to 3%. If NT is increased, then definitely she has to go for invasive testing, because increased NT, besides the aneuploidy, is associated with syndromes, infections, structural anomaly, and definitely you have to send it for CMA ideal, and if required for whole exome, because some Noonan syndrome could be a cause for the increased NT. So here in a quadruple test, it's a high risk. I have told you one is in 100, more than 1 in 100 is high risk. Here 1 in 78. So here you will go for amniocentesis, that is an invasive testing. If a previous history of a baby with Down syndrome, definitely she can go for NIPT. And if NIPT is negative, no need to do anything. But if positive, definitely she has to go for invasive testing. For Down syndrome, I want to emphasize there is no role of ultrasound. That's why we are doing so many tests. So, but trisomy 18 and 13, you will see so many structure anomaly in the fetus. So ultrasound is a good modality for that. So what are soft markers? Soft markers are basically, they are seen more in babies with the Down syndrome. So the EICF has a lowest risk of aneuploidy, and your absent nasal bone increase NFT ventriculomegaly as the highest risk, and they become indication for invasive testing. And which are moderate risk are your echogenic bowel, renal pylectasis, and short femur and humerus. So now we are following this Agatha-Claus wolf to find the likelihood ratio. So as you can see that the last 4, they have the higher likelihood ratio, and if the risk is more than 1 is 200, then definitely they have to go for invasive testing. So in this case, we found out the risk, and it was 1 in 78. So it becomes an indication for invasive testing to know whether the baby is affected or not. So coming to prediction of, now we all know that earlier we used to screen more the patients with the increasing pregnancy, POG, but now we are going for inverted pyramid of antenatal care. So at 12 weeks only, that is in 11 to 13 plus 6 window, we are doing some tests to know whether the mother is high risk for developing preterm preeclampsia or not. And mind you, what we are doing is we are just looking for preeclampsia, because that has the highest morbidity and mortality. So we have this Indian Foxy Gestosis score. If it's more than or equal to 3, you can start aspirin, and it can be done anytime during pregnancy. No need for the window. But for this Fetal Medicine Foundation score, which is available in many places, what we do is we look at maternal characteristics, obstetric history, and we do biophysical. What we are doing in biophysical, we do uterine artery PI and mean arterial pressure, and the biochemistry we do is PLGF. So these 4 has a detection rate of almost 90% for early P, that is less than 34 weeks, and 75% for preterm P, that is less than 37 weeks. So basically, so these are the maternal characteristics. This is how you do your BP, which ideally patient should be resting, not crossing legs, and we should take 4 readings, both arms, 1 minute apart, and we put in this calculator and we get the map. And just using the maternal characteristic and map, your detection rate is almost 50%. So we can use this uterine artery PI, which has a detection rate of 60%. Then, so this is the risk, how we calculate the risk assessment. If it's more than 1 is 200, then we have to start aspirin between 12 to 16 weeks window, and it's continue till 36 to 37 weeks. So this is the first trimester cord test being done, which tells us whether the baby mother is high risk for P less than 32 weeks and less than 37 weeks. Now they have this SFLT PLGF ratio also, and this, if less than 38, it's rule out preeclampsia within 1 week, and if it's more than 38, then the ratio, then it's rule in preeclampsia within 4 weeks. Ophthalmic artery are just still under the research stage. And why we want to prevent PE? Because we know there's no cure, we have to deliver, and low dose aspirin is a drug of choice. It has to be started 12 to 18 weeks. Weight reduction also has evidence it reduces. So by giving aspirin, you reduce the risk of P development with less than 32 weeks almost by 92%, and less than 37 weeks by 62%, and decrease DECO admission by 68%. So most of the organization, they vouch for aspirin. So to conclude, between 11 to 13 plus 6 weeks, you have to do first trimester combined screening. From 15 to 20 plus 6, quad test. Your anomaly TIFA scan between 19 to 23 weeks. And when NT is increased, then you have to do NIPT. And in case of twins, the NIPT is a test of choice. And in triplet, you just can do a maternal age with NT. And for PE, we all know that doing a combined screening test, that is multimodality screening test, we can detect it, we can predict it, and we can start aspirin. And the dose is, most of the UK guidelines says 150 milligram, others say 75 to 150 milligram, and it has to start it from 12 to 16 weeks and continue till the delivery, that is 36 to 37 weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am, for this insightful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause for Dr. Upma Saxena. Your perspective on prenatal diagnosis has impacted to strengthen clinical decision making and improve maternal and fetal outcomes, ma'am. I would request Ms. Khushbu Sharma to please come on stage and felicitate Dr. Upma Saxena for this amazing presentation. Let's give them a big round of applause. As we are moving ahead with our next session, and while we set up the stage, we would like to engage with the audience once again. So, can we have the question on screen? And the rule is same, that whoever knows the answer have to raise hand. I'll come to you for the right answer. Which two scientists are credited with pioneering the IVF procedure that led the Louis Brown's birth? So you have to raise, and I'll come to you. And I'll start with the front benchers now. Robert Edwards and Patrick Sepp. Yes, sir.
So it's B, Robert Edwards and Patrick.
Any more guesses? Other than B? Although I came to ma'am first, but looking at the enthusiasm of sir, this goes to you. Thank you. Thank you so much for this, participation that we got, and we'll be doing this more often. So keep your hands ready as I'll just ask another question in our next, after a few more sessions. So transitioning to our next panel. For many years, fertility preservation was primarily associated with cancer care and medical interventions. Today, however, it has evolved into a much broader conversation, one that intersects medicine, ethics, social change, and patient choice. As awareness increases and technologies continue to advance, healthcare providers are increasingly navigating important questions around counseling, accessibility, affordability, long-term outcomes, and ethical consideration. So our next panel explores this evolving landscape and examines what a clinically sound and ethically grounded approach to fertility preservation should look like in practice. And to moderate this session, may I invite on stage Dr. Shweta Mehendiratta, Director and Head Obstetrics and Laparoscopic Gynecologist at Yatharth Hospital, Faridabad. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Shweta Gupta, Secretary General, Indian Fertility Society, Director at Reproductive Medicine and Art at Max Healthcare. Keep rolling your hands as we like to invite Dr. Gaurav Majumdar, Lab Director and Chief Clinical Embryologist, Center of IVF and Human Reproduction at Sir Gangaram Hospital, New Delhi. I would also like to invite Dr. Reema Sarkar, Executive Director and Zonal Clinical Director, North at Indra IVF. And Dr. Parul Bhatyar, Medical Director at ART Fertility Clinics. Please give a big round of applause for our panelists.
very good afternoon to all of you and to the esteemed panelists. So we would just run a little faster because I think we are a little late. That's what I have been told. So when I just talk about uh, fertility preservation, we all know that we had always been talking about fertility preservation in the past. The change is that it is now beyond the cancers. Now, in this panel, we are going to discuss about the social, ethical, and the business questions on this. I am myself a gynecologist, and I know that working in private practice, we all often encounter these days girls who read through ChatGPT, AI, and Gemini, and because of their professional concerns, they want to, lead a life where they can make a choice. So when we are talking about making a choice, I would like to ask to Dr. Shweta, fertility preservation, we all know it serves two very different populations. One, where it is medically indicated, that is in the cancer patients, and other, the healthy women, those who choose to delay the motherhood. They are both medically similar in front of you, I think. But ethically, I think they are very, very different. How should the counseling between the two differ? And are are we all as Indian practitioners, we are consistently able to make this distinction for them?
Yeah. So I think whether it is because of the social or whether it's because of oncology, egg freezing has dramatically increased in the last few years. Of course, the medical oncology freezing is a very situation which is very life-threatening crisis, and a time-bound decision has to be taken. And it's I think a lot of emotional stress, because at one point, at your own life is at stake, and then you're talking about a subject which is also very important. And the very fact that oncology treatment has dramatically improved, so it is very important also to offer them. And in fact, the guidelines say it's mandatory to tell them about the fertility preservation. So that is one aspect, and the social is on a different, it's a lifestyle, it's what a personal choice, whether they want to do postpone the pregnancy for later years and do career or whatever. So there is no that kind of urgency or crisis in the life. It's a personal choice, not urgent, whether you can postpone it for 3 months, 6 months, you can plan. If you're staying abroad, you can come here, discuss with doctors. So very well planned it can be. So there are two different indications, but when we come to the actual clinical protocol, probably similar, but there is the first time when you're talking, it's a totally two different scenarios. So you should be very thorough, and depending upon the scenario, the right guidance has to be given.
Well said, ma'am. When you said we have to be very, very thorough, I would just like to ask Dr. Majumdar, do you think is the current informed consents that we have, this process is fit for the purpose? And what does good counseling, according to you, would look like? If a patient is simply uncertain about her future, she's still, she's unwell.
Well, currently there's a huge gap as far as good counseling for patients who want to electively freeze their eggs. And unlike oncology patients, we have to remember that these are healthy individuals with no imminent threat to their fertility. So they have to understand that this is purely a risk reduction strategy and not an insurance policy. And so they have to be made to understand that electively freezing eggs cannot guarantee a live birth in future. Right? And because as people who are offering this service, we know that a woman freezing 10 eggs at age 38 and a woman freezing 10 eggs at age 28 will have very different future prospects. So for me, my main concern with regards to counseling is that it should be not just procedure-based counseling, it needs to be outcome-based counseling. And we need, the women need to know what are the exact probabilities of having a live birth in future rather than just possibilities. So a good counseling from an embryologist's perspective will focus on the impact of age on the future probability of having a live birth after freezing and thawing eggs, the impact of age on decline of egg quality, then what is the expected survival rate of, once the eggs are frozen and thawed? What are the expected fertilization rates, the likelihood of forming a blastocyst and obtaining a live birth from such embryos? Because there is a huge difference between eggs which are used fresh in a laboratory and eggs which have been frozen for a considerable period of time, sometimes a decade, and then thawed, and then to see whether they are viable. So I would judge the quality of counseling by whether a patient can understand what her frozen eggs can and cannot deliver in future.
So, Dr. Rima, as he already explained about, like, there's a huge, variation that exists across the different sectors. So, I would just like to ask you, when a patient comes to you, what questions should that patient ask about the laboratory before the patient wants to choose your laboratory? For choosing, because something is to be preserved and it is to be preserved for a very long period of time. So, what should a patient ask, and who is actually responsible for choosing those standards?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you, VOH, for having me here, and thank you for the question. So rightly said, accountability, you've already answered a part of my, what I should have said. But before that, I would like to endorse upon what Dr. Gaurav has already said, that while we are counseling or when they are asking these questions, it should be more oriented towards what is the outcome, what is the possibility of having a baby if you are freezing so many number of eggs at, let's say, a particular age, right? And the next would be probably the costs involved. What there is, it is could be a costly procedure for many. There is a yearly cost involved. So all of that should, if we, the patient has to know that what is the maintenance cost also, that it is not a one-time cost that is involved. Also, what should be asked, she should be asking is, what is the success rate of your clinic in while you thaw these eggs? What is your thaw rate, right? What is how much of it you can bring it out actually? And then, of course, identity, like I said, how do you monitor these cryo tanks? What are your procedures? How are you making sure that it is not going to mix up my, when it is kept for sometimes years, my eggs are going to be with you. How do you ensure that they are not going to get mixed up with someone else's? And again, who's going to be responsible? Today, I'm talking to you. Maybe if I come 10 years down the line, who is going to be accountable? Whom should I go ask? What will happen maybe if your clinic, you are not there, or even if your clinic is not there, if it shuts down, or if there is any problem that comes in between, then maybe the chain of custody, if you are looking into these aspects as well. I think these are the questions that a patient should be asking.
So what happens, I'll just tell you a live example that happened across me as a gynecologist. So I work in a multi-specialty hospital. So it's 2-year backstory that I would like to share. And it is very concerning because it included both the medical as well as the social thing. This girl used to work in radiology department. So she underwent her routine checkups for, just like that. And suddenly she came to me for a routine, fitness, like we have in the hospital, the routine fitness. At that time, I found a lump in her breast. And she was, I think, 32 years old at that time. And somehow when I found this lump, I just ordered her routine scan, because we don't expect at this age. So then we got to know that it was actually malignant. And in the routine, when we, investigated, and then when I came closer to her while talking, see, as a gynecologist, we have to, have the emotional constraints. Then she actually, because she was in the hospital, she had never disclosed to anybody, and then she suddenly disclosed that she was a divorcee. And she told me very clearly that she has eventual plans of marrying someone, though she does not have a partner still. But she was very sure that she wanted to have a baby eventually. So then what happened is that I immediately rushed everything for her, and I sent, because in the multi-specialty hospitals, usually in Faridabad, we do not have the IVF there inside the hospital itself. So what I did, I rushed her to one of the renowned, infant clinics immediately, where I knew that the eggs are being preserved, and I knew because it is renowned, it will be preserved for a longer period of time, and I knew that the standards would be maintained and everything. She immediately actually did inquire from me, and she trusted upon me as a gynecologist. Whatever I'll tell her will be correct. So then she went there, she got her eggs freeze first, and then she actually met the oncologist after that. That was the change that I saw in her. And today she is free of the cancer also, 2 years, and she has had a marriage last month. So when I saw her pic on the Facebook, I was so happy that she was able to do all these things, and she's confident in her marriage because she got the right partner. So Dr.
I
Shweta,
would like to add a caution here. While this sounds like a very heartwarming story, and I'm so glad that it ended so well. However, that is where, as an IVF specialist or a clinician, a caution comes that we should not be overselling hopes. Like, it sounds like a very hopeful story.
come to that.
Yeah. So
that will be the
I
next
think
story.
the positivity is that there is option available, which was not there, 5 years back. The very thought that okay, I have some eggs, that emotionally for a women. So I think we should all be very happy that the technology has advanced to that extent that we have something like egg freezing. Both for social life is very complex. We may say and advise the youngsters, get married right time and have children, but the complex lifestyle which now has, it's not practically possible. So I'll tell you, my few years back, one of my gynecologist friend came with her daughter, and the first thing, all that right things I was telling, then in the night I was thinking, why was I preaching so much? Because the parents must have done, the life is not. So I think the technology has improved. There is an option. Of course, it has risk and not 100%, no guarantee.
Yeah.
I think that is at least
So,
we all.
all of us introspect ourselves in the midnights before we go to sleep, and we find these answers to ourselves. Correct. So, Dr. Parul, I would like to ask, across the private chains, hospital departments, and international patients that we come across, are there any meaningful differences in how fertility preservation is communicated to patients, and what's driving them?
So basically, when patients come to us, most of the times they are more aware now. And especially when women for social freezing or women who want to have their reproductive autonomy come to us, they are very well aware, most of the time well read. However, most of the international patients who come to us or patients who are coming through referral from an oncology setup, they're most of the times not very aware, and they need a very detailed counseling to explain to them what they are wanting to do and what they have been sent here for. So most of the times, this is a difference that we see amongst the women who want to have their reproductive rights and their autonomy, safeguarded, so that if whenever they're ready to have a family, they can start a family, versus patients who are coming to us for some emergency kind of consultation because they now have to undergo a particular treatment wherein probably their fertility in future will be compromised.
So, Dr. Rima, when you maintain such, clinical, ethical, consistency across the centers, with patients who encounter ART for the first time, is a distinctive challenge at scale? How do you ensure that this patient who is in a smaller city receives the same standard of treatment, of care, receives the same standard of counseling, and, that a flagship center gets? Where are the gaps actually, that exist in such centers?
Yeah, Rightly asked. Why? Because 2-tier and 3-tier are still the places where there is so much of disproportion or in the information. It is still scattered, right? They need the most support. And unfortunately, that is where the most of the expertise may or may not be there. So that is why rightfully asked, while we scale, how do we maintain that consistency? Of course, standardization, I would say, is the answer. Now, for example, in Indra, if I talk about the place where I work, it has scaled in last 1 decade. I also joined Indra, let's say 10 years back. It's been 9.5 years. So how we maintain the consistency is that when I joined Indra, for example, I had already been into gynecology practice for almost 9 years. And then I joined after doing a lot of courses, but we were inducted via a fertility academy, Indra Fertility Academy, where we went in and where all these SOPs were taught to us, right? So there is a medical excellence team that sits in the center at the HO level, and they make these SOPs for us. And of course, they work hand to hand with the quality team. There is a center level quality team as well as the central level, who actually make sure via various audit tools that they have, which sometimes they're quarterly, some are weekly, all those audit tools, that we are actually doing or maintaining or following these SOPs, right? So along with the clinicians that, like I said, the SOPs are taught, the lab KPIs, they are also monitored, and consistency, like lab is what is deciding the success or the win or the loss. So you
That's
got
what I
to
wanted to ask. I'm sorry to interrupt, but Dr. Gaurav understood that this is something that he would also like to answer. Like when we are talking about the lab, for the lab, who closes these gaps?
Right. So I partially agree with what is being said here, but we have to remember that fertility preservation is a very complex service. It's not a simple service. It is probably not even as simple as IVF, but it is very complex. And so a patient locally, we expect that they should have access to maybe evidence-based information, should have timely counseling about fertility preservation, should be aware of the realistic success rates. But we cannot expect a tier 2, tier 3 city to have a highly specialized embryology laboratory. That will happen in the top tier cities, where you expect the labs to have advanced embryology, where you expect very high volume cryo facilities with 24/7 embryology teams and a very advanced, onco fertility service. So the whole system will work on referral.
But Dr. Gaurav, when we are talking about such summits,
I'll add.
But exactly what you said.
Bringing the health
I'll
sector
add to this how we see. I work in a center. I work, for example, in Chandigarh and Dehradun location. These are two bigger cities. Okay. In Chandigarh center, it's not only one center. We work on a hub and spoke model. So I have various spokes attached to me. These are at smaller places like Kangra, like Khadar, like, these are remote places. So how we, first of all, we have standardized these protocols, then we are monitoring them. Then each doctor, each KPI, each embryologist is being monitored because each result is being entered into this EMR system that we have, the HIS. And then we prepare these clinical dashboards, which are as per particular KPI also, and as per particular person also, whether they are a clinician or a embryologist. So you have, and these are given to these people every month for them to monitor themselves, and whenever someone falls below a particular benchmark, then you need to see whether they need, where is it that help is required, and that is where the clinical directors come into play. So
That
also,
is where, suppose she's talking about a chain which is agreed. They have their own protocols which has been followed in all the centers, and there is a collective, input and goes in. But that is precisely where the role of ART board has come. they have started inspection, they come and they visit even one person own. So that is the whole attempt of, whole idea of these boards, where their inspection is there. Now they have even started collecting data on the outcomes. And so I think slowly and gradually, the government also is growing. Even if there is, though I've worked personally, I've worked in both chains also and this. So even one person owned clinic, because of this ART law, they have to register, they have to give all the data. So this is a step by a government to standardize and to keep an eye on all the IVF centers, registered centers. So I think this is a good move. Of course, there's more and more.
Can I just add a bit here, because we are talking about all the technical aspects as to how a lab or KPI is working. The question here that is very important is that how we are counseling these patients. And there is the gap in Tier 1, Tier 2 cities, where, because are these patients really aware of what they are going through? Sometimes we treat even this fertility preservation as an IVF procedure. Okay, yes, karte hai, let's start this, do the stimulation, and then you can go there and your eggs will be frozen. So probably informed consent as to explaining to the patient as to what they are going through, what are the risks involved, and what are the alternatives to the treatment is very important. And I'm not sure how well this is being done in various clinics.
So what we are doing at ours, and like when patients come to me, for this, so I, like you said that, there's a gap like Chandigarh and Kangra. If, since you are working in Indra and you are working at ART, if you know that Faridabad never had these labs, and all the patients are coming to either Delhi, for the lab work, or to for ART or for Indra both. So what I used to do, so that the labs actually come to my city and I grow them, I always make sure that I do not send them directly to Delhi, and I make sure that in Faridabad itself, the bulk of work increases to such an extent, the awareness increases to such an extent that we can create labs in our own city. So every doctor who is in, who, especially I feel it's the role of the gynecologists themselves, to make patients as much aware. As you said, if the patients are aware about what fertility preservation is all about, I think we will be able to close the gaps a
But
little
that
sooner.
is where the gap comes. While you can make protocols, you can train people, however, human factor would still be the gap, because how they are still carrying it out in their particular clinic is again, that can be variable, and whether the patient is actually feeling, listened to or heard, and is feeling unhurried also.
Sure.
I guess that is where culture setting would come into practice. That once you've done all that, and when you have a culture, particular culture in that organization, whether it's a small single
See,
clinic
with
setup.
social media, I think culture barriers have actually reduced.
Yeah.
I feel like that very
Dramatically,
strongly.
yeah.
Social media has actually broken the culture barriers in India.
No, they
For
have
sure.
broken the cultural barriers, but not for people who need onco fertility and onco preservation. This is such a, blink of an eye decision for them. So they are so traumatized. So probably they are not able to go there and say and investigate how things are panning or how it would be for them. So that's what I said, that there's a huge difference between women who want to just preserve their fertility versus women who are forced to preserve their fertility because they are undergoing a treatment. So when we talk of these two, under the same umbrella, they are very two different treatments that we should be talking of and separating and segregating them when counseling them.
So, Dr. Shweta, I would like to ask you in this. See, when a patient, it requests egg freezing, for purely social reasons, as I said, now we are coming to that. What is, a clinician's role?
So in social freezing, there is a lot of time, and a thorough counseling is required. Of course, you have to do a basic workup. What is the current status? If she's come well in time, she may have the very good reserve, and she then all these nitty gritties. The lab expertise. She has a time to think about where to go, which lab experience. So it's a teamwork. It's not just the gynecologist or the fertility specialist who is counseling. Also, what is happening in the lab, how good the overall, lab, because it's going to be a long-term preservation, and the technology and the technique and the skills of the lab is important. So there is a time. And of course, we need to tell that, it's not 100%, it's not completely guaranteed. She may need 2 or 3 more stimulations to get the right number to have a good possibility of a child in the future. And also the routine complications, injections, retrieval process, and the cost of not only the injections or the stimulation, retrieval, and the long-term storage. So the long-term storage also she has to pay, the consents. So everything, and then she can take a decision. She can sit on it, for a week, 2 months, 3 months, and
I
then
think
decide.
again the onus would probably be on us clinicians. I think a maturity would be for us the day we realize that a woman, after being informed everything, if she chooses not to go ahead with egg freezing, for example, if it's not age appropriate, for example, if she's the possibility of it converting into a live birth rate is less, and she chooses not to go ahead with it, and that is not a conversation failing, but a conversation actually working, that kind of mindset when we clinicians acquire, that day I think we've done our job well.
So when we want to make it a lifestyle product, I would like to ask my eminent panelists, like maybe it's cross-cutting the theme, on the business part. Egg freezing has become one of the fastest growing revenue categories in Indian fertility care, with some employers now offering it as a workplace benefit. When a clinical service also happens to be a significant business opportunity, and when corporate practices are also involved, how do you think the field collectively ensures that the growth of fertility preservation is being driven by the patient's need and not by the market creation? How would we all do that?
That is by making sure that the decision is based on a lot of correct information and counseling. It has to be based on informed. It has to be an informed decision rather than based on marketing or fear, where they should be absolutely, they should be in a position to understand what their eggs can and cannot deliver in future, and what impact will age have on their chances of having a live birth. And then they should be able to make an informed choice.
Yes,
And
that's the one word answer. It's an informed choice.
Driving factor cannot be marketing or fear or the employer giving out benefits to the women to get their eggs frozen.
So the patient who banks on frozen eggs often does so without a clear picture, as we all know. They do not, like Dr. Rima and you both said this, they do not have a clear picture about it. Should the patients be told exact statistical picture, and they should be given fair and including the probability that the frozen eggs maybe they do not result into a live birth and they're investing into something?
Yes,
that's a blind choice.
Only then
Yes.
will they be able to make a proper choice.
See, most of us get scared. This is where that if I am too honest, then maybe she won't do it, right? So that is why where we lack.
Correct.
However, if we break it down into your age, let's say if these many number of eggs are, I take it out, then probably we'll be able to form these many blasts, give them a perspective of total numbers and be completely honest
Do
about
you give
it.
that written evidences of these? When
Yes,
you are
we
doing
do have
so-
a PowerPoint presentation in which we give the age-wise probability and how much an egg in a young woman, what's the probability. So one egg probably has a 6% chance in a young woman to result in a live birth, wherein a 40-year-old will probably need 40 eggs to have a good chance. So this
Because
is why
I'm very
we talk
sure
about
eventually, we are coming to an era where if the patient is going to freeze eggs for years, they will take a legitimate, in writing.
They ask, yeah, so they ask for it and they ask for information leaflets, brochures, and all that
They
nowadays.
have to be legally sued for it. You feel like that
So
eventually?
yesterday I started. She asked me what consent. So they are actually very well read lot. And even if you do marketing, they know this is not easy. 10 days of injection, one. So who will take the injection? It's the lifestyle what they are undergoing.
So,
They're investing into something for a lifetime.
Today, before coming here, we have a patient who's undergoing a pickup, who's a 40-year-old patient with a poor ovarian reserve, freezing her eggs electively to defer childbearing. And we retrieved 4 eggs. And luckily, all 4 eggs were mature and I froze them before I came. But the
Lines
next question
will
was
depend on the age that she'll be doing that, and
that
then
as
she,
well as
she
this
has to be
age,
made understood about this also.
she's 40 and now she's asking how many more
Can I
rounds
do
of
that?
stimulation
Can
should
I do
I
that?
do?
So, you know,
They're
it's
actually willing for multiple rounds
Yes,
of
yes.
freezing
It's
as
depend
well.
upon that woman, you know, that
Correct.
lady, what is undergoing in her life.
So I think it was a valuable discussion for everyone. We would just have a rapid fire round with you all. Dr. Shweta, the single biggest difference between the onco infertility and the elective egg freezing that a person should be counseled for, I would like a one sentence answer.
Onco freezing is a life threatening crisis. So it is very time bound thing. That is very important and very intense counseling it can become. The social freezing is no urgency. You can take time, you can decide. So it's much easier. In fact, no time boundation.
Dr. Gaurav, the one lab metric every patient should be asked, should ask from you about before choosing a preservation center.
I'll give two. One is the skill and the experience of the embryologist performing.
True.
Because this is a very long learning curve. And second is the post-thaw survival rates of that laboratory. That is very, very important.
Dr. Parul, should elective egg freezing be discussed in undergraduate medical training? Yes or no? Why?
I think they already have a huge syllabus. We can defer it to postgraduate training if we are trying to discuss it. But yes, maybe introducing it a bit will be a good idea.
Perfect. Dr. Reema, is fertility preservation accessible enough in tier 2 and 3 according to you in India right now? Yes or no?
No, even where it is accessible, acceptable is still an issue.
And this is a question to all for a few in your own words. If you should, like we say, insurance and all, do you think should employer-funded egg freezing programs be encouraged in India?
If they come with a condition that they are not
Because ultimately it's a medical condition.
conditional. I mean, they should not come as a package, like Gaurav also said. They shouldn't be included in the HR benefit as long as they are clear. The counseling is done properly and informed consent. After you've informed everything, whether they choose to do it or not is their own choice.
Well, I think why not?
Why
if
not?
your company is
I
ready
agree,
to,
why not?
and
Yes,
you know you are
Squeeze your
sponsoring
employer as much
holidays
as you
and
can.
everything. Why not?
But then it becomes, I think it becomes a
If you can get that kind of revenue and your, big companies, if they're, then that's okay.
Because
One
IVF
of
has
the,
now become,
Yeah,
if IVF can become funded, then why not
No,
egg freezing?
I do
I
not mean
think-
that. I'm saying there's a chance of overselling it, overselling the hope. You still
I
have to.
actually don't agree because those young
With
ladies,
counseling.
You should
With
still
can you
counsel
oversell?
them.
Choice.
Actually,
you cannot oversell 10 days of injections. Will you take anything without
Nobody would.
need? So,
So
these
it's an
are
informed
educated
choice for
women.
sure.
I just have one
map
thing to
is
say
still the
is that
must.
rather than offering an egg freezing package, egg freezing should be part of the insurance that a corporate provides.
Yes.
So that's the only thing we have to do. And then it's a patient's right decision and knowledge by which they can probably decide they want to do an egg freezing or not, rather than making a package that please go ahead and do an egg freezing, that's what.
Yes.
So it has to be part of routine care for every woman.
I agree.
Yeah, we are done. Yeah. Thank you.
Enlightening discussion and enthusiastic participation. I think our audience really liked this kind of a participation, the engagement we got, and the true insights. So thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, Dr. Shweta, for exceptionally moderating this discussion, and to the panelists as well. I would like to request Dr. Shweta, ma'am, to please come and felicitate the co-panelist, Dr. Shweta Gupta. Let's have a round of applause for our speakers. Dr. Gaurav Majumdar. Dr. Reema Sivkar. Let's have a round of applause. Dr. Parul Katiyar. I request everyone to please show some energy as we have an energetic, enlightening session with the special speakers. I request Ms. Khushbu Sharma, ma'am, please come on stage and felicitate Dr. Shweta Mehndiratta for excellently moderating this session. I request everyone for a group picture. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. As we continue our journey, the evolving landscape of fertility care, our next session brings us to a unique perspective, one that focuses on scale, consistency, and the pursuit of excellence. Over the last decade, India's fertility ecosystem has witnessed remarkable growth, with IVF networks expanding access to quality care across the country. But with expansion comes with the important question: how do we ensure that growth never comes at the cost of quality? How do we standardize clinical excellence across multiple centers while maintaining highest standards of patient care? And to share the perspective on this important subject, it is my privilege to invite Dr. Kshitij Murdia, Whole-Time Director and CEO at Indira IVF Group, for his keynote address on standardizing hope at scale, clinical excellence across India's largest IVF network. Over to you, sir.
Great. Good afternoon. I think after the fireworks, we finally talking about data being shared, data being published properly, counseling being done very well, training, internal audits. I think, but the one answer to everything is a solid accreditation program. And I've been attending these kind of panels, talking in these panels, listening to all the panels for the last 8-9 years. And it's always that we all come here, including me. We all come to a stage like this, talk about 20 great things that we should do in our life and go back and do nothing. And that's where we thought, as an organization, let's go back, let's start our own journey rather than talking on stage, talking to people as to what should be done, what is Foxy's responsibility, what is somebody else's responsibility. Let's go and start your own journey and then, go to that path of accreditation. We all understand this, the paradox in India. India is a severely under-penetrated market. The demand is huge. Compared to US and Europe, infertility rates are same, but number of clinics are very low. And that's the reason everybody thinks about scaling up, opening more clinics, getting funding, eventually to a path of monetization and exiting the business. And that's where the whole problem is. The moment you start scaling, unfortunately, the quality drops. And the quality drops so significantly because it's still very operator dependent. You as a doctor, you as an embryologist are phenomenal in working. But once you have 3 clinics, 4 clinics, 5 people working in the organization, that's where the quality drops. Labs are very sensitive to air quality, let alone the clinician and the embryologist. And we all know, finding a good doctor, finding a good embryologist is extremely difficult in the country. You would have the finance to open 200 clinics, but how will you find 200 good doctors, 200 good embryologists to work in that clinic? And it's very geography dependent. The air qualities, the other aspects of running a lab, giving success are very geography dependent. Whatever standard you've set up in Delhi, you can't replicate in Bombay, you can't replicate in Bihar, you go to South, Bangalore, you can't replicate those same standards. And that's the whole problem. Once you start scaling up, the quality drops and you are not able to provide the same outcomes to these patients. And that's where we thought, how do we scale up when we were thinking about scaling up 10 years back, that you don't have to scale clinics. What you have to do is scale a standard. You've made a gold standard for your own clinic. Now think about scaling the standard. And what would that mean? The basic pillars are, you have a good clinical protocol, evidence-based, and it keeps changing. I mean, I heard some of the earlier panels in the morning. When I started practice 15 years back, we were doing long agonist protocol, HCG trigger, day 2, day 3 transfers, fresh transfers. To what we are doing now is completely opposite. It's all NTAG protocol, all agonist trigger, blastocyst only transfer, freeze all transfers, 1 embryos, maximum 2 embryos at a time. So completely shifting and being very evidence-based on the clinical protocols. You have to have a standardized lab. We record air quality conditions, everything is on the cloud, and continuously monitor the air quality of the lab, the quality, the temperature of your machines, equipments, and obviously people who are working in the lab, they also undergo a tight scrutiny and monitoring. A zero error system. How do you ensure that zero error is inbuilt in your culture and not something which you would react to? Something bad has happened and now you're reacting to it. That should not be the goal. Talent, people, building people at scale, another very, very important pillar for scaling up. And then data and technology. I think we all live in the world of AI. Word AI is being talked about more often now. How do we leverage data and technology? And it's not just a good word to speak about, but how do you really use data and technology to your benefit? The first pillar, I think every consultation room, we are using evidence-based stimulation protocols. It's applied network-wise. Every doctor in the whole system uses the same protocol. There are clinical algorithms to say when to give trigger, what trigger to give. It should be agonist or HCG trigger, depending on the number of follicles, whether you do freeze all or do a fresh transfer or not. And there is a central committee for clinical governance who decides that, yes, this is a new protocol. Let's pilot it. The outcomes are better. Let's replicate across all the network of clinics and train all the doctors and embryologists and reduce the variations in the practice, because we feel if the protocol is the same, the only variable is the patient. And the success should not depend on the pin code where they come from or the pin code where they go to in the clinic. It should only depend on the patient variable. The embryology lab, and I wanted to put this data, we've been talking about this data every time, that we make sure that our standards are such that every embryologist performs within a narrow band. If you see on the right side, this is the blastulation rate. These are the number of M2 oocytes. And what I'm presenting here is last 3 years of our own data, roughly 12.8 lakh M2 oocytes, which were injected in 50 plus clinics, roughly 1.3 lakh patients ICSI cycles, and a mean blastulation rate of 53.3% over 130 plus embryologists. And if you see, yes, some embryologists would vary. Some are very, very good at the top. Some are not so good at the bottom. But the majority of the embryologists, almost 90% of the embryologists, fall within that 45 to 60% blastulation rate. And that is what we call as standard. That is what we call as success. As an individual doctor or an embryologist, you can be super successful. How do you replicate the same standard across 140 or 200 people is the question. And again, controlling the environment, identical media consumables, we continuously benchmark ourselves to Vienna, Maribor consensus, all the international guidelines where we have, and even on the US SART data, we monitor ourselves, we benchmark ourselves to say, are we doing the right thing with the patient or not? Getting right for the first time and every time, again, third very, very important pillar for us, that how do we ensure good quality practices in the lab? We use 3 identifier IDs. We use electronic witnessing. We have a failure risk management system where AI usually flags us before we start the treatment to say, these are the 3 most common failure or propensity to fail kind of parameters in this patient. So be very, very careful on these three aspects. And then again, cryo safety, traceability, we've just heard in the earlier panel. I think these are important principles for us to say, how do we engineer that zero error workflow in the culture and not react to it later? Morning also, I was hearing a lot of debate on how to create skilled manpower. Again, we took up this task 10 years back to say, how do we create skilled manpower in the country? It's very, very scarce because talent is something that you can't recruit. You will have to build that talent in the country or for your organization itself. 652 doctors have been trained till date from Indira Fertility Academy. 584 embryologists have been trained in the last 10-15 years, I would say. We do have 37 fellowship seats now in FY26. We started in with 3 seats or 6 seats in 2023. Now there are 37 F&B seats across the platform and 55 peer-reviewed publications, more than 30 plus studies ongoing, 16 plus academic sessions every month. We have the best of VR trainers, 1500 plus case modules. So it's a research ecosystem with academics built in-house to make sure that everybody gets that knowledge. Every doctor, every embryologist can perform to that outcome that they need. And again, it's very, very important to measure everything that you do, because I strongly believe the things that you don't measure, you can't improve on. Standards are not one-time effort to set and execute. It's a continuous effort that you set a standard, monitor the data, keep improving your standards every now and then. And that's where you get to the gold standard that you would want. And after you've done all this, your outcomes should reflect the hard work that you've done. These are our success rates on beta HCG positive, and the red bars are on clinical pregnancy, on fetal heart rate for the last 3 years. We've been consistently at 70% beta HCG and almost at 58-60% clinical pregnancy by fetal heart rate across 200 centers now, across 350 plus doctors, across 150 plus embryologists working in the group. We are consistently delivering the same amount of success. And the proof lies in not just the overall data, but this is the data around clinics also. If you see, clinics which have done almost 14,000 or 12,000 embryo transfers in 3 years versus clinics which have done 1,000, 2,000 embryo transfers, the pregnancy rates again fall between a narrow range of 60 to 80% with a very small standard deviation of 5 points. Again, the power of consistency, power of scaling up on a standard and not just infra scaling that everybody would think that you go and scale clinics and you will have the same success rate. And not just across clinics, across clinicians. So these are 147 clinicians who have been with us last 3 years, have done at least 100 embryo transfers each. And all the data that I'm showing is almost 1 lakh plus cycles in the last 3 years, which these doctors have done at our centers. And I said 12 lakh plus M2 sites injected. If you see, the majority of the dots sit between 60 to 80%, which means across 150 clinicians, we've been able to maintain that 60 to 80% pregnancy rates that we need. And yes, we do compare ourselves, I said, to US SART data. Important when you are comparing Indian data with US or Europe data is to get age-wise segregation, because we treat relatively younger population in the self cycle. This is all self cycle, no donor cycles included. The second nuance is Indian females have a higher biological aging compared to the Western females. So if you see the younger age group, we are as good as US in the less than 35 age group. But as you go down at 38 or 39 or 40, there is some difference between Indian data and the US data. And then when you cross 40, 41, 42, I think the gap narrows down even further. We do also check how many patients we start a stimulation cycle and they never reach to an embryo transfer, which is cycle cancellations before retrieval and retrievals with no usable embryo. And again, the important point for you is to check by age, reference your number with a gold standard like a USR data or a HFEA registry, and then see, am I doing justice with every age group, yes or no? And we track this regularly. If you see the dark green or dark blue bars are Indra IVF, and the lighter ones are USR data. Again, I'm comparing 50,000 plus cycles at Indra IVF versus 1.5 lakh cycles of US SART registry from 2025. And that's the data by different age groups. We are not very different in terms of cycle cancellations, in terms of retrievals with no usable embryos. Younger patients, yes, we need to improve a lot in terms of cancellations and all, but regularly benchmarking every year your data with the gold standard helps you put the right processes in place and improve further. Again, quality systems, we do a lot in terms of clinical excellence and clinical quality. There's a separate team sitting in Delhi for us here, because the corporate office for clinical excellence is Delhi. And we've come a long way. When we started our journey, as I said, listening to all these conversations, we thought, let's go back and start doing something at least, rather than just talking on the stage. And we started our accreditation or clinical excellence journey in 2020-21. That's when if you see the infection control compliance was 48%, we are now 99% after 5 years. Our tracer audits, we were 70% compliant, now 95. MRD records, we were 68% compliant. Now we're saying 98%, and that's all internal audit data that our internal team does a rigorous audit every month on everything that you see. Our nursing compliance, our pharmacy compliance, everything is now touching 98, 99%. And this is what we publish internally also every month, that this is where you are, this are the gaps, this is where you need to improve. 298 audits on the lab have been done in the last 3 years across the 50 plus labs we have. So it's a very rigorous system. Every 4 months, it's an uninformed audit, surprise audit for every lab. Earlier, 4 years back, we used to inform that, yes, we are coming. Now we don't inform, we just land up suddenly, and it's a 3-day, 4-day audit done across labs, across 400 different points in the lab. And then they grade the system, and then they come back saying, we were 83% compliant. Now internally, we say we are 89% compliant to all the 400 points that we want to check internally in our labs. And our observations have come down from 33 average observations per lab to 27 observations now. And the rating has come from 3.63 to 3.6. And mind it, our embryology team is very greedy. They keep improving the number of points that they want to check. They keep making it tougher and tougher every day, so that labs keep improving on their standards. And although we might seem lower on a 5 scale to say 3.6, our internal satisfaction, we have all the accreditations that you would need. We are the first in the country to have RTAC accreditation. RTAC is one of the global standards from Australia and New Zealand. 12 of our clinics have RTAC in India. All our labs are QAI certified, and it's very important. And I think we are the only chain where all the clinics are carrying this certification of QAI. We are the only ones in India having RTAC accreditation. That is somebody external coming from Australia, New Zealand, verifying, sitting in your lab for 7 days, verifying each and everything of your data. And we regularly submit data to them for quality control. And that's what helping us to identify gaps, opportunities, and improve further on all these things. And that's where I feel, putting all these things together into one box and then scaling up the standard is what I believe is success, is democratizing hope in the country. We've been able to give 2 lakh plus pregnancies in the last 15 years, 210 centers, and making sure that all these 200 centers, 400 doctors, 200 plus embryologists work within that narrow band of outcomes that we think is good for the patient. Same odds for the patient, whether you are sitting in Bombay, Delhi, any metro town, or go to any smaller city, you get the same odds of pregnancy if you're coming at Indra IVF. And that's where we feel we've closed the demand-supply gap. There were some panels talking about tier 2, tier 3, good counseling, good outcomes in tier 2. and we need to work in the tier 2, tier 3 region. Yes, that's how we've worked in the tier 2, tier 3 region to provide a good quality access to them. And then we continue to do further on AI-based embryo evaluation, genomics, working on predictors for cycle planning, a national outcome registry that we benchmark good clinics across US SART data and HFEA data, and continue defining new standards for the country overall. And that's what we think success or hope is for us, that we are able to deliver 70% success with a very narrow 5.6 points standard deviation across clinics, across embryologists, across different doctors. Our internal quality compliances from 48 on infection and other things on nursing, tracer audits, everything is now 98, 99%. 298 audits, we talked about QA, RTAC accreditation, 2 lakh plus successful pregnancies. I think collectively, this is what I think is success defined for the patient or for the country, of how you build skilled manpower at scale, how you replicate good practices, good counseling at scale, and how you ensure that all the patients walking in from any pin code in the country get the same quality of care at any of our centers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for sharing those valuable insights. To present a token of appreciation, I would like to invite Dr. Nishal Naveen, founder, Voice of Healthcare, sir, to please come on stage and felicitate Dr. Kshitij Murdia for this amazing presentation. And also, let's have a round of applause for this amazing presentation. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. With this, we have come to conclusion of the highly engaging and insightful first half of the National IVF Summit Awards 2028. We now break for the networking lunch. This is a wonderful opportunity to connect with fellow delegates, exchange ideas, meet industry leaders, and continue the conversation beyond the stage. And I would request, once you're done with lunch, please come back to the hall again, as we have some exciting lineup of panel discussion and some presentation for you. Thank you so much. settle down so that we can start the second half of the day in next few minutes. Thank you.
genetic analysis, that is the chromosomal analysis. Beyond that, hysteroscopy is important. Endometrial biopsy is important to rule out endometritis. Immunology is important. The antiphospholipid antibodies and the anti-nuclear antibodies can be done. The endocrinology and the male factor, the DNA fragmentation can be evaluated in such cases, and accordingly the targeted therapy has to be planned. So what is the diagnostic workup? When we talk about the general diagnostic workup, we all know about, and beyond that, what comes is basically what we are talking is defining her potential to give the pregnancy. So what does ESHRE says is that you should estimate the chances of implantation. And if the chances of implantation of the embryo is more than 60%, then only if she fails more than 2 times can we consider her as a case of RIF. So it is very important to understand the implantation potential of the embryo before labeling her as a case of RIF. And if, of course, you have started her in ART treatment and she has had more than 2 failures, and her potential of the pregnancy, giving a pregnancy was more than 60%, then if she fails, then she needs an evaluation in cases of RIF. And if the potential was less than 60%, then the definition changes. So basically, what are the recommendations? Well, the recommendation is very simple. They say just make lifestyle changes, then reassessment of the endometrial thickness, and assessment of APA and APS. That's all what the ESHRE says. You can do it at the first line of treatment. Karyotyping of both partners, 3D ultrasound, endometrial function testing, endometritis, assessment of thyroid and progesterone levels, late luteal can be done. But something which are not recommended, sadly, currently still are vitamin D testing, microbiome, peripheral NK cell, uterine NK cell, T lymphocytes, assessment of blood cytokines, and lot of parameters. They are said to be still experimental, but of course we as doctors at times are answerable, so there are a lot of things which we have to discuss and then take into consideration what actually needs to be done. So basically, we understand the immunological paradox because it's a baby which is there and it is a semi-allogenic fetus. It will generate antibodies. The mother will generate antibodies against the baby. So that is to be there. The mother has to be protected from pathogens. The shift is from Th1 to Th2 helper cells we are aware of. So basically, the whole interplay is around the T helper cells and the T regulatory cells. We need more T regulatory cells to continue and Th2 cells to be there for the pregnancy to continue. And when the reverse happens, then we end up with RIF. So there is a disruption of this immune balance which can lead to implantation failure. So as we know that the immune system is very, very important, the most important 70% being the T cells, 20% the macrophages, and 10% the NK cells. So these are when they are depletion of immune cells at the maternal fetal interface is the one which leads to RIF, and that's where we are struggling if we have a patient with RIF. Now, RIF, as I said, rarely is a single cause. So other environmental factors and other things are very, very important. But when it comes to the immune evaluation, we need to understand that uterine natural cells are not cytotoxic at the peripheral cells. Okay, so it is the uterine level of NK cells which are important, because in RIF, the number of, there is dysregulation of the uterine NK cell and increased peripheral NK cells. And it is not only the increase in number, but also decrease in function. Then there is a T cell imbalance, that is, there is T2 helper cells decrease and Th1 cells increase because they are pro-inflammatory, and result is an immune tolerance. Besides that, the dendritic cells, the macrophages, all those are increased. This becomes very technical at these levels because we are not using these tests in routine testing, but now more and more labs are coming up and people are working on immunology and thinking what we can do in the testing, what can be started. So there is lot of things which can be studied, and that is where we need to go beyond our comfort zone and see what we can do further. Of course, I've spoken about the peripheral NK cells and the uterine NK cells already. So they are central to the implantation and the continuation of the pregnancy. Balance over the time is that implantation and early pregnancy is pro-inflammatory. Actually, pregnancy is very interesting because it has an initial pro-inflammatory stage where it lets the embryo to be implanted, and then there is a mid-pregnancy where it is anti-inflammatory, and then again it goes into the pro-inflammatory stage, and that is where parturition happens and the baby is born. Any disbalance over time leads to a pregnancy loss if we talk about it. Immunological factors, of course, is the cytokine imbalance, expansion of peripheral natural killer cells, dysregulation of the uterine natural killer cells, and allorecognition and untreated hypothyroidism. So thyroid is also very important. But as we know, just like one size doesn't fit all, so similarly is not one treatment will be leading to a success rate in all cases of RIF. So because there is a bidirectional interface between the fetus and the endometrium, there is apposition, adhesion, and invasion, and vascular remodeling happening at the same time, and that is where importance of these things. So what happens, there might be a disruptive endometrial receptivity, which needs to be corrected, altered expression of genes, immunological disturbances, epigenetic alteration, and as I've been telling again and again, an altered TH1, TH2 ratio, and NK cells. So if there is a TREG, the tree regulatory cells are depleted, again that can lead to the immunological disturbances leading to a RIF, the recurrent pregnancy loss. So basically when we are talking of RIF, the entire thing is around the immune dysregulation, which we need to understand. So it is whenever there is an immune dysregulation, will there be an embryo implantation which will fail, and there is a cytokine storm. So very clearly in these cases, the TH1 will increase, the TH16 would increase, the TH2 would decrease, and the T regulatory cells will decrease, and the uterine NK cells will not be working properly. So that's where the entire story is. We have been doing treatment options. Everybody has been using, some use lipids, some does LIT, others have used heparin, aspirin, steroids, HCQS, IVIGs, TNF or alpha blockers like tacrolimus. So everybody has been using something or the other in hope of giving an adequate result in cases of RIF. And now we have another, there's another LIT, a lot of people have used with limited evidence. I personally have not been a great in favor of LIT therapy generally, haven't found it very useful, but yes, there are people who have used now with their associated side effects, risks as well. So now current therapies which have been used, nothing has been proven to be absolutely recommended or useful, and another baby we have around the corner, which is thymosin alpha. So now what to do, believe, not believe, give, not give, is another big story which we need to do, but we need to understand what thymosin alpha actually is. It is of course a synthetic peptidomimetic 28 amino acids secreted by the thymus, and basically it is a modulator of the innate immunity. Till now, the drugs act on one factor or the other, and this is basically a modulator. So this is a video. I thought I will use it in the initial part to play. How do I get it to play? Can you play it from there? Please play it. So it's a short animation which sort of introduces the drug as to what it is regulating. It is a 2-minute video which will play. Yes. Where is the audio to it?
Greatest joy in life is becoming a mother. And IVF treatment is a dependable path to achieve this joy. The greatest joy in life is becoming a mother. And IVF treatment is a dependable path to achieve this joyful possibility. Yet, more than 50% women undergoing IVF treatment fail to become pregnant after the first embryo transfer. There are multiple risk factors which may lead to recurrent implantation failure or RIF.
Sorry for the glitch.
A balanced maternal immune system greatest joy in life is becoming a mother. A controlled
Otherwise, I can continue. So basically, when we talk about thymosin alpha, it's a new drug and people have been using variably. The thing is that it is a immunomodulator. That is the biggest point of it. It is not that it brings down one totally. It helps in bringing the levels of TN alpha down, improving the levels of Th2 helper cells. That is, I can have my presentation then. So basically, these are the immunological changes which are the effect of thymosin alpha. You can look at that video and maybe we can play it in the end. So basically, the immunological changes are that there is increased CD3 count, decreased CD16, increase in Th1, decrease in Treg, and Th17 levels are increased. So basically, thymosin alpha has been seen to have a positive impact to reduce RIF on each of the factors individually. What is its mechanism of action is basically by immune modulation, number one, then improving the Th1, Th2 balance, and also interestingly, it improves the endometrial receptivity. It may improve the implantation niche, it enhances immune tolerance, and has got no relation with age, BMI, and progesterone. The only limitation with the drug has been that the studies so far have been limited. So that is why this still comes under as an experimental group, and the studies which have been done, they did not have any control, so that is why individual small studies have been done. The importance is that the immune markers, they are modulated by the drug. The TNF alpha, so what are the reference ranges is basically TNF alpha, CD3 cells, the CD16 and IL-6. I'm sure everybody is not doing lot of these investigations because doing these investigations also comes at a particular cost. But we know that this is something which we can offer to the patients in patients of RIF, because when they want a pregnancy, most of them are ready and understand that they are ready for an evaluation, and this is what we have been doing at our center and our patients, because we have lot of patients who come with multiple failures, 4 failures, 5 failures, and that is where we need to go and discuss with the patient, because if we talk only about guidelines, definitely the recommendation is not there very clearly, but if you have such cases, then that is where the discussion comes, that is where the entire counseling comes, and what is the will of the patient, that is very important. So basically, what has been found is on all these parameters, when thymosin, their values return to baseline and reached within the normal range. So basically, the goal of thymosin alpha therapy has been to normalize the dysregulated immune modulators. So basically, what we are trying to do is just trying to modulate the immune system and not increase or decrease it. So this was a small subset of patients in which thymosin alpha we had given. Here the patients, there are 39 patients in which we have done an embryo transfers. The inclusion criteria was patients had more than 2 IVF failures and they agreed to undergo thymosin alpha therapy after proper counseling. And also the TNF alpha levels were increased in these patients. A lot of people will ask me that why the TH1, TH2 cells measure was not done in these patients. The mainly reason was the cost around it, and because once the patient already has spent from the pocket for 2 cycles or 3 cycles or more than that, then sometimes they are not very keen to get the investigations done before that. So with proper counseling and the consents, we did this thing and we found that 48% of the patients who had had at least 2 failures, most of them were 3 failures or more than above, did conceive the pregnancy. This data has not been segregated on the basis of endometriosis, adenomyosis or other things, because we still are working on these and studying further. So, but the preliminary response is very, very useful and I would say reassuring, because somebody who has had multiple failures, if we are nearly achieving a pregnancy rate of 50% in them, it is something which can be offered to the patient. Of course, with coming times, I think we'll have more clarity about how much dose, what to give, how to give, what are the investigations required. Should we do all the immune profile of the patients? And I'm sure the labs are coming up, which will be offered, will be able to give us things when we can offer to the patient at a better price. Now comes the clinical safety, because that is something which always worries all of us. So it has been available. This drug is not a new drug. It has been available till 1979. It is approved by US FDA, DGCI in 35 countries, used in 230,000 patients, and a lot of articles are around the drug. Interestingly, this drug was introduced in COVID patients basically to control the cytokine storm, and that is from where the use of this drug came in patients of RIF. And there is a very, very low incidence of adverse event effects. These are other articles which show that it has been useful in preventing recurrent miscarriage and implantation failures. So these are the few studies. Basically, there was another study which was done and they concluded that thymosin alpha may enhance uterine environment and improve the receptivity of the patient. So basically, how does it work is we have to identify the RIF patients with 3 or more failed cycles, in whom the primary thing is that we should always remember the transfer of good embryos were done. There's no point in transferring poor quality embryos and then saying she is a RIF. Evaluate the immune profile. Ideally, there should be a TH1, TH2 ratio, uterine NK profile if available, and clinical history. Then consider TH1 alpha. Of course, as I said, it is still an experimental therapy, and then monitor the outcomes in terms of HCG, positivity, cardiac activity, and correlate with immune markers. So basically, what is the recommended routine right now is day 1, you start with 2 injections subcutaneously, 1.6 milligrams. So you give a 3.2, and then you give an alternate days till the day till 1 day before embryo transfer, and then the final embryo transfer is done. Lot of people are also continuing it further on a bi-weekly doses till the results of beta HCG comes, and when beta HCG comes, they continue it till first 12 weeks of pregnancy as well. So basically, if we have to see, then the benefit must be weighed against the maternal and fetal side effects. Since the side effects are few, we can give a try. Uses of lowest effective dose, and regularly evaluate if you are giving this treatment, what is the outcome of this. But to conclude, I would still say that ESHRE stance is very clear. The recommendation is still not for these immunological treatments or neither they say investigate nor treat them. So that is something which we have to be careful about. So whenever we are giving, there should always be a word of caution. A proper counseling, discussion and consent remains very, very important for it. So basically, this was around thymosin alpha. I like to check if you have the presentation, if we can see the video. This is some of our upcoming workshops, because I see a lot of young people here. They can register for that. And this is the video. I'm sure it will not play. So basically, in summary, it is that thymosin restores immune balance, builds maternal tolerance, improves endometrial receptivity, and as an adjuvant to immunological factor in RIF. Or whenever we are dealing with RIF, one thing which needs to be kept in mind very, very clearly is that it is a multifactorial condition. It is associated with lifestyle changes, which are very, very important, besides other male-female factors and endometrial factors as well. So it offers more than an immune balance for couples facing repeated loss. It renews hope, and it's a chance for body to welcome the baby and hold a new life. So that is about it. Thank you. I'd like the video to be played again.
Greatest joy in life is becoming a mother. And IVF treatment is a dependable path to achieve this joyful possibility. Yet, more than 50% women undergoing IVF treatment fail to become pregnant after the first embryo transfer. There are multiple risk factors which may lead to recurrent implantation failure, or RIF. A balanced maternal immune system plays a crucial role in the establishment, maintenance, and completion of a healthy pregnancy. Subsets of T helper cells, such as Th1, Th2, Th17, along with T regulatory cells, play a distinct role during pregnancy. Under normal conditions, a controlled inflammatory response of the TNF-alpha produced by Th1 cells benefits trophoblast implantation. At the same time, cytokines produced by Th2 cells exert a dominant anti-inflammatory effect, thereby balancing the Th1 response and protecting the fetal development. The Th17 cells induce protective immunity against extracellular microbes during pregnancy. Simultaneously, the Treg cells regulate the local inflammatory immune responses, potentially detrimental to the fetus. However, in aberrant conditions, elevated levels of Th1 cells in the peripheral blood results in increased production of pro-inflammatory cytokine, TNF-alpha, creating an imbalance in Th1, Th2 immune response, which may result in implantation failure. An increased proportion of Th17 cells and related cytokines and depleted levels of Treg cells and its cytokines in the peripheral blood may result in RIF. Hence, a balance between Th17 and Treg cell immunity may also determine the pregnancy outcome. Studies suggest that thymosin alpha-1, a peptide secreted by the thymus glands, plays a vital role in regulating the desired concentrations of Th1, Th2, Th17, and Treg cells in the peripheral blood, which may eventually result in a successful pregnancy outcome. However, depleted levels of thymosin alpha in maternal serum may lead to immune disturbances in periconceptional endocrine, leading to RIF. To improve the implantation rate and clinical outcome in RIF patients,
Fertimax, a division of Gufic Biosciences, brings to you
Guficin alpha injection modulates immunity effectively. Thymosin alpha-1 in glucosin alpha is a synthetic peptidomimetic hormone of thymosin containing 28 amino acids. Glucosin alpha is a safe, well-tried, time-tested, and widely approved by regulatory bodies like US FDA, DCGI, and recognized in 35 different countries. Thymosin alpha-1 in glucosin alpha reduces Th1 cells and elevates Th2 cytokines to a balanced ratio, reduces the secretion of Th17, and increases the levels of Treg cells, leading to improved pregnancy outcomes. Adhering to this dosage protocol of glucosin alpha during pre-ET phase may improve implantation rates in RIF patients. Doctor, spread the joy of motherhood with glucosin alpha. Modulates immunity effectively.
Let's have a big round of applause for Dr. Gunjan Gupta Govind. Thank you so much, ma'am, for that insightful presentation. Ma'am, we request you, Gunjan ma'am, we request you to kindly please stay back, and I would like to invite Ms. Khushbu Sharma. Ma'am, please come on stage and fill state Dr. Gunjan Gupta for this amazing presentation we have. And let's give it a round of applause for Dr. Gunjan Gupta. And with this, we transition to our next presentation, which is advancing clinical solution for birth defects. As fertility care continue to evolve, one of the most exciting transformation is being driven by genomics. Today, reproductive medicine is increasingly moving towards greater precision, deeper genetic understanding, and more personalized clinical decision making. From embryo assessment and genetic screening to reproductive risk evaluation and precision diagnostics, genomics is helping clinicians make more informed decisions and empowering patients with greater clarity throughout their fertility journey. And our next presentation brings a global perspective on innovation, technology, and genomic solutions that are transforming reproductive medicine worldwide. It is my pleasure to invite Ms. Yang Yu, Product Manager, Asia Pacific Total Solution Department from BGI Genomics. Ma'am have joined us online.
Thank you. Yes, I'm done. Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. So they have already the presentation about advancing clinical solutions for the birth defects. And for the on-score clinical service to the patient service, reproductive, oncology, infectious disease, and even chronic disease. Here, we offer all the equipment, the software, and the database section for our customer. So actually, the support program have 21 million from the lifting. It means the non-invasive testing for the prenatal detections based on the screening method. And besides that, we also offer the pre-pregnancy for the couples before pregnancy here, like thalassemia screening and carrier screening, and offer some diagnostic solutions for the disorder couples here. And beside that, we'll also have the tier 3 prevention from the newborn baby here. And now we almost have 10 million of the newborn screenings based on the metabolic screening, the hearing loss, the genetic screening here. And finally, it's about the solutions for the children and the teenagers for the diagnosis here. BGI was known by the NIPT detections. We are also the one of the leading companies to offer the solutions here with the higher sensitivities and the specificities of the product performance. here, but actually BGI can offer no more than NIPT. We can offer the primary prevention detection from the maternal genome DNA here, and offer the solutions based on the positive case here, and also the suggestions for the prenatal diagnosis. Even how is the like a pregnancy based on the strategy to continue or terminal based on the disorder discovered here. But also we can offer the nifty mono detections for the monogenic disease for the dominant prevention of the fetal here, and also offer the diagnosis based on the chromosome genome sequencing, and also the single genes disorder by the Sanger and the WES, WGS detection here. So once we got the final decisions here, we can move forward based on the genetic results here. And also for the Tier 3 tertiary prevention for the newborn babies, like metabolic and genetic disease offered by the Nobel Product series. And finally was the inherited disease diagnosis from the genetic NGS solutions. So firstly, let's have a brief introductions based on the carrier screenings here. It means the single gene to multiple genes disorder based on the effective initial onset of the severe recessive hereditary disease here. The most famous one was based on the thalassemia's detection, but the traditional roadmap actually have a significant disadvantages based on the positive rate and also the missed rates. We can easily see from the table and graphic here. And nowadays, BGI trying to using the NGS technology and also the nanopore single molecular sequencing principle for the Tier 1 screening and also the Tier 2 testing of the positive or suspected affected patient here. We detect no more than the site mutation, but also can including some the large fragment deletion and also the triplications here, including the real type of the thalassemias based on the nanopore sequencing here. And all of the turnaround time was no more than 38 hours. And just as we mentioned, actually, we are not only to focus on the thalassemia detection. We also can offer the multiple genes prevention from the carrier screening detection scope here, including the hundreds and thousands of the conditions here we mentioned. These were really suitable for the normal phenotype couples and also someone undergoing assisted reproductions guidance like a pre-implantations couples here. And we already have a great achievement in the China mainland. We also want to take it into the overseas customer here. Like we already have the consensus based on the reproductive field, like the IVF centers can offer thousands of the conditions for the couple screening. But I also have our early screening strategies for the prenatal screenings with the maternal's DNA. Another one we have for the pre-implantation genetic testing for the disorder based on the interventions here. So like a standard one is PGDA, and BGI offered the total solutions based on the localization part, including the 4 meg base disorders, the deletions here, 16 meg base here, and also the chromosome disorder based on the specific chromosome triploid detection. So it's kind of the throughput based on our solutions here, including the G50 here with the 16 samples per round to save the cost of per sample batch here. And we offer the electronic chromosome karyotyping detection based on the gene signal here from the technology from the NGS detection. Another one is for the Tier 2 prevention here. This is for the non-invasive screening. We already have some like an NIPT detection, but today we want to introduce you with the monogenic disease screening here. It will cover almost 155 targeted genes here to associated with 218 dominant disease. This will be the useful tools for the dominant disease screening based on the non-invasive samples we have. So so far we already have 20 more SCI papers based on the monogenic disease disorder. And according from the product here, we cover the multi-system syndrome and also nervous system disease, skeletal system disease here, and so on. So this will be the useful way for our local countries to offer the new technology for the prevention. Besides that, actually, BGI got total solutions based on the workflow. We offer the fully automation platform. It will help us to dealing with the plasma samples to the DNB samples in 12.5 hours here. So instead, compared to the manual way, it will also be the cost-effective solutions for our local laboratory, and only ask for no more than 2 meters squares for the space to do the whole processing based on the wet lab workflow. And final one is based on the tier 3 preventions here. This is suitable for the neonatal screening. It will help us to early screen for the diagnosable, treatable, and also the manageable genetic disease. And compared to the traditional way, not only the deafness genetic disease, also not only about the metabolic disease here, we also can detect with the genetic disease, cover 200 more genes with the 200 different kind of the disease here, almost including the 10,000 mutations of the disease. And here we do based on the tier 1 screening, means it will suitable for all of the newborn, or tier 2 screening here to detect the suspected affected child here. And the product already covered the alpha deletion and also beta deletions here, and some kinds of the real type of the DMD and SM1 deletion based on the exon 7. So it will also be the multiple disease, the screening solution for the newborn baby. And here we do the multi-centers based on the China populations with the higher detection based on the screening rate, and also detected with the 15% of the suspected patients, which are missed by the traditional MBS detection, show us a really effective way to do the prevention. Final part is the comprehensive diagnosis approach for the genetic disorder. It will cover including the CMV, WES, and the CMV plus WES solution, also the final WGS solutions, and our AI technologies here for the total solutions detection. And as we cover the different kinds of the diagnosis methods for the kinds of the mutations, and all of the regions already got the NMPA and CE certificate. So it's quite suitable for the disorder family history and also prenatal diagnosis here, and also the neonatal diagnosis based on the patient's level. So as we already know, like a CMA detection is quite a common one to using for the chromosome disorder detection and bundled with the karyotyping. But NGS platform also offer us with the similar detections based on the chromosome disorder here, like it's quite suitable for the miscarriage population, for the chronic villus samples here with less than 12 weeks of the early abortions here, and also suitable for the aneuploidy detection based on the prenatal diagnosis. Similar like exome solutions here, we detect more than 5,000 genes, and to cover the protein coding regions with the up and down 20 base pairs in the intron regions here. Even the mitochondrial genome was involved. So we have an average depth based on the exome detection is more than 200 times here, and also can cover the different kind of disorders like the deep intron pathogenic mutations, and also the large copy number variations here based on our spike in technology, and aneuploidies, and also the LOH for the UBD disease. So the total solutions based on the diagnosis pathway, we also offer the whole genome sequencing. It can be detected all of the mutation type we just mentioned, and also integrated with the metagenome for the microorganism here for the prenatal diagnosis. So means the pathogenic infections can also be discovered by the WGS solutions here for the infections. So here, based on the strategies we already have, it will be the primary choice for the genetic clinic, pediatric clinic, and also the fetal medicine clinic here to cover the different kind of a disease system like a cancer tumor syndrome, and also the skeletal system disease, the respiratory disease, and so on. So these will be the common technologies we can offer by BGI. And finally, it's based on our ultimate experience of the sample in and report out system. So means we are not only to offer the solution based on the wet experiment, we also offer some solutions based on the dry lab here. So we already integrated with the genetic disease database and also infectious disease database. Here we name it Wanxiang database here to cover all of the solutions we mentioned, including the oncology and infection chronic disease inside. So it will help us to filtering the variants automatically and also generate the final report automatically. And based on the AI tools, we got ChatGPT solutions to using for the clinical consultations to help the doctors and the patients understand our report easily. So based on the total solutions we have and the product portfolios, we can easily cover the birth defect solutions with the sample in and report out. So here is the all presentation part we offer for today's meeting. And thank you all. Thank you very much for inviting.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for this amazing presentation. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. With this, we move on to our next panel discussion. But before that, I would like to again indulge and engage with the audience sitting here with some question on screen. So can we have the question, please? Okay. So the question is, which country performed Asia's first successful IVF resulting in birth in 1986? Please raise your hand. I can only see one hand. Okay. I'll go there first.
India.
Option C, India. Okay. So says it's Singapore. Okay. Okay. D, Singapore. Okay. Yes, ma'am. I'm coming to you. India. India. It's C, India. Japan. Okay. Any more guesses? Japan. India. Okay. Any more guesses? China, ma'am. Okay. So can we have the right answer on screen? We got every guess. It's Japan, China, India, Singapore. Okay, let me take a poll. Who votes for option A, Japan? Okay. And then option, we got the right answer anyways. So the correct answer is India, and I got the first correct answer from here. So this is for you, ma'am. Congratulations. Let's have a round of applause. So we'll be starting our next panel discussion with this. The next panel discussion is Beyond PGT, a future of embryo genomics in IVF. As genomics continue to reshape reproductive medicine, the conversation is rapidly moving beyond traditional genetic screening and towards a future powered by deeper data, greater precision, and increasingly sophisticated decision-making tool. The question is, as the science evolves, so must the conversation. So how do we harness these innovations responsibly? What is clinically meaningful today? And what still belongs to the future? And to answer these questions, we are ready with our next set of panel discussion. And firstly, I would like to invite our moderator, Dr. Vipin Chandra, Chief of Clinical and Lab Operations at Indra IVF Group and Director at MatCare Maternity. I request everyone to please welcome our speakers with a big round of applause. I would like to invite Dr. Sabarpreet Singh, Head Clinical Embryology and Andrology at Artemis Hospital. Let's give him a round of applause. And Dr. Gunjan Gupta Govil, Founder and Director at Gunjan IVF World. I request everyone to keep rolling their hands and show some energy as I'm going to invite Dr. Bhavna Agarwal, Consultant Clinical Geneticist at Yashoda Medicity and Koshambi and Consultant Clinical Geneticist at Sujan, a Lilac Insight Initiative. I would like to invite Dr. Rajni Khajuria, Consultant Geneticist and Certified Genetic Counselor. Please give a big round of applause to all our panelist speakers. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks my panelists and the viewers team to invite us and on this a little difficult topic and but futuristic and interesting, intriguing topic. I think this will wake you up from the lethargy of heavy meal. Let me introduce put the facts on against the audiences why this topic is important. Today we know that there is a embryo selections happening. Embryo selection, there are a lot of means are available. Till date, we have traveled a long journey, starting from day 3 to we have moved to day 5, and then now day 5 to pharmacokinetics, morphological time lapses and all, and then PGTA. With all these means, still we are still struggling in providing success rates. Good success rates among a lot of failed patients, as well as we are not very 100% sure of whether any euploid embryo will give us a pregnancy. So with that, lot of buzz is happening in the world around new technologies which may add a value in selecting the embryos, which may add value just not because the embryo may be genetic, it's in a competent one to give us a live birth or not. Values may come up from some new technologies like omics, AI, and can there be a potential where these omics, genomics, transcriptomics, proteomics can add to metabolic competence of an embryo to give us a better success rates in selecting an embryo which is having a more potential to have translates into a good success. So with that thought, we have very celebrated panelists over here. Sarabjit, who is an embryologist, who let us know how the embryo selection can be in future with these. Then we have Dr. Gunjan, an IVF expert. We have Dr. Bhavna and Dr. Rajni as an genetist. So welcome you all. Sarabjit, first to you. Means you must be indulging into the counseling of patients who are getting failures, and though there may be chances where patients are coming up with an being transferred with an PGTA euploid embryos and are still getting failed. So do you think there is a ceiling effect is there in PGTA? Is there something extra can be done, or can we move to a new dimension of a new genomics beyond aneuploidies?
So thank you so much, VOH, for inviting me, and thank you, Dr. Vipin, for that question. I don't think PGT has a ceiling effect. Rather, on the contrary, I feel that it's evolving. There are many reasons for failure, innumerable reasons. It can be the endometrium, the embryonic endometrial interplay, and hence and so forth. I mean, there are many reasons. But yeah, PGTA is evolving. You must have heard of the term PGT-AO, which Ashray has coined. So we are moving from NGS to a higher technology, which is SNP-based, SNP-based technology, where it offers significant advantages over an NGS diagnosis. Now we can diagnose triploidy, haploidy. We don't need to, assess a 2PN embryo. We can decipher the source of contamination. We can look into uniparietal disomy cases which were missing with NGS earlier. So there's a higher probability of getting euploid embryos now compared to earlier. We can definitely trace the source of mosaicism to a paternal source or a maternal source, mitotic versus meiotic, ICM versus trophectoderm. So things are looking up for PGTA in all respects, I feel.
Okay. Moving means you say still a lot to evolve in the PGTA.
And also, I would like to mention that the WGS technique, which has come up with PGTA in PGT in general, now you can do PGTA, PGT-SR, as well as PGTM on the same platform. And also, you can look into the polygenic risk score also, which may not be a significant improvement. PRS in general, I think we'll go on to discuss that. But yes, it does offer that advantage also now.
Okay, we will discuss the PRS, and because it's a Pandora box available over there. But going forward, is still the adoption of PGTA is still not very great in India. Even in Indra, we feel like we do almost 10 to 15% cycles which are PGTA tested embryos been done. But beyond PGTA, there are something we call where we can think of more healthier embryos can be transferred is through the expanded carrier screening. And I still feel that those things are though available in the market since long, but not been have penetrated and got adopted very well. Dr. Rajni, a question to you. Do you think that the expanded carrier screening will become a routine in one fertility workup in the future?
Thank you, Dr. Vipin. That's a very interesting question. But again, the answer to that, I will not say that it will become a routine. But yes, expanded carrier screening is a very good technology where we test autosomal recessive and X-linked recessive disorders. And as per professional guidelines and professional societies, we should provide this to only those couple who are in preconception level and they want to improve their reproductive outcome. So instead of saying that we can offer it as a routine, we should give it as a kind of a test to the patient where we should provide a comprehensive counseling to the patient that what the test is doing and basically to improve the reproductive outcome. And what is missing in right now, as you said rightly, that this technology was available quite a long time back, not recent one, but it was never promoted in right way. There are no proper guidelines in India as for expanded carrier screening. So we follow the international guidelines, and if I have to offer it to patient, I will definitely recommend carrier screening because it can improve the reproductive outcome. But I will counsel the patient rightly, giving the benefit limitation of the technology so that they can choose it. It should be their. So we should respect their autonomy, that whether they want to knowing the what test is doing, they want to do it or not.
A subset of this question. So we have seen the transition of genetic economics, starting from the $1,000 of NGS per patient, now gone down to not even $50.
Yeah.
Now, don't you think it should get penetrated and well accepted by now?
Yeah, it's a very dicey question, but yes, it has gone to a quite like it has become economical now. But again, there are a lot of factors involved in that you have to take care of, that whether the laboratories which are offering the test are validated, and whether what kind of panels they are using for carrier screening, because as per professional guidelines and societies, we have certain recommended genes which should be offered to the reproductive couple. So we have to look forward to that, because now commercially as this test is available, but they are offering it in a way that you have much more than what is being recommended. So you should offer those which are recommended by the guideline, not the ones which are providing you too much information, because that's also dangerous.
Taking the same question forward, means we have gynecologists and the IVF expert on the team, on the panel also. So Dr. Rajni, will you offer, Dr. Gunjan, will you offer your patients expanded screening, carrier screening?
See, I always feel whenever it comes to genetics and all these conditions, everything is around counseling of the patient and the need of the patient. It's not everything you can offer to everyone, but yes, expanded carrier screening can be offered in patient whenever there is a genetic history of an abnormal baby, whenever there is consanguineous marriages and RIFs and special cases. In fact, there's a huge number of patients going for donors. So that is also somewhere we can consider that yes, that carrier screening can be offered, because especially when somebody is taking a donor, why take a disease along with that? So that these are very, very important things where it can be offered.
But guidelines, though India doesn't have any such guidelines, but ASRM, ACMG, as well as ASHRAE, very well, they are very profoundly very vocal about getting this expanded screening done for most of the IVF patients. And it should be pan-ethnic rather than as very specific to ethnic specific NGS screening. Dr. Bhavna, taking this question forward on the genome carrier screening, we know there are whenever genetist or the genetic lab comes to as a clinician to us also, they offer MLP, that we have MLP here, we have targeted gene panels, we have clinical exome, we have whole exomes. So what do you think, which among all these platforms available for carrier screening, which one is the best suited and which was suited for which kind of a patients?
Thank you, Dr. Vipin, for this question. The choice of test in genetics is actually dependent on what we want to screen. So as we all know that we have been talking, Dr. Gunjan and Dr. Rajni also pointed that ACMG, because we follow that, is recommending pan-ethnic carrier screening to be opted. And now the term of expanded ethnic-based carrier screening is no more used. We are using tier-based screening now. So they are recommending tier 3 screening for all the couples. Like Dr. Rajni mentioned, you tell them everything with pre-test counseling. Like in IVF also, we are doing pre-test counseling. Here we tell that this is available and you can opt or not opt. You have to tell them about the results also, views and all. Regarding the test, one is MLPA, which is actually looking for the copy number variation. The other three, which Dr. Vipin was mentioning, the panels, carrier screening for a couple with whole exome or clinical exome, is actually sequencing techniques. So if I have to divide, I would be offering a couple ACMG based 119 genes which involve autosomal recessive and X-linked conditions in a form of a panel along with MLP of SMA. Because SMA is one condition where we are actually looking for a copy number variation. So this is one thing which we should be knowing. But saying that if I have a history of some genetic disorder in a family or it has high consanguinity, I would go for MLPA SMA along with WES, which is whole exome sequencing, because I may not be getting those genes covered in the targeted panels. So the history curation is one step which will help me to decide the test which I'm going to order. Clinical exome is out of question because that's just a Indianized term just to decrease the cost. It covers those 5,000 OMIM morbid genes. So we as a practice also we prefer WES or panels. Clinical exome is one or more or less redundant now.
So if I summarize for the audience, so best is the targeted panel,
Yes.
should be pan-ethnic.
Yes.
And to include MLPA if we are thinking of some copy number variations. Clinical exome sequencing is good enough, but there is a possibility of VUS over there. So to avoid it, and cost is also high.
Yes.
And WX exosing when you are thinking a very doubtful condition. And
That's
so,
true.
Okay.
That's true.
Dr. Gunjan, taking the question to you again, we have discussed that extended career screening is good to have because it gives an opportunity and possibility to the couple to decide about the reproductive outcome as well as the offsprings also. So any particular conditions among the couples whom you think should be the ideal candidates for offering these extended career screenings?
See, thalassemia, if you're talking about the clinical condition, very commonly in our population, we have thalassemia. So they are the ones who should be offered carrier screening. And besides that, Duchenne muscular dystrophy, the SMDs, basically the monogenic disorders are the ones who should be offered. Then whenever there is a imbalanced translocations, they are the ones where the structural testing can be done. And especially if there are patients of multiple failures, multiple recurrent pregnancy losses, they are the patient where we should always think in terms of genetic screening in the couple so that we can reach to a conclusion and just not continue clinically treating on other factors as well. So that's where I would be very keen. And of course, whenever there is an abnormal baby in the family, advanced maternal age, there are other people whom we can offer them.
Okay. Dr. Rajni, we talk about clinical exome sequencing, Bhavna has said. So it's a cost-cutting measure, but otherwise it should be whole exome sequencing. And now both these technologies will come up with one disadvantage. We all know VUS, means variant of uncertain significance. And when variant of uncertain significance is there is difficulty in counseling the patient, differently and identifying whether it should PGTA to M should be done or SR to be done to rule out all these. How a clinician should deal with whenever VUS is there in their reports, in the patient reports.
Thank you, Dr. Vipin. Very beautiful question because this is what we encounter most of the time. So yeah, first of all, we all have to understand that VUS is a change for which we don't know the proper information, whether it's a disease-causing change or non-disease causing. So when you know that there is uncertainty, so when you counsel the patient, the counseling is also very complex, that how to explain that to the patient, that what you do with that. But yes, we have professional guidelines about VUS and we follow that. So when a VUS is found, so the clinician should first of all remember that the patient should not be labeled as a carrier, first of all, for VUS, because we don't know it's a disease causing. And then second thing is that you should counsel the patient properly, comprehensive genetic counseling, so that they have proper understanding about the change, that what exactly it is, so that they are properly informed and they can make their informed choices. And then you have to make sure that you have you have to guide the patient, that, and clinician also should know that we have to get the the VUS reclassified, because as the genetic databases are changing over the time, so the classification of VUS can change over time as benign, non-disease causing or disease causing. So they should counsel that every 6 months or 3 months or a year, they should keep that reclassification done to know, and accordingly we have to keep updating the knowledge to the patient also.
Sarabjit, if a couple has to have make a decision about whether the embryos be transferred or not, if there are certain views there in the report, what the guideline says and how you approach to such patients.
So I'm sorry, I have a limited experience with these. We do encounter WGS reports with a lot of VUS conditions, but we interpret only, what are indicated. We try to interpret the VUS in terms of infertility, what is contributing to infertility and all, and take the help of geneticists like Dr. Rajni.
Yeah, just to add over here to men's as. Yeah, if you want to add anything, yes.
No, it's just that, of course, we are dependent as a clinician. We are always dependent on the genetist, and always they should be a part of the counseling when the patient is diagnosed with VUS. And the most important thing being, of course, the pathogenic and the non-pathogenic. And what I have realized with experience, most of them, they are non-pathogenic, and just adding on to a lot of confusion as to what to do next. But yes, genetist counseling is very, very important and helpful, both, I feel.
So as per the guidelines of ACMG and ASRM and ASHRAE, if the carrier screening has been done and there are VUS, they should not be considered while doing while selecting the embryos, because they are most of them benign, and because there is no condition been associated to them. So till date, the guideline says that you can proceed with the transfers without taking them into considerations. Taking the discussion forward now a step further, we are a lot of new technologies are coming, and a lot of buzz is there on the social media about polygenic disorders, polygenic disease scoring systems, and embryo evaluation. So, Dr. Bhavna, how you think that what exactly the polygenic score, first of all, and how does it differ from PGTM or routine carrier screenings?
Thank you, sir, for this very pertinent question, specifically in the era of sudden heart attacks happening in and out in the adult population. This polygenic risk score is mainly for the adult population, which is being used to quantify the risk for certain multifactorial disorders. The term is multifactorial. So we are actually quantifying just the genetic variant spread throughout the genome to assess their risk or to estimate the exact risk of them getting the disorder, like talking about, cardiac conditions, talking about some cancers. So now replicating this to embryo is something which is, at present in research setting only. I would say it's not in clinical, the guidelines, professional guidelines say that you should not be doing it. So in PRS, PGDP, which is called as, pre-implantation testing for polygenic disorders, is actually testing the embryo for a number of genes to estimate the risk of getting adult onset disorders like cardiac disorders or cancers. Vis-a-vis in PGDM, it is mainly for the monogenic disorders. Monogenic means one gene, one disorder. So if I'm talking about thalassemia, HBB gene is defective, and the patient is having thalassemia. So I'm seeing the variant. I know the embryo is not having that variant, and the disorder would not be there in the embryo. Vis-a-vis in PGDP, which is your polygenic risk score, I'm not sure whether if I'm saying it is low, the patient will not have it, because in polygenic disorders or multifactorial disorders, the genetic thing is one. Other is, environmental factors, how the lifestyle would be, the other unknown factors. So this is how it is different. A number of genes are tested. In PRS, vis-a-vis in PGDM, we are testing only one gene, one disorder.
So to summarize it, what Dr. Bhavna has said, to make it very simple, PGTM is for the single mutations, which are monogenic mutations, so that we know, and it's a a kind of a confirmatory test for those mutations and those pathological things, whereas PRS is a polygenic embryo assessments where all SNPs and variations are being taken into consideration. Algorithm is run around, and then we come to a conclusion what this embryo may have as a prediction score. Possibility of a particular polygenic disorder, polygenic disease, which are long-standing, long-term adulthood, which may happen in during the adulthood stage. So it is just give a predictable score rather than a confirmatory finding that this is abnormal embryo or not. Moving forward, Dr. Gunjan, is the polygenic disease prediction is how scientifically robust they are, and are they good enough to influence the embryo transfer selections?
See, if we talk today, then definitely not. They are not robust enough that you cannot really take a decision whether to go for PGP entirely. Of course, it looks very promising, especially for multifactorial disease, the common disorders, because it is a probability of a person having a disease. So it is ethnicity based, it is depending upon, for example, if we talk about the Indian and the Asian population, we have a very high incidence of diabetes in comparison to the Caucasians. So here, of course, PGP may be something which would be something which is very, very promising. But today, to take a decision to transfer the embryo vis-a-vis a euploid embryo with a PGP is difficult to take in today's scenario, because it still remains an experimental thing.
And Dr. Sarabjit, what your take means? Will polygenic risk scoring of an embryo, will it take up will be the whole soul embryo selection modality in the future?
Long way to go, Dr. Vipin, because it's still a probability stage. That too, it's based on Western data sets. So we need to have Indian data sets studied in prospective studies, should come up. And then maybe after 10 to 15 years from now, we might have something good coming up. But again, this is multifactorial, a lot of environmental influences there. Today, taking an Ozempic may eliminate the risk of having a knee replacement surgery done in 5 years down the line. So a lot of environmental influence. I sincerely believe that it's a long way to go.
Yes. So it's very intriguing and very interesting technology which is coming and may seems to be fruitful, but now there's still a lot of validations and research is needed to make it a consolidate to be used across all the embryos for embryo selections. Yes. So it's a rapid fire question to all of you. Means if you have two euploid embryos available with the one having a high risk for say coronary heart disease and other is not so low risk, will you what you will go for selection? Will you select the low risk one for CAD or the higher one?
So if the embryo quality matches in all respects, I'll definitely go for just for the theoretical benefit of it, I'll go for a low PRS risk, low CBS risk.
Anyone else?
My take is a little different on that, because as we are talking about PRS and we know that it's only a disease susceptibility, it doesn't define that you have the disease is going to develop. And especially when two embryo, you're talking about coronary artery disease. Okay, so it's again complex disorder, and two euploid embryo from the same parent, then really they share the same genetic matter. So as the scientific evidence is still evolving and it is an experiment tool, I will still consider taking call on a lot of other factor, morphology and other things also, not along with only that particular thing. So I would not.
See, grading of the embryo, the quality of the embryo, and if both are euploid and same grade, then of course then you will go with a lower PRS score. And I think if we are doing a PRS score for an embryo, then the patient also needs to be incorporated in the decision making. A proper counseling and discussion would be important.
If both the embryos are otherwise normal, definitely low PRS can be taken into account.
Yeah, so before taking into the PRS scoring into consideration, we should think of from the clinical perspective whether this among both the embryos are what is the need is there. We have ruled out embryo endometrial receptivity, all those things we have taken into consideration. Next question is to Dr. Bhavna. We as a clinicians feel a lot of confusion and trouble around dealing with the mosaic embryos. So what is the learning till date in the last 1 decade where we are now on the mosaicism?
Mentioned that earlier, it was on the basis of CGH or fish. So mosaicism, the level of mosaicism which was picked up was very high. So low level mosaicism was getting missed. Now NGS technology is there, even low level mosaicism up to 15%, 14% is also getting picked up. So the complexities are very many, because we all know that, like Dr. Gunjan was mentioning, the patient has limited number of embryos. So if we are talking about euploid, obviously euploid would be picked up. But if the patient is having 4 embryos, all are showing aneuploidy. So in those cases, low level mosaicism, I would say that, the learning is because of the self-correction which has been seen. And the learning is that the recent studies are saying that most of them, if we correlate with the fetal aneuploidy, only less than 1% they have the fetal aneuploidy. So it is between the patient. You have to sit for long hours. Patient has to be told about the implications of transferring a low level mosaic embryo, and the possibility of a healthy outcome also, a healthy life born also. So the technology has changed, as well as the learnings have changed. Self-correction, other things have come up, which needs to be kept in mind. I would say that.
So, Dr. Gunjan, how you decides if you have mosaic embryos?
See, it's
Only mosaics.
Yeah, this is what it is very, very difficult. In fact, I will ask another question to your question. I have currently a patient, I'm still in a dilemma and counseling her only. She came to us at 39, did the pickup, 3 embryos, 1 euploid, did not give her a pregnancy. Now she has 2 mosaics embryos and 41 years now. What to do? That is my dilemma today also while talking to her. Reason being that she doesn't want a donor by any chance. She doesn't want a pickup also. Not that pickup would give us better results. So mosaics are a difficult situation. As Dr. Bhavna mentioned, yes, we all are aware of the dynamicity of the genetic state of the embryo. It may become normal, but what if remains abnormal? So counseling is the only thing which would go forward, and the degree of mosaicism which will help me take a decision. If it is less than 40%, then proper consent, talking, counseling, and explaining her the risk of still having an abnormal baby or a pregnancy failure, if she is very keen to go for it.
So mosaics are giving you pregnancies. We have our own experience, means almost 30-40% pregnancies you can expect. But yeah, miss abortions will be on a less higher side. So a little low birth maybe we can expect with the mosaics. Coming to next is on AI. Now, do you think that an AI can integrate all these information, whether it's an omics, all kind of omics, transcriptomics, proteomics, metabolomics, as well as genomics, along with the morphokinetics? Can you think that that's going to be the future in the next 10 years, Sarabjit?
I feel AI is the way forward. AI is like the conductor of an orchestra. We have got a lot of musical instruments, genomics, proteomics, metabolomics playing, but somebody has to still orchestrate into a symphony. So AI will do it for us, because human brain can integrate, but it will take more time. So AI is the way forward, I think.
Okay, so we are running short of time. This is the last question to all of you. So if cost permits, regulation permits, as well as the patient is willing, which among all omics is your choice for embryo selection? Whether it's multi-omics, PRS, AI, non-invasive, or single-gen sequencing.
If I am given a choice, definitely I would go with multi-omics, because I would like to integrate a lot of technologies together. because that's where I am going to get a comprehensive evaluation of the embryo than depending on one single marker.
Last two quick question. Will omics also will have a PCPNT impact, just like we have about genomics? Because omics cannot do sex detection.
No, I don't think, because till sex selection or sex determination is not involved, so a PCPNT will not come into picture.
Okay. And can we do intelligent selections with the?
No, not at all.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for
Thank you.
questions.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. And thank you to our distinguished panelists for this incredible and insightful discussion. I would request Dr. Vipin Chandra, sir, to please come forward and felicitate the co-panelists. Dr. Sabarpreet Singh. Let's give them a big round of applause. Dr. Gunjan Gupta Govil. I request everyone to please keep rolling their hands and show some energy for our panelists. Dr. Bhavna Agarwal. Dr. Rajni Khajuria. I would like to invite Dr. Nishil Naveen, sir, to please come forward and felicitate Dr. Vipin Chandra for this amazing moderation. Thank you, sir. I request everyone to please come forward for your group picture. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. As we have just heard, advances in genomics and precision medicine are transforming the way we understand reproductive health and fertility outcomes. Yet, despite significant progress in assisted reproductive technologies, implantation continues to remain one of the most critical and complex stages in the IVF journey. While embryo quality remains an important factor, increasing attention is now being given to the role of reproductive genomics, endometrial receptivity, and infectious barrier that may influence implantation success. So a deeper understanding of these factors is helping clinicians move forward more towards personalized approaches and improved diagnostics and better patient outcomes. And to shed light on this important area, it is my pleasure to invite Dr. Murugan Nandagopal, Senior Scientist and General Manager at Lifestyle Diagnostics, to deliver his presentation on Empowering DICE Reproductive Genomics and Infectious Barrier to Implantation. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a big round of applause.
Good evening. Okay. Today we're going to discuss about empowering DICE. So this is the statistics say percentage of infertility in India. And the major problem what we face in IVF is 30% of the cases where unexplained infertility is going on. And always we consider many genetics as a major factor for this infertility, which is like from morning till day till now we have seen so many sessions on genetics. But now the genetics is like Bahubali, where you cannot change anything, right? But now we're going to see the Pushpa, that is infectious related to IVF. So what happens here? We concentrate more on genetic system of IVF failure cases, but we forget about the infectious causes. So what are the infectious can relate to this IVF process which has been done, currently being explored and identified. There are a lot of literatures have proved that chronic endometriosis causes major problem for this implantation failure, recurrent pregnancy loss, and abnormal uterine bleeding and endometrial polyps. You can see the percentage belongs almost 67% for this recurrent miscarriage due to chronic endometriosis condition. These infections are like Pushpa is a villain, not actually a hero. The movie is a negative role. So likewise, when a bacteria, you may kill it by antibiotic doxycycline, but the toxin produced by the bacteria will not be killed, will not be inhibited. It's like damaged by the bacteria in the endometrial system. That's called DAMP and PAMP, damage associated molecular patterns or pathogen associated molecular patterns. So what happens here? We clinically, currently what we do is histoscopy, histopathology and microbiology for culture. We believe microbiology is a gold standard, that culture will provide us a good report and we confidently go with the results. But in India, clinicians start not even do histoscopy. We strongly provide antibiotics empirically with doxycycline for 14 days or 7 days. That leads to drug-resistant microbes inside the uterus. Generally, drug-resistant infections occurs in the UTI or sepsis conditions, but nowadays it is happening at the endometrial region also. That leads to we cannot treat the patient. We may think culture negative, but due to the exposure, the culture may not grow properly. But patient may have the still infection. And the next concern is you can see here the bacteria which are highlighted in the red color: chlamydia, Neisseria, mycoplasma, ureaplasma. These bacteria will never grow in a routine microbiology lab. It is like we may like chapati or curd rice, but for E. coli and other bacteria, chapati, curd rice is enough to grow. But these bacteria which are highlighted in red color, it needs biryani. That too mutton biryani. Then only it will grow. So because it needs a cell line culture for the medium, for the growth, no routine laboratories will not use this methodology. Only for research purpose, we can identify these pathogens. But as we are from the live cell, we developed a panel called DICE, Detection of Infectious Chronic Endometritis, where we have screened all these major pathogens through RT-PCR method, real-time PCR methodology. In India, we have done around 15,033 samples in last 3 to 4 years. That is from June 2022 to April 2026, till last month. You can see out of 15,000 patients, we got positive for around 30%, that is 4,574. In which, these are the pathogens which are highly positive. You can see the 6 to 7% from Mycoplasma hominis, Ureaplasma parvum, Ureaplasma genitalium, and Mycoplasma genitalium, and which are culturally negative because it won't never grow in culture. But in India, we say, okay, I given doxycycline, that will work out for this pathogen also. Of course, it is correct, but nowadays doxycycline resistant pathogens also coming up. So in that situation, the WHO says for these pathogens, you can treat the patient with minocycline 100 mg BD for 14 days or with a follow-up with moxocycline for 7 days. So we think always, in India, most of the clinicians think TB is a major culprit for the endometritis. TB only creating a major problem for IVF procedures. But it's not only TB. In India, you see out of 15,000 patients, we got only 124, that is 0.8% positive for TB, and 191 patients, that is 1.27 positive for NTM. NTM is nothing but non-tuberculosis mycobacterium. It's like Rajinikanth. TB is like Rajinikanth, all over famous. But NTM is like Kamal Hassan. He is also a famous actor, but not being popular like Rajinikanth. Same way, non-tuberculosis mycobacterium also plays major role in this endometritis condition, which leads to IVF failure. After treating the patient with NTM with specific antibiotics, there are very good success rate we have seen. And you can see the comparative data. If it is a primary infertility, the pathogens is only Enterococcus faecalis is only 64, whereas with the secondary infertility cases, the number is around 212 patients. Same way for IVF failure and recurrent pregnancy loss, the pathogen differences are there. That is being posted here. And this is the overall data. Out of that 15,000 patients, the positive or secondary infertility is more among the non-culturable, and remaining TB, NTM, all specifically you can see here. So this work we have published in a journal of American Journal of Obstetrics and Gynecology, the topmost journal, which you can download through this QR code. So the sample type, what we suggest, we need sample tissue, endometrial tissue biopsy. Either you collect through normal hysteroscopical procedure or Piplet biopsy also accepted. That biopsy should be transferred in saline. If it is put it on formalin, it may not be acceptable because the formalin will reject the PCR process. We do accept menstrual blood also sample type if you want to reconfirm. So in spite of providing almost 30% positive rate, still many doctors used to fight with me and argue with me. But I am strongly suspecting infections, but you are giving negative. Then we have come with the next procedure called Empower panel. This panel is an extended version of DICE where we are covering 23 pathogens plus 8 lactobacillus. This is something equivalent to Emma Igenomics, where we are covering 23 pathogens related to infectious plus 8 lactobacillus, which are more common in Indian patients. Because it's not necessary all lactobacillus should be positive. Any one lactobacillus, if it is positive, with this more than 1 lakh copies, then the success rate of IVF was actually very high. When you compare to there is no lactobacillus, it is an indication that there is something other infection or immunological problem is going on. So that's how we prepared this Empower panel with all this success. We published this data also. Out of 385 samples studied, we got from abdominal bleeding and recurrent failure and recurrent pregnancy loss cases. And histopathology as well as PCR, molecular methodology, is 97.9% accuracy is there. Whereas with the culture, it is only 67%, 61.3% sensitivity. So why culture is negative, but PCR is positive? In spite of culturable bacteria also, sometimes we get culture negative, but PCR positive. You may end up with this experience. Urinary infection will be there, but patient would have taken amoxicillin or some antibiotic previously, and they give urine sample next day. Obviously, we will get culture negative. Same way, endometritis condition also, you have provided a lot of antibiotic exposure previously, as well as while collecting the sample, we do wash the vaginal region with antiseptic solutions. That may also being contaminated while collecting the sample leads to culture negative. But PCR is more sensitive, which can be helpful to pick up the pathogens. So in the Empower panel also, we got high positive for parvum, 31, that is 13.5%, and Mycoplasma genitalium 10%, and all these pathogens are there. And especially, this is very helpful for patients who are above age, primary, secondary infertilities, more than 30 age groups. You can see here 90% positive for patients who have come up with 41 to 50 age group, whereas 63% for age group of 31 to 40. So this work we published in a journal of medical microbiology. You can find it from the QR code also. So now I come up with lactobacillus. Lactobacillus is like our Vijay. Talapati Vijay from Tamil Nadu CM. I am from Chennai basically. So he's like very silent guy, but he made a violent outcome. Same way, lactobacillus we may consider as a small good bacteria, but it has a very good role is there. When there is a lactobacillus prevalence is there in endometrium, it helps in biochemical defense, cellular facilitation, pathogen suppression also happening. Whereas it helps in a cedar effect where it ecologically restores the uterus region for very good pregnancy outcomes. This is from our study we have done. Out of 385 samples, we got very good positive for Lactobacillus crispatus, Jenseni, and brevis compared to Acidophilus and other plantarum. It is not necessary that all the Lactobacillus should be positive in one patient, one healthy woman also. Any one Lactobacillus species, based on their food habits, nature of effect, it happens. So we do get many multiple in one patient also. This is the data. And we always consider female as a problematic situation for IVF, but we forget it male. So in male, we may have infection for husband also, but husband is never ready to go for a testing unless until we do semen culture. But semen culture also, as I said, these bacteria, if they have a mycoplasma, ureaplasma, will never culture positive. So in that situation, if you say we want to screen you for STD panel, patient may not willing to do. The same thing we are providing in the panel name of BOSS panel, where you can check for these pathogens which are unculturable. You do semen culture as usual, but do unculturable detection through this RT-PCR method. Chlamydia, mycoplasma, all these unculturable are being detected in the BOSS panel. And we studied this sample with 60 patients, both husband as well as wife. We studied from endometrial tissue as well as vaginal swab versus semen, and we got almost 100% positive rate from both husband and wife. And unfortunately, when a patient is being treated for TB with ATT drug and she has cured for 6 months, in spite of that, she is again positive for TB from the endometrial tissue. Then the doctor suggested to ask me about it. After treating ATT, still patient is getting TB positive. It can be either drug resistant. Next question is, the husband may be the culprit. Husband may have the co-infection. So then we tested the TB in semen sample. We got positive for the husband. So it indicates that when you treat both husband and wife with the evidence, you will get a very good success rate. And this is a one published last week about a HPV, human papilloma virus. In India, WHO says HPV testing should be done after the age of 30. But in our study, we got that 9% positive for the age group below 30. You can see here, almost below 30 age group, we got 8.5% positive rate compared to the above age group. And this is the data from all over India. Based on our sample load, we have done 32,000 samples for HPV testing, and this is the data. You can find it from the journal also. And we would like to highlight that we have developed a new instrument called BioCode. This is a handy instrument. You can test many parameters. You can test, especially related to fertility, all the parameters. This is the instrument. You can just load the chip. For one parameter, one chip, you load it, within 15 minutes, you will get the results, which is we have studied and we have validated with our existing parameters also. You will get a better outcome. The instrument will be provided to you at the free of cost. Only for the cartridge, the test, you need to pay. And we do all the PGTA and all the genetics testing, exome sequencing, everything been done by the lifestyle also. And we have got many positives, almost 30% positive for aneuploid, 20% for mosaic, and euploid, we get 50% from. I would like to thank our MD, Mr. Mayur Abhiya. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for this insightful presentation. I would like to invite Ms. Khushbu Sharma, ma'am, to please come on stage and felicitate Dr. Murugan Nandagopal for this insightful presentation. Can we have a big round of applause for this amazing presentation? Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. As we continue today's discussion, let us turn our attention to a topic that deserves far more attention than it often receives. When we talk about infertility, the conversation frequently begins and sometimes ends with women. Yet, research consistently shows that male factor contribute to nearly half of all infertility cases. And despite this, male infertility remains one of the most underdiagnosed, underrated, and underrepresented aspect of reproductive healthcare. But why does this stigma continue to persist? Why do many men delay evaluation and treatment? How can clinicians encourage earlier intervention and greater awareness? And what role do diagnostics, technology, counseling, and public education play in changing this narrative? So our next set of panel discussion seeks to address these important questions and bring male infertility to the forefront of India's fertility conversation. While we are setting up a stage, I would like to invite our speakers. Firstly, our moderator, Dr. Kuldeep Jain, Director and Senior Infertility and IVF Consultant at KG IVF and Laparoscopic Center. Please welcome sir with a round of applause. I request everyone to please show some energy. We just had lunch. I would like to invite Dr. K.D. Nair, Chief Consultant, Infertility and IVF at Akansha IVF Center. Let's welcome sir with a round of applause. And I request everyone to keep rolling their hands as I invite Dr. Rohit Gudgutia, Medical Director, Nova IVF Fertility, Kolkata. Come on guys, please show some energy. We can do much better. Okay, a big round of applause. The loudest round of applause we can get. Yes, thank you. Dr. Rita Bakshi, Senior Consultant IVF Infertility Specialist and Endoscopic Surgeon, Founder and Chairperson of Riza IVF. Mr. Sarthak Bakshi, Chief Executive Officer at Riza IVF. Mr. Chetan Raj Singh, Senior President Business at B Biosciences. Please give a big round of applause to all our panelists here. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, VOH, for having us here for this post-lunch wonderful discussion on a subject which is actually at the always at the backside of the treatment protocols. We know that infertility is increasing, whether it is male infertility or female infertility. But most of the research, if we see the research segment and compare between male infertility and female infertility, there are a lot of advances in female infertility, whether the diagnosis, treatment on the ovulation side, or for that matter, in the embryology side. But when it comes to male infertility, we are still having a single parameter to decide the fate of that particular person, that is semen sample. So whole story of male infertility goes around a single parameter, that is semen sample, and all treatment is decided on that. So today we are not going to discuss the treatment part, but there are a lot of other things which are usually not discussed in the. So this panel is actually designed to discuss the unforeseen or unseen scenario as far as the male infertility is concerned. Can I have the slides? Okay, so we are having this wonderful panel. They are all experts in their field, and I'm sure that end of this panel, you will be having some clear-cut ideas of the current scenario of the male infertility in India. This we are focusing on the Indian scenario. What is the actually at present? Most of you will agree that when we talk of infertility management, and most of the time, the female is coming with some relative, either mother-in-law or brother, or for that matter, some one. But the second partner is usually missing initially, and he comes only in picture when you are talking of the cost of the treatment or your cycle fails. Then he will be showing up. In between, many times, most of the time, you will not see the face of male partner. So that is, this scenario is changing. Now, over last 10 years, we are seeing that the husband is actually accompanying and they are taking part. So that is a positive change, which and all of you will agree on that. Second thing, which is very common, we know that there is a very limited role of medical management in male infertility, but unfortunately, all these patients, they will be having two things in common. One is semen analysis every month. They will be having a full file of semen analysis, different type, from different places. And most of the time, they are not correct, because semen analysis is such a simple test, and if they are getting it done from any lab, that is the last thing, last priority in that particular lab it is just treated like urine sample. It is not giving much revenue to the lab, so it becomes very negligible reporting, and that is the one scenario. And second thing, if you see, they are taking medication for years together. They are not counseled, they have not reached to the right person, or whatever it is. That scenario is there. Third thing is, many times you see unnecessary investigations. Anti-sperm antibody, semen culture, and so on and so forth. That is the third thing, which is very prevalent in our setup. And all these things, they are not really helpful in getting the right management to these infertile males. This is very common scenario. For years, they will be either going to some homeopathy person, or they will be searching the Google, they will be consuming ginger, green tea, or things like that. 6 months, 1 year, they will be giving, whenever they visit to any doctor, whether it is homeopathy or allopathy, or for that matter, Baba log. So they will be prescribed some form of medicine, and they continue to take. This is the scenario of semen analysis. All sort of semen analysis. We know that WHO has given a standardization, but unfortunately in our practice that is not being followed by many labs. This is some statistics which is really alarming. So 30 years statistics is there, and here you can see the change in the infertility scenario in Southeast Asia. There is global, but this is Southeast Asia data. And here again you can see that there was a significant increase in male infertility globally, and Southeast Asia is experiencing highest rise. And out of that, India shows the most substantial increase. This is again really alarming. While Pakistan shows modest rise in reporting, and that is basically the facilities are not available. They have pinpointed that facilities are not available. That's why this rise is modest. And again, age group 25 to 29 year is coming in the highest bracket. And next 10 years, I think the prevalence is going to continue increase as far as the male infertility is concerned. So with this background, I come to Dr. K.D. Nair, who is practicing for last 30 years, and he is having a vast experience in infertility. Why this scenario? Whatever I have described, what is your inference? Why this is happening? And in next 10 years, how do you see that whether this is going to change as far as the awareness is concerned, or the diagnostic is concerned?
Definitely, you see the awareness is increasing. Like what you yourself say, we have seen over a period of last 10 to 15 years. Nowadays, the husband is coming along with the wife when they're coming for infertility consultation. That is a big change which we are seeing. Before 20 years, only wife will come with the mother-in-law. Now is the husband is coming with the wife, and they are both interested to do the investigation and follow the treatment. That is one change. This is change which has happened, and I'm very sure it is going to continue in the next 10 years also. The husband will be more involved in the investigation part and treatment part. The male infertility is increasing. Like 30 years back when we were reading, we always used to say 30% male, 30% female, and 40% combined factors. Now it is almost 50% is the male factor. Male factor has increased tremendously, and it is the lifestyle which is the major cause for male infertility. And if we continue like this, we will find that the male infertility factor may increase more than 50% in future. I still remember very clearly when I was a medical student in 1971-75.
I'm sorry, we are having a lot of questions, so I request my panelists to be precise so we can cover more more questions because they are really important for our discussion. So I will just like to ask Rohit. Again, Rohit is really a known figure in Indian scenario, and I will like to take your take. How do you see? What are the causes? Why it is increasing apart from the pathology? Most of these patients, they are having unexplained decrease. You cannot really pinpoint. So what are the, apart from the known causes of male factor infertility, are there any other thing which you would like to stress on?
So there are two things. One is the direct, the other one is the indirect. The direct is very simple. The man was a shy animal. He's very shy. He doesn't come to the clinic. Now the awareness is improving because of all this TV and stuff. And therefore the patient is coming. So we are realizing that there is a male infertility. And the other effect is age, obesity, and inactivity. So that's leading to a higher, and substance abuse. So in North India, substance abuse is also increasing.
Yeah, so I think these are the, apart from the known causes, we are seeing obesity, that is increasing, the lifestyle, delayed career, delayed marriages, and substance uses, and exposure to, I think, because that is again a gray area. Exposure, we keep on saying that exposure to microwaves, the mobile, laptop, I think all these are contributing, and there is a substantial data now created that these are really responsible for increasing number of male infertile people. So continuing this question, Dr. Rita, how do you see whether this scenario is going to change? How we can contribute as a clinician, because this is correctable. Okay, so what you can do and what is your approach to this situation?
I agree that this, at least a part of it is reversible. And those reversible factors are the one on which we should be concentrating. I think the moment a couple walks in and we explain it to them that, and I have seen a lot of people stopping smoking, stopping hookah, stopping any recreational stuff, decreasing stress, meditation, yoga, whatever. I think people are not really, the moment it comes to them and their babies, and when we tell them and explain it to them, they are the reversible causes. Also, when you tell them to change the food habits, they're ready to do that. Increasing whatever green leafy vegetables, fruits, antioxidants in their diet, all this is changeable. And I think it's the moment they realize that they want to have a baby and a good baby, they are ready to change all that. Decreasing stress and decreasing laptop and whatever is there, which is possible, they do that.
So thank you very much for highlighting that. But keeping all this in mind, see, when this patient is coming to us, when they are not conceiving, they are trying and they are not conceiving. So do you think that we should change our strategy? Government should change our strategy, that as we create awareness in schools about the female awareness, there is no male awareness. Let me tell you, I have seen whole data. We are, as a gynecologist, we are conducting menstrual hygiene awareness, sexual talks are there. As the girl start menstruating, we are having a lot of awareness program. There is not a single awareness program focusing on the male. So do you think we should introduce, as a clinician, as a policymaker, we should use that area, that time, so they actually know they are not talking.
Absolutely.
Masturbation is a normal physiological phenomena, and all problems of male are linked to the masturbation. That is the myth. And that is the feedback they are getting from their peer group, from various sources, that if they are having erection problem, that is menstrual problem, that is because of masturbation. If they are not conceiving, they are having, and they are not coming, they don't know how to discuss the situation. So I think this is the need of our, we should introduce the subject in the
Absolutely.
basic,
Schools and
in the
colleges,
school
yes.
and college.
Yes.
That may change, because at that time you can say that the smoking is bad.
Yes.
Once they start smoking, if you say smoking is bad, उस पे लिखा भी होता है paper पे, it causes cancer, but they continue to take. So I think at that time, if it is told,
introduced,
that might change. I don't see any. If you want to add anything, apart from that, it is most welcome.
I agree, sir, and I think in schools and colleges are probably, but the teachers themselves have to be, sensitized to the topic. I don't think people want to talk about sexual health and masturbation and topics like these, which are taboo topics. But I think people are getting there now, and I think we are at the right stage of life where we should be. It's a very good point that it should be preventive rather than after it's taken its course.
And another thing, Dr. Rita, again continuing with you only, you have been in the practice for so long. Most of the time, husband is accompanying that wife is having problem. He is not thinking that he may be having problem. And once you say that you get a test done and there is no sperm, so he is shocked. How do you react and how do you counsel these patients? Because they are young patients, they suddenly go in depression. Either they will not report to you, and if you have really convinced them, then you will see that they have started another problem of depression.
Absolutely, and the sexual life also goes for a toss.
Yes.
So I think we've seen many a times where the moment they realize there is something wrong in the sperm, they stop having sex, the erection and everything. I mean, it just goes. So I think it has to be very sensitively treated again. Of course, I think we have to make them aware that it is a male factor also, as important as the female factor. And if they are not coming with the husband, then to be there, tested. And then to really tell them that there are many ways now. We have azoospermia is not only, that means no baby ever. So I think if you treat it very sensitively and counsel them well, we can reach where we want.
And many times they don't, you are writing semen analysis, but whole cycle will go on. The female partner will be undergoing so many tests, so many pricks and all that, but you will not have a semen analysis. What is the cause? What is the barrier? Like, is it psychological barrier or something
I
else?
think we are all in a very patriarchal society where it's assumed that it is always the other gender which is at fault. So, but I think now awareness is coming there.
Okay, so moving on to again semen analysis, we know that these are the changes over the years, and now we are following 2020 edition. Now this question is to Sarthak and Mr. Singh. Are we relying too heavily on this conventional semen parameters? And what are your takes on doing a extended semen analysis which have DFI, hyposmotic solution test, other functioning sperm function tests? So what is your take?
So, sir, I think generally, first of all, the barrier for any man is not the human biology, but the male ego that first of all comes to realize कि there can something be wrong with me. जो मर्द की सबसे बड़ी problem है कि the problem does not lie with me, but with my partner, which is the first thought specifically in the Asian society and the Indian men. Funnily, the fact is that the largest cell of the human body, which is the egg, and the smallest cell of the human body, which is the sperm, both of them should meet together to make a new human being. So between the largest and the smallest is often the most ignored one. And as you've rightly said that people can go for lakhs of rupees of fertility treatment. Any IVF treatment will not cost less than that. But a semen analysis test is as simple as a happy meal for both the couple in McDonald's. It's as cheap as that. But that's the most ignored part in terms of costing, in terms of looking at it. And it's not only because of that the male is not allowed, but the male thought process that has been going on for 5,000 years. We have been able to reproduce for such a long time that the problem generally does not lie with men, but with the women. This is the basic problem that I have seen across all males. आप अपनी OPD में, you are all big clinicians over here. I'm sure that you would have seen that a lot of men that come, probably you are more known to face, would actually come with a cap and try to hide their face when they are in their OPD. कि भाई कोई देख ना ले कि मैं आया हूँ एक IVF center में या clinic में, and the problem will lie with me. Whereas women are more outgoing because of multiple other problems.
So Mr. Raj, like apart from semen, because there is a lot of debate over the period that DNA fragmentation is one thing which should be detected, treated, and that may increase the chances of outcome. How do you see the place of DNA fragmentation in the diagnostic scenario?
Yeah, so thank you for the question, sir. See, what we have realized in last 5 years of operation in India, as an industry partner, because you said it rightly. I mean, the stigma in society is something which is the biggest barrier. And we have seen, when we started, we thought that we will focus on male infertility, sir. So then we started, but then there are many moving pieces in the entire IVF treatment. So we wanted to remove the subjectivity around it. So that's how we introduced this, the automated or AI-led.
I will come to that AI. Let us focus on DFI because we are having very limited time, and I'll just want, because these are very important questions.
Yeah. So, sir, as you rightly mentioned, now people have started adopting DFI is also one of the factor to be checked in, because now people gone beyond not about only babies, they want healthy babies. So once the DFI comes in place, then they are sure of that they are going to get healthy baby once they are checking the D for DFI.
Rohit, what is your practice? Like, because it is a clinical this thing, so let us from clinician point of view, I will just like one point answer. What is your practice, whether you go for DFI in all patients or in selected patients, and if selected, then what are these selected groups?
So taking a cue from what you said, basically the biggest problem with the semen analysis is the competence to do the semen analysis. With automated semen analysis, that problem isn't sorted out. So similarly, the problem with DFI assessment was also the reliability of the test. With the automation, that problem has been sorted out. Because the guidelines are still not there regarding doing it for all couples, we are still not offering to all couples. But definitely the usage has increased. And I'm seeing this, that one good semen analysis along with DFI is going to be the future with automation.
Yeah, so I think everybody will agree that there is no clear-cut guidelines as far as the DNA fragmentation tests are concerned, because there is, again, we are not able, as a clinician, we are not able to correlate it with the outcome. And if it is not correlated with the outcome, then there is a question mark on this. So even ASRE recommendation, this is on add-ons, there is no sufficient data to advise DNA fragmentation in all cases. Only in selected cases, yes, KD.
Generally, when you have repeated failures, then you
advise. So they have identified, and they are the recommendation. And I think until unless we get a good data on DFI, it will remain in the bracket of selected group. Now this is another area. Semen analysis, manual versus automated. We are having, market is flooded now. CASA was there for years when I was a student. At that time, also CASA was, we were exposed to that word. And over the period in last 40 years, now we are having multiple. So what do you think? It is going to change the diagnostic ecosystem? Or how do you see that this
You see,
automation and AI is going to help in the diagnostic workup.
It has helped in doing the standardization of the technique. Once you have a particular machine.
KD, problem yahi hai. There is a problem here.
Problem is
all companies, they are coming with their own set of parameters, which is not found in WHO. Why we cannot restrict ourselves to WHO and then develop the machine?
that is what we have. Machine has to be now tuned to the WHO criteria.
See,
They have
if
to be
we
modified.
are looking at the rapid linear progression, WHO stops there. Now here we are looking at the velocity, how it is going to convert into the outcome. We don't know.
So you perfectly said it. That's why whatever the devices that we are coming in the market is complying the WHO guidelines. So we are also not promoting the product, we are promoting the concept. And our idea is we are promoting the first awareness and then the access and the adoption. If these three are in place, as an industry partner, I can say things will evolve.
So my request means, as a clinician, if you take industry, always should look towards the feedback from the clinician. My and all clinicians sitting here, they want a automation which reflects into it becomes easier, it becomes standardized. So everybody is using the same data set, and then we can really reflect on the outcome. Otherwise, we may introduce 100 products in the market. Nothing will be valuable as far as the male factor infertility is concerned. So that is my submission here in this August panel, because not only this hall, people are seeing everywhere, and this should go to the concerned industry. They should develop a tool which is standardized. Whosoever is developing, you are developing or some other is developing, hardly matters.
So just one point to make, last point from my end. For example, sir, there are data available on the DFI correlation with the these fertilization, but the point is not Indian data available. So my point is we are very open to academia to partner with to generate our own data. So nothing can be best than this. So we should be open for collaborating for generating the data for DFI.
And as far as AI is concerned, this is a very recent paper 2024. They have compared conventional semi-automated method, and they are the limitation. We understand the limitation, but at the same time, they are really promising. They are really promising. We can standardize if we use these tools nicely in clinical scenario. This is again CASA based. While technical promising AI tools are not yet validated as a standard diagnostic or prognostic tool for male infertility, and must not replace till we get the answer. This is very recent, April 2026. And here you can see AI-based automated semen analysis demonstrate promising. So nobody is denying that AI is going to help in standardization of semen analysis, but at the same time, there is no validation of any machine. There is no validation in clinical scenario, and that is required.
I think we will have in next 5 years or 10 years, we're going to have this.
Yes, I hope so, because CASA is 25 years old. We are not having validation. It is a research tool.
CASA no more valid, no more use. You see,
So that's why means industry has to work towards the standardization rather than duplicating the things.
So
that is required.
Agree, sir.
This is again a clinical question. Research at the introduction of ICSI. After ICSI, male factor, go for ICSI. There is no research. Is it right? As a clinician, what is our role? Where we are lacking? How we should do the research in male factor infertility so there is not much dependence on ICSI. We may be able to segment the groups. This should go to ICSI, this should go to IVF. At present, it is not there. So what is your one line answer I want?
It has to be there. You have to segregate the patient which need IVF, which need ICSI. It has to be there. And it is the duty of the embryologist to carefully look into the semen sample and decide it. It has to be there. You cannot do ICSI for all.
KD, problem is there, the research, there is no research. There is no research. On this very simple subject, male factor, till now, we know that there is poor fertilization. So we need to, I think, do little more. Rohit, can you answer this question? What intervention? What intervention? Lifestyle modification, medical therapy, surgery, antioxidants, advanced sperm selection. What is having most strong evidence at present?
So at the prevention level, so definitely it has to be lifestyle. And at the treatment level, unfortunately, it is ICSI or sperm selection, as we said. Other than sperm selection, we don't have anything viable available.
Yeah, so again, this is very recent paper. You can see ICSI is still having strongest evidence as far as the male factor infertility is concerned, followed by lifestyle. It's not antioxidant, it is followed by lifestyle. So, dear friends, antioxidants are there, but they have not converted it into outcome. While lifestyle modification, they have shown that they really are having a modest evidence. I think so. This is my last question. Imagine millions of young men and couples are watching. What is the one action every man should take in the next 12 months to protect his fertility and reproductive health? One liner again.
I think you just said lifestyle, lifestyle, and lifestyle. I think that is one change which every single man should be looking at.
Rohit.
I should start with myself, 10,000 steps.
KD.
Lifestyle, you see, it has to be like Dr. Rita mentioned, it has to be a part of a sexual education program, right from schools and colleges.
Yeah.
They should be made aware.
So yes, I think these are two things. If it is introduced early, concept introduced early, will be good. And lifestyle modification.
Sir, I think semen analysis every year for every man. One simple test.
At what stage?
And then
at what stage?
Post 25, just do an analysis every year. You do a blood test every year for your own general knowledge. If everything is fine, CBC, all other parameters, KFT, LFT. So semen analysis, just to know where you are and what you stand. There is no other.
Again, problem is once the semen analysis at 25 years, unmarried, if he comes to know that it is, yes, it may be good for him, but the psychological repercussion we need to see. So it will require a lot of counseling before we take this strategy. So finally, just because a man doesn't mean he is not struggling with grief, self-worth, and the loss of his dream family. Men need just as much as support as women when facing an infertility diagnosis. So, dear friends, I have touched upon few things which I thought should be discussed in this forum. It is a very, very long discussion. We can sit for one day discussing on male infertility. But thank you for allowing us to discuss on this subject. Thank you, BOH, and on behalf of my panelists, they have done wonderful job. Can I have a wonderful round of applause for them? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for sharing your perspective, insights, and the year-old experience with us. Thank you so much to all the panelists for this amazing conversation and sharing your point of views. Now, I would like to invite Ms. Khushbu Sharma. Sorry, I'll correct myself. Dr. K.D. Nair, so to please come and felicitate the co-panelists, starting with Dr. K.D. Nair. Philippe, sir, please. Please give them a big round of applause. Dr. Rohit Gudgutia. Dr. Rita Bakshi. Please give them a big round of applause. Dr. Sarthak Bakshi. Mr. Chetan Raj Singh. Thank you, sir. I request everyone to please come forward, and meanwhile, I'll also invite Ms. Khushbu Sharma, ma'am, to please come on stage and felicitate Dr. K.D. Jain. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Before we move ahead to our next fireside chat, we have a small video presentation of our associate partner, Sri Venkatesh Hospital. Would like to present that video, please.
Life begins in the womb, delicate, unseen, miraculous. At Sri Venkatesh, we safeguard that miracle from the very first heartbeat. From conception to care, we support families and physicians through life's most meaningful moments. For over 15 years, Sri Venkatesh International Limited has been dedicated to delivering high-quality hormonal formulations to the world.
We are uniquely positioned in the market today with global clients, advanced infrastructure, and expanding product portfolio. Since our incorporation in 2008 as a trading company, gaining a deep understanding of the industry, in 2017, we took a bold step establishing state-of-the-art manufacturing facility, serving not only to India as well as for the international market.
Our 20,000 plus square meter facility, located in a pollution-free zone, is purpose-built for hormonal healthcare with dedicated blocks for manufacturing, utilities, and quality control, all designed to meet global regulatory standards. Our integration begins at the source. From raw chemical inputs to manufacturing and formulation development, we ensure vertical control in every unit we deliver. Every step, from granulation to blending, is optimized for performance and compliance. With an installed capacity of 640 million tablets annually, our solid oral dosage line combines precision with scale, delivering tablets, capsules, and advanced pellet-based formulations through integrated processing and validated packaging systems for global markets. Our ampule line produces 100 million units annually, meeting the highest international standards of compliance. Vial line delivers 67 million units annually, protected by strict safety systems that safeguard both personnel and products. Our automated pre-filled syringe line adds another 3 million units annually, enhancing precision and sterility. With a 6 million unit capacity for lyophilized products, we ensure aseptic conditions with advanced pass-through technology. Together, our facility delivers an impressive 816 million units every year across multiple dosage forms. Our quality systems are designed to meet ICH guidelines and other regulatory norms, with every product undergoing rigorous quality checks.
At Sri Venkatesh International Limited, we firmly believe in quality by design concept and adhere to strict quality management system aligned with global GMP principles and focus on risk assessment, data integrity, and continuous improvement. Our culture is no compromise on quality at any cost.
Analytical Development Lab supports each formulation with validated testing techniques designed to reassure product quality as per regulatory guidelines. The Microbiology Lab ensures sterility and safety through total viable count, MLT, and microbial assays. Our focused approach to invention, testing, and validation is supported by dedicated facilities for formulation and analytical development. Our F&D leads our innovation, crafting therapies that balance performance and safety. Once every test is passed and every pack sealed, our finished goods store safeguards each batch until it's ready for the world. Precision begins long before production. Our engineering floor ensures every system, sensor, and seal meets its mark. From air quality to sterilization-grade water, the utility block supports the integrity of every process. We rise with precision, yet remain rooted in spirit. The upcoming temple honors the traditions that guide our journey. Designed for tomorrow, our upcoming general block will power future operations with structure, scale, and speed. Certified by over 20 regulatory bodies and ongoing dossier submissions in more than 60 countries. We are expanding therapeutic trust internationally with regulatory approvals in Africa, Asia, and the Middle East. As a complete solution provider, we offer contract manufacturing, partner with government and private institutions. Our therapeutic range includes IVF, hormone replacement therapies, contraceptives, and specialized hormonal treatments, all manufactured in compliance with WHO and ICH guidelines. From molecules to medicines, we control every link in the chain, ensuring speed, safety, and quality at scale. From our headquarters in Surat, Gujarat, our regulatory, marketing, and partnership teams coordinate global strategies. We bring together integrated expert teams from quality.
Thank you, and I request a big round of applause for Sri Venkatesh International Limited. With this, we move on to our fireside chat, which is about, is urban living quietly fueling India's infertility crisis? For today's generation, the journey to parenthood looks very different than it did a decade ago. People are marrying late, starting families later, balancing demanding careers, managing stress, and navigating a rapidly changing social landscape. So what is really driving these trends? What do individuals and couples need to know? And how we can build a greater awareness around reproductive health before fertility becomes a concern. To explore these questions, we have with us one of the most respected voices in reproductive medicine. It is my privilege to invite Dr. Neena Malhotra, President, Indian Fertility Society, Professor and Head, Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology at AIIMS, New Delhi. I would like to invite Ms. Khushbu Sharma, Joint Director, Voice of Healthcare, to lead this insightful and candid discussion on changing realities of fertility in modern India.
Good evening, everyone. Well, what an impactful day it has been. As an organizer and as the person sitting here, I know and I can read the room, we are running absolutely very late. But I think that's the testament of what we have built and been thriving to build at Voice of Healthcare. Such impactful conversations, such dialogues that integrate us to build even more and create even more discussions like these. Well, diving right in, Simran has very kindly made the introductions, ma'am. It's our absolute privilege to have you. Is urban living quietly fueling the infertility crisis is the question that we have in front of us. Now, sitting in the capital city of India, ma'am, it's very easy to say that there are a lot of driving factors, not just urban living, I think environmental factors, societal factors, personal choices, so many of these things. But my first question to you would be, ma'am, that we have read and we have heard a lot of times when you say that there is not a very singular reason, for example, absolutely correct diagnosis, no prior failures, but there are still cases where you see that there is a persistent failure to conceive in a lot of couples. And we have heard and seen that you say quite a few times that lifestyle is now a budding problem for it. How do you perceive it as a clinician, ma'am, sitting at the most reputed institutes of India as well?
I would say in the last 20 years that we've had IVF facility in a public funded hospital, there has been, I think, a remarkable change, I would say, a paradigm shift in the kind of couples we see today. I know people in the private and the corporate would definitely be kind of acclimatized with this kind of a population or this kind of clientele well before. But what is really changing is lifestyle. The way we are thinking, the way we are sleeping, the way we are eating, and the way we are behaving. And I think it's the psyche which has a play. I can't say it's unexplained. We have explanations, but I would say we are denying to accept that explanation. And that's why I would say there is a reason to say they're no longer unexplained factors.
Absolutely correct. And ma'am, also when we talk about urban living again and again, there also has been a pronounced shift for the couples, their priorities for that matter. It has been very clear that these also has been now personal choices or personal decisions that they want to start late. Do you think as a clinician, our clinician honestly, putting up a very clear picture of this is your reproductive health versus the personal choice health and the urban factors putting into place? How does the data back to it?
I think this is a very pertinent question that you asked in today's day and age when we have not just clinicians, embryologists, we have the industry, we have people from all kind of, diaspora who are sitting here, who treat, who interact, who heal infertile couples. And I know that with our life, I think that's a price we are paying for being more, I would say, prolific, more successful, is putting fertility or procreation on the back burner. I think it's not data that I have robust. What is the average age of bearing a first child in India? But if you look at across Europe, across the APAC, women have delayed childbearing. So I won't say it's rising in fertility, it's delaying fertility. And that's the reason why we're getting to see many more couples. If you'd allow me to flash two of my slides, we have data which we published in PLOS in 2024. It was a data which we collected from fertile and infertile women. Fertile were those who were coming as either donors or those who were coming to us wanting a ligation, i.e. they had at least 2 children. And we did the AMH and antral follicle counts in the follicular phases, and we had infertile couples, a data close to 6,000 women. And we published this. If you could just flash that. Can you just go to the first slide? Yeah, so this is the publication. And then as you move forward, we tried to compare our normograms to the Europeans published by Lamarca. And then we went on to see how is the trend in Indian women. The decline is not linear as you expect in the Europeans and Caucasians. If you could move further to the next slide, just the next. And I want to draw attention to this very important slide. We went on to follow what you all follow, the Poseidon criteria. Less than 5 antral follicle counts, less than 1.2 nanograms of AMH, and we drew our ROC curves to see where does the decline in fertility set in. You'll be amazed that our women are trying to show a decline in fertile women as early as 31 years and in the infertility as 33 years. So I think this is the way we thought we could tell our women, and we use this data very often when people come, why are you kind of struggling with me at 39? You to tell you, you have probably missed the bus because the best opportunity for you were when you were until 34. And that's what we have to keep telling. They come and see the Chat GPT, Dr. Google, But that Dr. Google is not giving them this data, which is far more important, which is our real data, which is like the real world data. So I think it is delaying fertility, which is more important. And I think as you move forward, our data quite matches if you could move the next slide there. Just move the next. The data actually, no, just leave this. So the data matches quite similar to the Chinese and the Singapore women. So somewhere it is the genetic behavior and also our lifestyles play a lot of modest role in this.
Ma'am, while we're talking about delayed fertility, delayed choices, do you also think fertility counseling as a clinician become very, very persistent? Now we've had discussions where, a lot of experts have evidently talked about, rather stressed upon counseling as one of the key factors to, increase the fertility ratio. But from your aspect, ma'am, even if, let's say, before even the planning of, babies, do you think that pre-planning or pre-natal counseling is important here?
I think it's very important that we take them as a couple. We don't take them as individuals. I don't think we'll say it's the counselor's job, it's the embryologist's job, it's XY. I think we are prolific to say we are multitasking. And I think counseling should begin pre-pregnancy, pre-planning of an IVF. And for that, I always say, if a clinician or an embryologist is the soul of the whole system or the whole system on IVF, the voice or the conscience is counseling. And that's how you should have. So you would have to have a heart and a soul, but the conscience is needed. And all the three are needed for you to be alive. So I think if as clinicians are the heart, the soul is the embryology, the conscience is your counseling. So you have to be very important how you take your couples. You cannot give babies to all. The best centers in the world don't give 100% IVF. But then at the end of the journey, can you leave them as a satisfied couple or a couple who says, yes, it's time for me to accept that failure is the way and I have to move forward. And I think counseling is very important for that matter.
Correct. And we'll slightly move on to the factors that may possibly impact the urban living fertility crisis that we are very much talking about. Talking and stressing upon environmental toxins, ma'am. Now, we've heard and read a lot about how as simple as plastic cookware is now, enhancing the environmental toxins in our daily lives. But from the fertility point of view, how seriously should the fertility field be taking the environmental toxins as one of the potent reasons to, impact fertility? Do you think there are enough data points to support it, or it's still there out there?
Thank you for, touching this very, very important issue, because I think what we call as EDC is nothing new. In America, EDCs have been investigated for over 100 years, or maybe 80 years now. We are realizing that EDC is not just responsible for the rising or a declining trends in both men and women in terms of their ovarian reserve or the semen parameters, but also a rising concern when you see cancers happening in young individuals. So they do play a lot of role, but then I think, can we say we live without EDC? We are sitting in air-conditioned environments. We are breathing in and out. We are using microwaves. We're using all those, not just plastics. You all use shampoos. You're using perfumes. Can we deny that we have created an environment which is dosed and laced? And certainly EDC is got a lot of play there. I know that there's a lot of molecular studies gone to say, yeah, they check the EDC factor, bisphenols to whatever compounds are there in follicular fluid, and you can't point out each and one. But in somewhere, when you talk of lifestyles, I learned from my patients, unexplained infertility, and I told this woman, you lose weight. She did. She did not. And then she comes back and said, doctor, I've removed all the preservatives from my shelves. And there she was. She conceived spontaneously while she was trying IVF. So isn't she my teacher? Where do we come? Because you may tell them don't use plastic, but there's somewhere in our food. You say healthy lifestyle. I have a food rich in, salad and all those things, but I am adding good amount of preservatives to that. So I think it's just not one aspect. I think it's holistic. We have to look at, but then can we say we cannot live without them? But we can certainly reduce our exposure to EDC. And I think that is where I would look. And it's both for men and women. And that's how I see declining fertility in men is also a cause of concern.
Oh, yes, absolutely. We've had a panel full of experts just stressing on men fertility. Ma'am, just following up on environmental toxins, just for an understanding, is there any one particular product or habit that you just flag to your patients immediately when it comes to daily living that may impact fertility?
I think the kind of patients I see, I think weight loss and reducing weight is something that I would always flag, not just to the man, to the woman, but also to the man. And I think that really has a bearing. And I wanted to show one slide there, which if you could flash is one of the last slides there. We have a multi-center trial which is going on, funded from ICMR, on overweight and obese PCOS. We are just 3 years old in that trial. It's called the IPOS trial. You can all Google that and go on the PubMed. We published it in trials. We've done an interim analysis, and women who are obese by Asian standards, just a weight loss program, we had 28% live birth rates without even giving them an IUI. So here lies the wisdom. This only thing is it's a randomized trial. One group got a personalized weight loss program. The other got a standard weight loss. Trust me, both of them had a similar kind of pregnancy rate. So, without even making efforts, pardon me, the industry will not like me. The IVF people who make media may not like me, but my couples really like me because without any support, we get them to pregnancy. And that's something very, very gratifying as a patient, as for patients, to a clinician.
Correct. Right, ma'am. Diving back in where we were discussing about the factors that impact fertility, right from the urban living point of view. We've discussed about environmental toxins. Now, one very specific topic that should not be missed here is stress, chronic stress, specifically to urban living. Now, as much as we speak about it, we still feel that there has not been very direct evidence of stress, chronic stress versus fertility. How is it impacting? Whereas we have very strong studies and evidence that directly relates chronic stress towards hormonal imbalance, delayed ovulation, implantation, so much more. Over to you, ma'am, in case.
So I think it's proven, I don't think I have to say, all of you will have had so many patients that you've treated. No matter you get the best embryos, no matter you get the best lining, you get the best soil, you may not be able to create a baby. And then there's somebody who said, I went to some Guruji and some Babaji and I went to holiday and came back with a baby. Probably there was an element of de-stress. It's mind hacking, I tell you. So you hacked your mind to positivity. And then the wisdom is they had a baby. So I think that's where you yourself get the proof. So it's very easy to say it's de-stress yourself. But how do you tell them to de-stress? Are we all not stressed? I would say I'm stressed because the session is running late. Are we not stressed? We have to rush back, do our course. All of us are stressed. But I think how you take stress, it's not easy to say because the societal pressure that these couples go through is humongous. But is there somebody you can handhold? Give them the empathy, give them the compassion, spend more time. I'm sure we will not be able to give babies to everybody, but at least alleviate a lot of their anxieties, and that's important. Give them the right information. Don't give them an overdosage or what they need not even know. So I think that's how you wouldn't, if you don't have a good counselor, don't think you can kind of missing something. You yourself have to learn that art of being a good counselor and taking them through this difficult journey that the couples go through with multiple IVF cycles, multiple failures. I think that's what my wisdom would say.
Correct, ma'am. And so we've touched upon stress, we've touched upon environmental toxins, taking a little backseat towards how, from a policy or an infrastructural point of view, can we also help, increase and mediate this discussion is, now we see fertility clinics, all of the fertility clinics, hospitals are very well optimized with all cutting edge technologies, right from intervention, stimulation, retrieval, transfer. Talking about lifestyle counseling, which we very importantly discussed in the start. Lifestyle counseling is rarely built into the clinical reality in a very structured way, if I may add. Should lifestyle assessment and intervention be a mandatory to develop and establish ART clinics at the first place? And what would that look like in a public setting?
So I think I would say yes. Infertility should not be in the realms of boutique IVF clinics. It should go from a limited classes to masses. And for that matter, I think if I have figure, which I put in some of my presentations on the RBM Online 2019, I think we are far below the number of IVF clinics or the IVF cycles we are doing per 100,000 population in India. I think we do maybe 1/10 of what is done in Belgium and Europe, i.e. the accessibility is so limited. We have access to only a few, which is limited to the metros or to the very high profile areas or cities which are clustering or overbrimming with this kind of centers, where we have a long way to go. Yes, going public funded hospitals will be, and I'm happy to share the upcoming AIMS, including AIMS Deoghar, AIMS Batinda, AIMS Guwahati, AIMS Patna, are all on the run for their IVF centers, which will be starting next year. I don't know how much of relief it will make, but certainly we still need far more number of IVF units, not in those big cities, in the B and C towns. That's my answer to the problem, because it is a silent epidemic and it is going to grow more. That is what I understand from my, data that I've screened for the last 2-3 years.
Well, the key to is IVF penetration in the rural settings is what we're trying to look at, specifically coming from somebody who's leading a public health institute at Delhi. Now, ma'am, because we are running a very, very late of agenda, we'll just quickly dive into the last segment, which is the rapid fire round. I'd request your immediate answers to the next questions. The first question is, biggest underestimated driver as per your understanding to urban fertility in India right now?
Delaying fertility.
One lifestyle change with the strongest evidence.
Weight loss.
Fertility health education should begin in schools, yes or no?
Yes, and why fertility? It should be reproductive health. It should not be fertility.
One thing patients tell you about their lifestyle that consistently surprises you till the date.
That
consistently keeps on surprising you.
Couples refuse to reduce their, I would say, screen time. And that's something which really surprised, despite telling they can't get off their screens. If they reduce that help. And we've data on that as well. We published that as well.
Well, ma'am, before I let you go, one last question. If you could change one thing in how urban Indians live or in how the healthcare system responds to it, and what does it do to the fertility, what would it be?
I think be more, for all clinicians, everybody, be more compassionate, be more realistic in selling this so-called, option. Don't give them unrealistic hope that I offer 85% live birth carry home baby rates. I think if you're honest to yourself, first be honest to yourself and then be honest to your patients. If you're doing that, you're firstly dishonest to yourself, because I don't think any unit with whatever can produce, because even the SART data from the best centers in the world does not claim 85% carry home baby. That's what I would say. So be honest, be realistic. And I'm sure your patients will definitely want to come back to you again. That's my answer.
Well, with that, we mark the conclusion of this discussion. Thank you so much, ma'am. If there's one key takeaway message from this discussion, it's just that we've been talking about technologies, cutting-edge interventions. If there's one thing that we could also change, is the mirror towards how we live our lives. I think better living directly impacts better fertility ratio, better the IVF clinics. Agree with it. So thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for this discussion.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. I request Ms. Khushbu Sharma, ma'am, to please participate. Dr. Neena Malhotra, and thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing such insightful points with us. Thank you. Let's have a big round of applause for Dr. Neena Malhotra and Ms. Khushbu Sharma. With this, we move on to our next panel discussion, which is Scaling Indian Fertility, the business of IVF, the ethics of growth, and where capital is flowing. Over the course of today's summit, we have explored the science, technology, policy, and clinical advancements shaping fertility care in India. But alongside these developments, another transformation is quietly reshaping the sector. India's fertility industry is growing at an unprecedented pace. What was once largely driven by standalone centers and individual practices has evolved into a rapidly expanding ecosystem that is attracting investors, healthcare corporates, national fertility networks, and entrepreneur healthcare leaders. As demand continues to rise, organizations are exploring new models of growth, expanding across geographies, building stronger operational framework, and working towards delivering quality care at scale. However, growth alone is not the destination. So what we will see in the next chapter of India's fertility industry looks like. For this, we have a next set of panelists, and I would like to invite our moderator, Dr. Madhur Singhal, Managing Director and CEO at Praxis Global Alliance. Please welcome our speakers with a round of applause. And joining him on stage is Dr. Rishikesh Pai, Founder and Medical Director at Bloom IVF. Let's give a big round of applause to our panelists. Dr. Dheeraj Jain, Founder at Krista IVF and Founder and Chairman at Redcliffe Labs. I request everyone to please show some energy as we would like to invite Mr. Sudhakar Jadhav, Chief Operating Officer at KIMS Sunshine Hospital, KIMS Shikhara Hospital and KIMS Fertility IVF Center. And Mr. Abhishek Agarwal, Chief Executive Officer at Birla Fertility and IVF. And Dr. Sabeen Sivadasan, Founder and Chief Fertility Specialist at Sabeen Hospital and Research Center. Over to you, sir.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you so much. I think we're already starting a little late, so we keep this panel a little more efficient. I'll just request, very quick 1 or 2 sentence round of introductions to everybody. Of course, many of you do not need an introduction, but just for the broader audience, very quickly about me. My name is Madhur Singhal. I'm a managing partner and CEO at a consulting firm that specializes in, a lot of operational and AI enablement. We do a lot of work in healthcare as well. Very excited to be moderating this very esteemed panel.
I am Dr. Rishikesh Pai. I've been in IVF since 1990. I was Dr. Indira Hinduja's houseman in KM in 1984 when she had the first IVF baby. So it's been a long journey.
I'm Dheeraj Jain, building healthcare ventures in the last 10 years, founded Redcliffe Labs, PSafe, Continua Kids, and now Krista IVF.
Hi, this is Sudhakar. Been in healthcare space for last 25 years, particularly in IVF for last 10 years. Prior to KIMS Fertility, I built the entire Oasis fertility platform.
I'm Abhishek Agarwal. I lead Birla Fertility and IVF for the past 6 years that we have been around, and have been part of the healthcare industry for the past decade and more. Thank you.
I'm Dr. Sabeen Sivadasan. I've been doing fertility services since the past 15 years in Kerala. We are focusing on patient-centric, accessible, affordable infertility treatment to the people of Kerala and neighboring states.
Oh, excellent. Thank you, everyone. We're really excited. I think I'll dive right into the topic. I think today's panel is really at the cusp of, growth and scalability, ethical scalability, and therefore how do you sort of create the right patient outcomes with the right within the right boundaries. And third is how do you create success and attract investments? How do you transform what you're doing for patient good into financial value creation, right? So we'll focus on these 3 things. So with Dr. Pai, I would love to start with you, given you literally created IVF in India, if I can say so. What's your experience been as IVF has grown? Started as clinics, boutique clinics, expert clinics, and a lot of other clinics came, a lot of ART rules, etc. happened. But as some of the chains have emerged and as some of the established doctors have grown, what have been some of the challenges from becoming a specialty doctor-led clinic to a more institutionalized consumer brand?
I think, as you all know, IVF started very small. All of us were small clinics. Slowly, I think in the last 10, 12 years, 2012 maybe, so the main clinic started coming in. So then there's been a rapid transformation, kind of. It's really a disruption in the whole market, kind of, and which I feel is good also because it brings in a lot of standardization in the community. All people get the same kind of service, care. So I feel that so if you look at the present market, maybe 500-600 clinics are under chain, and the remaining 3,000-4,000 clinics are individual. So the individual will have to rise up to the chain. That's the main thing. Either they join the chains or they create collectives, or they inherently try to upgrade themselves.
Got it. And if I were to, push the same question to you, Abhishek, you've been running a chain for so long, and you're always you did not really make a transition from a specialty to a chain, but you started a chain almost. What's been the experience, and when you've scaled, what has worked out, what's not worked out? Talk to us a bit about that experience.
So we at Birla Fertility and IVF, Madhur, we started about 6 years back. As a group, we were doing healthcare for the past 50, 60 years. So we really were very passionate to make a difference. Fertility and IVF looked interesting in terms of there was a lot of inherent demand, which was very promising to unlock. Access, affordability were a problem which could be solved. And that's where we started. I think what's the experience been is almost a sinusoidal curve. So it's gone through peaks and troughs. We have had great years, and I think the first 3 years of our journey were terrific. We went on to build 10, 12 centers every year. They did well. About 60% of our network is in tier 2, tier 3 cities, which is where really the Bharat story lied. And to what Dr. Neena was saying earlier, I think we understood the problem is not about metros, but also going closer to the customer. And we tried doing that. I think the ART Act came somewhere in 2021-22, around about that. Great move. I think it's somewhere regulated the industry, bought a common minimum for the patients. And that was the most positive step coming out of it. It did slow out overall from industry perspective, the economics. I think largely the single centers were impacted, which is where a lot of consolidation started. I think in the past 2-3 years, the demand has not really kept pace. The real conviction on the demand with which I think a lot of investment got attracted, I think is just delayed ramp up of the demand that way. So we are seeing a lot of capacity has come up. However, the number of patients who turn up for IVF treatment still lags when you look at it in India versus where it was supposed to be. What was important and what really worked well for us in this scale up was from day one, and we had the benefit that we started organic, was to standardize everything. And I think we learned from I think industry leaders and their playbooks, and we had a very standardized approach that has helped us very strong till date, making sure clinical protocols are standardized across locations. Service standards are important for patients. I think that was one advantage we maintained. Being very transparent with the patients has been a key success factor, I would say.
Yeah, and actually, speaking of standardization, Dheeraj, you have led a lot of consolidation, and not just in fertility but in other businesses. And when you do consolidation, a lot of the independent clinics would be following different protocols, different processes, different behaviors, and experiences for the customer. How do you homogenize that, and do you really need to homogenize that? And just talk to us a bit about, is consolidation a value creation driver as we think about scaling IVF and organizing the industry more?
I mean, no, great question, because this is exactly what we're doing in diagnostic. And diagnostic, I think it's slightly far more easier to standardize, given the clinical protocol are very similar. Your client interfaces are similar. I think IVF should not be very difficult. We haven't bought anything in the Krista from an organic perspective, but we're thinking about it. Because to our earlier conversation, Mother, on what does the investor want and how do you actually attract institutional capital, because institutional capital cannot come that easily for a single clinic or for single hospital or single center. So it has to come for a chain. Either you build this up organic or you go and acquire. I think our view and experience in diagnostic has been amazing. I think yet to see how this will sort of pan out in IVF. But there are also what you acquire. Do you acquire a scale or you acquire a branded doctor? If it's a 15, 20 crore worth of a business annually, it's not that attractive from an institutional perspective, because institution, as Kshitij here would know, that they like to deploy larger capital, and you don't have enough supply. There's not enough material to buy, right? I mean, you end up buying 20 to 25, 30 crore sort of worth of business. So I think that's a larger challenge. If there is enough fragmentation, but also a sizable sort of guys, it's sort of worth acquiring. On the clinical side, I think that should be sorted out. I mean, I think this is a very standardized process. So I wouldn't worry so much of the clinical at the end. But I think from a brand perspective, I think better to have one brand, because that's what customers sort of pays premium for, and sort of access your brand to whatever these interfaces they would.
I actually pick that up, Dr. Sabine, and you run an extremely successful center. We can call it specialist-led, but the scale is far beyond what a single unit does typically. And I know you've been trying to expand now, and I'm sure you're sort of thinking about this question about how do you carry forward the goodness and the best practices that you had in your core center to, expand and create a more institutional brand. What are the biggest challenges that you are observing or you're facing, in making this shift happen and getting Sabine hospitals out of Kerala, for example, and to other parts of southern India or even beyond pan India?
Yeah, the major shift initially was in this fertility has been patients going to a single doctor clinic, then now to going to a professional layer and chain. Now the patients go, they need both. They need a doctor-centric approach plus a professional. They go online, search success rates and all those things, and finally they want both the personalized care and as well as the care of the facilities of a chain. Now the challenge now we face is mainly one is the language barrier when you go out of the state, and then the capital has come in now, so that is not a problem now. But when you go alone, capital may be a problem because infrastructure costs and all these are things there. And when you go out of the state, I think talent is also a problem.
And Sudhakar, if we talk about KIMS as well, now on KIMS you've been an institutional brand for a long period of time, right? So what are you encountering? Are you seeing this brand and this standardization of processes turn into customer success? Are you seeing lower customer acquisition cost, better patient flows, better pricing power? Like, talk to us a bit about what the brand and the standardization does.
Yeah, I think I'll answer your question in two parts. I think when we talk about organized chain, we always look at standardization of the entire process, right from clinical embryology SOPs or even non-clinical, for a matter of fact. But I think there is always this roadblock when you come to clinical standardization, because each of the doctor would have their own protocols. Each of the doctor would have their own, set of drugs which they would use. But I think the end goal is same. In terms of when we list out our KPIs in terms of what is your fertilization rates, what is your take-home baby rate, or what is your UPT positive rates. I think the end number is in fact on the board there. But I think the way clinicians would approach is totally different. I think we give them that leeway. But for certain SOPs from embryology standpoint or non-clinical standpoint, I think we use the playbook and no negotiation over there. I think that is how we manage. To coming back to your second question in terms of how do we manage the brand standardization, I think it is always helpful for us because we run large format hospitals, And then we believe that to have our nose out of water, we have those, initial set of referrals coming in from our the multi-specialty hospital. I think that's the advantage which we run across in terms of, having our fertility clinics.
And Abhishek, if I were to push that question, in terms of when external institutional investors are looking to invest, with growth in chains and so on, what are the 2-3 operational metrics or business metrics that really matter, that will allow external capital to flow in more and more? And Dheeraj, I'll come back to you with the same. You are almost a serial fundraiser, but I'll hear Abhishek first.
So there are two parts to this question, Madhur. One is, what are the metrics being used? And I think, to what I understand, a lot of matrix is about the investor's objective. So if the investor already has existing investments in the category, they would look at synergies. They would look at return on capital employed in the time period that they're looking at, which essentially boils down to how many cycles you do, how much revenue you have, and what profitability do you have. Is it adding value to my existing asset base in a finite period of time? And if yes, at what multiples, right? The flip side of it, as I would like to believe on what it could be or should be, I think the first part is all right, but the double click on what does it take to deliver these over a 5-year period is what probably needs to also be looked at as KPIs as the investment flows in, which means the success rate without a good clinical regimen and good clinical outcome in a particular clinic, chain, or asset which is raising capital, it is bound not to grow. And often these two are related. I think the linkage is not visible very clearly, but it does have a rub-off effect on word of mouth, cost of acquisition, etc. Second is, I think, just the ability, the strength of the team should be one of the KPIs, because that is going to drive how good is the future growth prospect. I think these two variables. And the third one is just how strong are the processes and control and governance. I would rather say governance is often could be missed and is again the third invisible KPI which should be looked at.
Got it. Dheeraj, anything you would add to those three?
Yeah, no, I would just say, you look the investor landscape first, because IVF is relatively small industry from a single specialty perspective. It does have a huge potential, but as you guys said as well, it hasn't really grown in the last 2.5 years. So their kind of view is this gonna grow double digit or not? And if yes, what is that playbook? And is the playbook is a hub and spoke? If that's the playbook, is it national, regional? Because I think the times are gone where you want to build a national chain. National chain building is very difficult. People don't want you opening one center in one part of Hyderabad and then suddenly open one in Lucknow and then go to Jammu. So pick up your region, go deeper in that region, understand those states very well, build up your L1, do your camps and whatever the different activities you do to access these customers. When we all talk about tier 2, tier 3, or what's happening in tier 2, tier 3 will be when you are actually on ground. So I think investors want to see that you have real capability to build up a significant impact and a chain. They also see, as you said, I think there's a lot of founder driven, but they want to see is a professional team beyond founder. Also, they don't want to see mean, they want to see standard deviation. They want to see, clearly, because your LTV and CAC will be very similar to everybody else as well. And then can you break even your L1 and L2s faster than the rest of the guys? And clearly they're more established brands. So what can you, if the established brands can't do that, what can you do differently? So I think it's a little tough from an investor perspective. Who do I sort of really put my money on? They also don't want to do someone who's building on some new technology piece, because I think, and I know we're going to have a conversation on that, they want to look still beyond more stable. also this is a socially sensitive sector, and they're yet to emerge the large consolidation platform story. So if you can build up the platform story, then clearly something investors would love to sort of put in mind.
I think to add to it, sorry, I'll just take a couple of, maybe a minute. I think over a period of last 2 to 3 years, the narrative has been a little overhyped in the industry, right? I mean, everybody feels that, there is a huge demand. The demand has definitely slowed down. I'm sure everybody heart in heart here would, agree with me. We are struggling to get patients. Where are we going to get our next patient we always keep thinking about it. So in a nutshell, what I'm trying to, the point what I would like to drive home is that I think the last 2 to 3 years, it has been little overhyped. I think we need to tone down the narrative in terms of the whole demand we are talking about. It's not as easy as we keep reading.
Yeah, no, I think we do a lot of micro market demand shaping work, and we see some micro markets or some cities sort of saturating. So I agree with you. I think the story, both stories are correct, but depends on where you look at. But Dr. Pai, one of the things I wanted to check with you, and talk about was a specialist creates a clinic, creates a brand. Dr. Sabeen did the same thing, in his geographies. And as you're trying to expand, do customers come to the doctor, or do customers come to the brand? And if they're coming to the brand, how does this brand promise stay relevant as you move beyond geographies, beyond languages, beyond the doctor? Maybe start with you and then go to Dr. Sabeen on that.
I feel before that, I would like to say that I've played the market for a long time. Yeah. So I personally feel like I used to go to Kenya for nearly 10 years. Even in Kenya, the cycle is 3.5 lakhs. So India is a big problem with price. Yeah. I mean, there's no bottom on it. This problem is there in every field of business in our.
Correct.
There's no bottom. So if you have to take this to the next level, there has to be like in IT.
Yeah.
You have to get the patients. Our whole we survive on patients from abroad. We have, and this country is so good now, we can get thousands of patients from abroad. The problem is that we need big guys like, I don't want to take their names, to get that. So the leverage is that how do you get? We need the capital to get those patients from abroad, because our country. The second thing is manufacturing. You are right. The imports have to be decreased, right? So like when I came into India in 1990, I wanted to start manufacturing a needle, manufacturing the culture. But down the road, I got lost in my clinical practice. But once you bring that manufacturing down, because we are based on imports at present, someone has to manufacture everything in India. So we have to reduce that, and then we can open. The lower market is 30 million people. We can't open the market because where is the margin? If we can bring the manufacturing costs down, then we can open the market. That's what I feel is the big bottleneck at present.
Got it. And Dr. Sabeen, as you think about, talk about how does the brand translate, but I also want to, point, you raised private equity fairly recently. And so, this trade-off between private equity pressure to grow and create returns versus, maintaining discipline, clinical boundaries, ethics, a certain regime in which you want to do things. Otherwise, you don't want to expand just to meet private equity expectations. Talk to us a little bit about that trade-off, if you will.
Your previous question actually, with the brand and all, I think the patient comes to you for the brand, but stays with you because of your connection with the doctor. That's what I think. And regarding private equity, infertility is more of it's an outcome business. It's not a numbers business. So we aim at getting good outcomes so that we get patients based on the outcomes and not on the advertisements and all those things. So we focus on the outcomes. So I think fertility care is good, is something which should be a calculated combination of scaling, science, and ethics.
Just making a point, because you had asked me the second question. So what happened last 2-3 years, our group had numbers that started going down because we were now getting equated on a basis of power of marketing and all. Suddenly the AI came in, and ChatGPT and all actually literally have saved us, because now the search has gone to the AI patient search. That's where our names are started popping up, because we have been there for a donkey's year. We had started submerging down. Suddenly it was like a saving hand was given by God. And we were pulled out. Literally, I'm telling you, my practice has started bumping up because now they are identifying the doctor. They go to their careers. They look at your publication. They do. So the intelligence has started helping us back. So this is very important. The patient in India still, it's like Steve Jobs. It's the face of Apple. The patient identify with the human being, not with the brand in our country. Some people, some brands have overtaken that. They have established themselves, but majority of the people still tend to go towards the individual.
Yeah, I think, you know, on that, because you mentioned AI, in any case, I wanted to sort of close the panel, talk about AI, which is very close to my heart. I do a lot of AI reimagination and AI first business building. And I wanted to actually maybe start with you, Sudhakar. You know, how does this business, what's the next wave looking at? Like we've had difference of opinion on demand and investor interest and so on. But the next wave of IVF, you know, right from patient acquisition to lab automation to patient engagement to ensuring clinical outcomes and better diagnosis, better treatment pathways, right? Tell us, what's the AI first fertility treatment and clinic look like?
AI is going to be definitely going to stay for the longest time. And then I think three areas which AI is definitely going to help us is, of course, the entire the patient engagement. Because I think it's going to be for any IVF treatment, it's a journey. We call it journey because it's a long-term treatment. And it's extremely important for us to take help of technology to create that entire stickiness in the program. That's where I think AI is definitely going to help us. Two, predictive analysis from clinical standpoint, AI is going to play a definite great role there. Third, of course, we talk a lot about, since morning we have been seeing in the presentations, how AI is helping us in embryology as well. I think AI is here to stay and AI is going to be the future for IVF.
Dheeraj, what's your view around AI and use of tech in creating competitive advantage?
I think it has to unlock the market. It's you know, for a lot of people outside India, and especially investor community, they're shocked to hear that we are just a 500,000 cycle country, as you were saying as well. I mean, what are we talking about? 30, 40 million folks who are in that, who want that solution. And I think pricing also, we're not that far off. I mean, I think people can still afford, they can do the loan, but I think we just need to open up. In one of your questions was supposed to be in the tier 2, tier 3. I mean, it has to be some real work has to be done in terms of awareness, counseling, and I think AI, not just on the GPD or the clot, but also on the interface side. Like what we did in diagnostic, you know, I think we did a face scan where somebody can just do a free face scan and we can tell the BP, BMI and all of that. You know, that has become our top of the funnel. We've just added thousands of diagnostic customers every single month now, just only on the face scan, which is sort of adding. So you have to build up something more on the interface side. And I know it's not access to the doctor. I think the initial counseling, for example, you know, that could be.
Yeah, and it's not just that, right? It's like Dr. Pai cloning himself on AI and actually being able to talk to thousands of patients and not tens of patients, right?
One point, the government funding. You know, I was last year. I was in Berlin for a conference, and they were my friends. I'm in Figo that time. They were saying, Dr. Pai, we want to start a unit in Poland. They are from Poland. Polish government has earmarked $150 million. Euros for, because their population has gone down. So in Europe, why the IVF is thriving? Because it's funded by the government. We have to fund, then only we can access those 30 million people who how can we otherwise bridge the gap? We have to get the government funding. Ayushman Bharat has to be brought in. You please, all of you are big shot. So just get that. That's how the driver is going to be. We are all targeting 100 million static people. We are all fighting for that. What about the 1.3 billion people? We need those people. And only way to get them is Mr. Modi.
So Abhishek, any last comments from you? I know the buzzer has already buzzed a few times. Literally last 2 sentences on what tech can do, you know, to accelerate institutional funding.
So I think tech-wise, AI, etc., I would support what Dheeraj was saying, but I think the whole patient funnel, there are a lot of patients who want to get the treatment done, but they get lost from contacting any IVF clinic to actually landing up in the clinic. So even before top of the funnel, it's important to just sort that bit out, and that could do wonders for a lot of patients who then, so the biggest issue in this category is no decision. It's not competing amongst the IVF clinics, but it is the patient who decides not to take any decision. And I think that can be solved through technology beautifully.
Dr. Savine, anything, any points around AI and high tech, computer vision? We have not, there's several technologies we have not spoken about, but
Yes, I think AI definitely will improve the quality of care in terms of embryo selection and predictive analysis. But it's equally important that AI can never replace human care. It can augment or it can help in the care, but it will not replace. It's not AI versus doctors. It's I think doctors with AI augmenting clinical care.
Absolutely, I love it. So humans are important. Humans need to be in the loop, no pun intended. We don't want to increase country's population beyond a point, but we do want to increase accessibility. So thank you so much on that note. I wish we had more time, but I want to respect the buzzer. Thank you so much for very candid participation, and thanks to the audience for being so patient. Really appreciate it. Have a great day.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you to our moderator and distinguished panelists for this engaging and thought-provoking discussion. I would request Mr. Madhur, sir, please come forward and felicitate the co-panelist, Dr. Rishikesh Pai, and request everyone to please give a big round of applause for all our panelists. Mr. Dheeraj Jain. Mr. Sudhakar Jadhav. Can we get a round of applause? Mr. Abhishek Agarwal. Dr. Sabine Sivadasan. Please give them a big round of applause. I request all the speakers to please come. So we request for a group picture. I would also like to invite Dr. Nishil Naveen, sir, if you can please come forward and also felicitate our moderator. So can we just take a moment? Dr. Nishil. Thank you so much, Mr. Madhur, for this amazing moderation. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we have come to conclusion of the conference segment of the third edition of National IVF Summit 2026. This has been a remarkable day and extremely insightful. Without wasting any time, we will quickly move to our award ceremony. So after a day filled with insightful discussion, groundbreaking ideas, and meaningful conversation on the future of reproductive medicine, we now arrive at one of the most anticipated moments of Summit. Because this is not just an award ceremony, this is a celebration of hope, a celebration of science, compassion, perseverance, and extraordinary individuals and organizations who help create miracles every single day. And in the world full of fertility care, success is measured by far more than numbers. It is measured in dreams fulfilled, in families created, in lives transformed. And behind every successful story is a team of dedicated professionals who work tirelessly, often behind the scenes, to give countless couples the opportunity to experience the joy of parenthood. Tonight, we celebrate those pioneers who push the boundaries of reproductive medicine. The innovators, researchers, leaders, and healthcare organizations who continue to rise the standard of fertility care across India. And the award we present this evening recognizes excellence, innovation, leadership, patient-centric care, and lifelong contribution to advancing field of IVF and reproductive medicine. And as always, selecting the winner was not an easy task, but thank you to our jury members who helped us. Now to officially commence the IVF Award 2026, it is my privilege to invite a visionary leader who has consistently championed excellence, innovation, and recognition within healthcare. A person whose passion for building meaningful platform continue to bring together the brightest mind and most impactful contributors from across the healthcare ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Nishal Naveen, founder, Voice of Healthcare, for the opening address of this evening. Please give him a big round of applause. Please show some energy, and this could be a more louder round of applause.
Welcome to the much awaited National IVF Excellence Award 2026. And here we are after a full day of learning, sharing, and meaningful conversations. I must say, I thoroughly enjoyed today's sessions. It was real scientific and industry treat, and I'm sure everyone in this room has taken back something valuable. Without wasting much time, because we are already behind our schedule, I have been asked to finish my welcome address within 3 minutes. I'll try to do that. So before I speak about awards, I want to share a personal incident. Although I shared it during last conference as well, but there are some new faces, and this is very relevant as well. But before that, I want to give you a context that quickly, I'm a serial entrepreneur. I built a hospital chain for tier 2, tier 3 towns of India. I built 12 hospitals. I exited after building 12 hospitals, and now it's a 30 hospital chain. Post that, I built another health tech startup. I'm part of startup community as mentor, as investor. And the context is that in 2017-18, I did one executive education program at Harvard Business School, Boston. And story is that 2024, I went for reunion to New York, where all my batchmates, 70 batchmates were gathering. And during one of the conversations, I told that we are doing an IVF summit. And I was talking about IVF summit of 2025. And one of my friends, who's an American, he laughed at me. What are you talking about, Dr. Nishal? You are already the most populous country. What are you talking about fertility in India? And that's when I told him that I agree that we are a country of 1.4 billion people, but this number hides a painful truth. 1 in every 6 couples faces challenges of infertility. While we talk about population pressure, we rarely talk about emotional, social, financial burden of infertility. In many parts of India, infertility still carries stigma. And I have been hearing all day from all eminent speakers that it's a big taboo even today. So because the real question is not about population, it is about giving every couple the right to hope, the right to science, and right to choice with dignity and safety. Although I'm not an expert of IVF or reproductive medicine, I'm a physician by training. I did my MD medicine way back in 2004. But I'm passionate about preventive healthcare, public health, And I'm sure that with lifestyle changes, we can change a lot of things. But the way we are moving as humanity, I think after 50 years or say 75 years, every baby born in this country or on this earth will be an IVF baby. That's how I think. And that is why the work being done by all of you matters. It matters a lot. And that is why this summit matters. And that is why these awards matter. So let us take a moment to acknowledge and celebrate the outstanding individuals and organizations who have made a meaningful impact in the field of reproductive medicine. I want all of you to give yourself a big round of applause. Before I conclude, I would like to thank our jury members, Mr. Madhur Singhal, Dr. B.K. Rana, our guest of honors, Mr. K.R. Chawla, Shobha Tuli ma'am, Dr. Satyajit Kumar. I would like to congratulate all the awardees in advance for their well-deserved achievements. Thank you, and let the celebrations begin. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much for those opening remarks and setting the tone for the award ceremony. Now, I would like to welcome our jury member, Mr. Madhur Singhal, Director and CEO of Praxis Global Alliance, a respected business leader and strategist. Mr. Singhal has played a significant role in driving innovation, growth, and transformation across industry. Please give him a big round of applause. We would like to present a token of appreciation to our guest for his contribution for the National IVF Summit Awards 2026. Can we have a big round of applause for Dr. Madhur Singhal? So we request you to kindly stay back for the award ceremony. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let us begin with IVF Awards as we celebrate the excellent innovation leadership. Starting with the first category, Emerging Embryologist of the Year East. And the award goes to Mr. Ashutosh Mishra. He is being recognized for his promising contribution to the field of clinical embryology and assisted reproductive technology. A biopsy certified embryologist, he has demonstrated expertise in IVF, ICSI, embryo biopsy, cytopreservation, and laboratory management. Thank you so much, sir. Our next category is Fertility Leader of the Year, North India. And this award goes to Dr. Sunita Chandra. She is the National Clinical Director for Morpheus IVS. She is being recognized for her outstanding leadership and lifelong contribution to reproductive medicine. A renowned fertility specialist with advanced infertility training in Germany. In over 3 decades of experience in art, she has successfully treated thousands of patients. Emerging IVF Leader, South India. And the award goes to Dr. Sita Kerimala. She is being recognized as an emerging IVF leader in South India for her growing contribution to the field of reproductive medicine and fertility care. Do we have ma'am in the room? I request somebody to please take this award. And next category is the
Specialist of the Year. And the award goes to Dr. She is a gynecologist and specialist at Angels Hope, alternate of Salmon Angels and being recognized as an award for care and dedication. She is a senior consultant of obstetric gynecologist and IVF specialist at National IVF Center, being recognized as an emerging leader in reproductive medicine, so her dedication to fertility care and excellence in patient-centered approach. Congratulations. Next category is promising entrepreneur in reproductive health care. The award goes to Dr. Neeta Chen. She is recognized as a promising entrepreneur in reproductive health care for her commitment to advancing women's health and reproductive care. Students, there to collect the award on behalf of Dr. Neeta Thank you, sir. Our next category is Rising Star in Assisted Reproductive Medicine. The award goes to Dr. Steve Raymond. She's been recognized as Rising Star for Assisted Reproductive Medicine for her dedication to advancing fertility care and supporting patients on their parenthood journey. Compassionate approach and commitment to excellence in reproductive medicine. The next category is Regional Star in Regional. The award goes to Dr. Roshi. She is the founder of God's Grace IVF Center, being recognized in reproductive medicine. With over a decade of experience in fertility care, she has earned the trust of countless families through her combination of clinical expertise. I request all the winners to please stand as we will be having a group picture once the awards are released. And I request everyone to keep rolling their hands as I'm going to announce the next category, which is Rising Star in IVF North. And the award goes to Dr. Sonal Sharma. She's a gynecologist and specialist at Sea of Life IVF Center and a consultant at GI Hospital. Being recognized as the Rising Reproductive Medicine. Families achieve their parenthood goals. Congratulations, ma'am. Our next category is Rising Star in IVF National. And the award goes to Dr. Milind Kolvalkar. He's a leading fertility doctor and IVF specialist from Goa, being recognized for his growing impact in the field of reproductive medicine with more than 20 years of experience in IVF and reproductive surgery through advanced treatment and fertility preservation. Congratulations, sir. Our next category is Young IVF Entrepreneur of the Year. And the award goes to Dr. Shikha Tandon. She is the Clinical Director of Makrutva Fertility and IVF, being recognized for her entrepreneurial vision, dedication to infertility management. And as a gynecologist with decades of experience in fertility care, she has successfully combined clinical excellence with innovation. Our next category is Embryologist of the Year East, and the award goes to Dr. Rajendra Sahu. He is the Chief Embryologist and Lab Director at Future Fertility IVF, being known for his outstanding contribution to embryology and assisted reproductive technology. Do we have Dr. Rajendra Sahu in the room for the next award? Moving on to our next category, but I also request our audience to keep raising their hands so we can Embryologist of the Year award goes to Dr. Priya B.A. She's a senior embryologist at the Heart Specialty makes known for her valuable contributions to the field of clinical embryology. Through her expertise, precision, and commitment to laboratory excellence, she has played an important role in supporting successful fertility treatments and helping aspiring parents achieve their dream of parenthood. Congratulations, ma'am. Our next category is Embryologist of the Year North. This award goes to Dr. Poonam Singh. Dr. Poonam Singh of Reproductive Fertility is known for her exceptional expertise and contribution to the field of embryology. Renowned for her proficiency in IVF, embryo culture, and scientific observation, she has consistently demonstrated excellence in reproductive medicine. Congratulations. Please give us a round of applause. Our next category is Embryologist of the Year South. And this award goes to Dr. V. Linen Babu. He is the Chief Embryologist for Komari Fertility Center, Guntur. This distinguished professional is recognized for excellence in embryology and assisted reproductive technology, with expertise spanning gamete handling, embryo culture, vitrification, and advanced micromanipulation techniques. Our next category is Embryologist of the Year. And this award goes to Dr. Paramraj Palamsani. He's a urologist, fellowship-trained embryologist, reproductive medical specialist, and part of Sabine Hospital Research Center Private Limited. He's known for his significant contribution to male reproductive health. Congratulations. Our next category is IVF Researcher of the Year. And this award goes to Dr. Parag Sarkalia, a highly experienced clinical embryologist and scientist associated with embryology, leading hospital super specialty healthcare. Is being recognized for her contribution to research and scientific advancements in reproductive biology. Congratulations. Our next category is Contribution to Advancing Fertility Care. And this award goes to Dr. Sarthak Bakshi. He is the founder and CEO of Visa IVF, being recognized for his significant contribution to reproductive healthcare services and healthcare entrepreneurship. A recipient of prestigious recognition including Forbes 30 under 30, Asia 40 under 40, Entrepreneur 35 under 35. The next category is Patient Advocate of the Year. And this award goes to Dr. Smita Chaudhary Kansila. She is the CEO of Mitra Fertility and Beyond and founder of the Inso Orchid, being recognized for her unwavering commitment to patient-centered healthcare leadership. Do we have ma'am in the room? Somebody else. And we would like to take this opportunity to welcome our audience his contribution to medical regulation and purpose.
truly. Please join me in welcoming Shri K.R. Shah, former head of Office and Control Method, Drugs Control Department, Government of India. So kindly join us in this speech. It is an honor to have you with us at this session.
Good evening, everyone. It is indeed a privilege to be part of this IVF Excellence Awards 2026 and among such an esteemed gathering. We have clinicians here, esteemed embryologists, researchers, healthcare leaders, and organizations who have contributed a lot in shaping the future of reproductive healthcare in India. Really, indeed, a very esteemed gathering. I'm actually thankful to Dr. Naveen Ishal, the founder of Voice of Healthcare, and his team, Ma'am Pinky Chahar, Ma'am Kushbu Sharma, for giving me an opportunity to be present in this event and for all the honors. Now, as you know, over the years, we have witnessed a remarkable progress in the fertility care, assisted reproductive technologies, diagnostics, and patient support systems. Behind every successful fertility journey lies the dedication of healthcare professionals who work tirelessly day and night to bring hope and happiness to countless families. As Dr. Naveen told, out of every 6 couples, one couple they become hopeless, and their pain we all should understand, and that is why the excellence of these awards and recognition of such professionals come to picture. It is really important to understand the agony of such parents and to honor such professionals, such awardees who really contribute a lot to remove their pain. Today's awardees represent excellence, innovation, and commitment to improving reproductive healthcare system. These recognitions are not only a celebration of their achievements, but also these reflect an encouragement to continue raising standards of quality, ethics, patient safety, and clinical excellency in fertility care. I congratulate all the awardee winners so far and the future awardees who are going to receive the awards, nominees and organizations being recognized this evening. Your contributions are making a meaningful difference in the lives of individuals and families across the country. Now, I would fail to do my duty if I do not commend the role of Voice of Healthcare for creating this platform that recognizes and celebrates excellence in this field of fertility and reproductive medicine. Thank you, Dr. Naveen and their entire team for organizing such an event. So I wish all of you a continued success in your efforts to advance fertility care and bringing the joy of parenthood to many more families. Thank you so much and my best wishes to everyone. Jai Hind.
We request you, sir, to please stay back with us to give away the award.
Our next category is Excellence in Reproductive Medicine West, and the award goes to Dr. Parth Joshi. He is the Center Executive Director and Center Head at Indra IVF Ahmedabad. being recognized for his excellence in reproductive medicine with more than 14 years of experience in OBGYN reproductive medicine. Please give him a big round of applause. Our next category is leading fertility chain West India. This award goes to Sneh Hospital and IVF Center. Please join me in welcoming Sneh Hospital's team for this award. They are recognized for its excellence in fertility care, combining advanced reproductive science with a deeply compassionate approach to patient care. Through their commitment to helping families achieve parenthood, it has emerged as a trusted and respected name in fertility healthcare. Our next category is Pharma Excellence in Gynae and Pro-Fertility Care. And this award goes to Sri Venkatesh International Limited. Sri Venkatesh International Limited is recognized for their commitment to advancing women's health through innovation and reliable healthcare solution. Its continued contribution to gynecological and fertility care has created a meaningful impact for both patients and healthcare provider. Please give them a big round of applause. Our next category is Clinical Excellence in Assisted Reproductive Technology North. And this award goes to Dr. Neeti Vijay. She is the Director of Clinics in Avia Fertility, Phoenix Hospitals, known for a clinical excellence and academic contribution to assisted reproductive technology, a faculty member at ICAT and recipient of the Best Paper Awards at Fertivision 2018. Congratulations, ma'am. Our next category is Clinical Excellence in Assisted Reproductive Technology, Central India. And this award goes to Dr. Neeraj Pahaljani. Dr. Neeraj is a Pahaljani of Pahaljani's Women's Hospital and IVF Center, known for one of the pioneers of IVF practice in India. With over a distinguished career in assisted reproductive technology, she has helped over 25,000 aspiring parents to achieve their dreams. Our next category is Clinical Excellence in Assisted Reproductive Technology East. And this award goes to Dr. Pooja Kumari. She is the Director and Senior IVF Specialist at Pooja IVF Fertility Center. Known for a clinical excellence in assisted reproductive technology, a highly renowned infertility and IVF specialist. Based in Patna, Bihar, and widely respected for her compassionate approach to reproductive medicine, fertility preservation, and patient care. Congratulations, ma'am. Our next category is Excellence in Advanced IVF Practice. And this award goes to Dr. Reema Sirkar. She is a Zonal Clinical Director for the North Zone and Executive Director at Indira IVF Chandigarh and Dehradun. Known for her excellence in advanced IVF practice with over 18 years of experience in obstetric gynecology and reproductive medicine, along with specialized training from Homerton Fertility Centre, London. Congratulations, ma'am. Our next category is Excellence in Affordable IVF Care East. And this award goes to Dr. Pallavi Kumar. He is known for a commitment to making quality fertility treatment more accessible to patients. With over 14 years of clinical experience and expertise in infertility treatment, including IUI, IVF, and high-risk pregnancy care. Our next category is Excellence in Clinical and Laboratory Operation in IVF. And this award goes to Dr. Vipin Chandra. He is being recognized for his excellence in clinical and laboratory operation in IVF, As Chief of Clinical and Lab Operations at Indira IVF, he leads clinical excellence across more than 175 centers and over 300 clinicians within India's largest fertility network with over 14 years of experience in reproductive and fetal medicine. Congratulations, sir. Excellence in Fertility and IVF Care North. And this award goes to Dr. Parul Prakash. She heads the Department of Reproductive Medicine at Artemis Hospital, Gurgaon, known for her exceptional contribution to fertility and reproductive medicine. With 20 years of experience in obstetric and gynecology and decade dedicated to reproductive medicine. Our next award is for Excellence in Fertility Care South. And this award goes to Dr. Ashwini S. She's a fertility specialist at Santati IVF, being known for her outstanding contribution to fertility care in South India with over 17 years of outstanding contribution, including 12 years of dedicated exclusive fertility assisted reproductive techniques. Congratulations, ma'am. Our next category is Excellence in IVF Clinical Practice North. And this award goes to Dr. Anushka Madan. He is a Chief IVF Specialist and Medical Director, being known for her excellence in IVF clinical practice, a gold medalist in MD Obstetric and Gynecology, with advanced training in reproductive medicine from Germany. She brings over 26 years of experience in advanced fertility care. Congratulations, ma'am. Our next category is Excellence in Reproductive Medicine and Fertility Care. This award goes to Dr. Payal Bajaj. She is recognized for her excellence in dedication in the field of reproductive medicine and fertility care through her commitment for excellence, patient-centered treatment and compassionate approach to infertility management. Our next category is Excellence in Women's Reproductive Health North. And this award goes to Dr. Shashi Singh. Dr. Shashi Singh of Singh Tested Baby is being known for her excellence and long-standing contribution to women's reproductive health. With over 20 years of experience in reproductive medicine and fertility treatment, she has consistently demonstrated a commitment to clinical excellence, patient care, and helping families achieve their dream of parenthood. Please give her a big round of applause. I request everyone to please show some energy in the room as we have a long list of awards, and I request everyone to please cheer the fellow award winners. Excellence in Women's Fertility and IVF Care. And this award goes to Dr. Aswati Nair, Clinical Director and IVF Specialist in Rajouri Garden, Delhi, being recognized for her excellence in women's fertility and reproductive health care. She has consistently delivered comprehensive and evidence-based fertility care. Congratulations, ma'am. Our next category is Excellence in Advanced Gynecology and Fertility Care. This award goes to Dr. Shilpi Sood. She is known for her excellence in advanced gynecology and fertility care through her commitment to women's health, clinical expertise, and patient-centric approach. Her dedication to delivering comprehensive and compassionate care continues to support women and families at every stage of their journey. Our next category is Fertility Expert of the Year, and the award goes to Dr. Neerja Mukila. She is the founder and director of Dr. Neerja's Fertility Center, a highly accomplished fertility specialist and laparoscopic surgeon. She has built one of the leading fertility care networks across Telangana.
Our next category is Fertility Leadership Award National. And this award goes to Dr. Sabine S. He's the founder and chief fertility specialist at Sabine Hospital and Research Center. Being known through his vision, clinical expertise, and commitment to advancing reproductive medicine, he has helped strengthen the fertility care across As we are continuing this evening of celebration of excellence, I would like to take this moment and I would like to welcome and honor our another special guest whose contribution to patient advocacy and public health has been truly remarkable. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Satyajit Kumar, Chief Medical Officer and State Program Officer, Directorate of Family and Welfare, Government of NCD. So can you please have me on stage and let's welcome him with a round of applause. A big round of applause for Dr. Satyajit Kumar. Thank you, sir. We request you to kindly stay back with us for the award ceremony. Thank you, sir. We now move on to our next category, which is IVF Excellence Award, North India. And this goes to Dr. Puneet Rana Arora. She's been known for her outstanding excellence in leadership in reproductive medicine, with more than 25 years of experience in fertility treatment, advanced training in reproductive medicine. She has consistently delivered world-class fertility care while helping countless couples realize their dream of parenthood. Our next category is IVF Specialist of the Year South. And this award goes to Dr. Fazlunisa. He is the Managing Director of Hira Fertility Center, being known for her dedication to advancing fertility care and supporting aspiring parents on their journey to parenthood. Congratulations, ma'am. Our next award is Leading Fertility Specialist East. And this goes to Dr. Sarbajya Singh, co-founder and managing director of Mirai IVF and Fertility Center, being known for her outstanding contribution to fertility care in Eastern India. Through Mirai IVF and Fertility Center, she has brought advanced reproductive treatments closer to patients in Ranchi and neighboring cities. Our next category is Leading IVF Specialist of the Year, North India. And this award goes to Dr. Archana Dhawan Bajaj, founder and director of the Nurture IVF Center. With over 15 years of experience in advanced training in assisted reproductive technology, she has built a reputation for delivering personalized fertility solutions. Our next category is Leading Women's Health and Fertility Specialist, East India. And this award goes to Dr. Sutappa Sen, a leading women's health and fertility specialist in East India. Through clinical expertise, compassionate patient care, and commitment to advancing fertility treatment, she has positively impacted the lives of countless women and families while setting high standard of excellence in the field. Congratulations, ma'am. Our next category is Patient-Centric Innovation Leader in Fertility Care. This award goes to Mr. Durga Sattapathy,
Please join me in welcoming Mr. Durga Satyapathy. With over 28 years of experience in pharmaceutical.
His belief is simple. Innovation must serve patients first, improving patient convenience and compliance. And that belief shaped category-defining innovations. India's purest aqueous progesterone. Enoxaparin.
Once again. Moving on to our next category, which is Leading Gynecologist of the Year North. And this award goes to Dr. Shweta Mehendiratta. She's the Director and Head of Obstetrician and Laparoscopic Gynecologist at Yatharth Hospital, Faridabad. Our next category is Reproductive Medicine Leadership Award South. And this award goes to Dr. Divya Shri P.S. Medical Director of Genia Fertility Center, Bangalore, known for her outstanding leadership and contribution to reproductive medicine. She has played a pivotal role in advancing fertility care, professional collaboration, and reproductive healthcare standards across regions. Congratulations, ma'am. Our next category is Outstanding Contribution to Fertility Care. And this award goes to Dr. Tushita Jain. With over 20 years of experience in obstetrics and gynecology, she has earned the trust and respect of patients through her compassionate approach, clinical expertise, and commitment to delivering care supported by latest medical advancements. Our next award is for Outstanding Contribution to Reproductive Medicine. And this goes to Dr. Bindu Garg. With career spanning 45 years and infertility, she has established herself as one of the most respected names in fertility care. Our next category is Outstanding Contribution to Women's Reproductive Health. And the award goes to Dr. Sandhya Sharma. She is the Director of Frame Hospital Research Center and Frame Super Specialty Trauma Center. As a highly respected senior gynecologist and IVF consultant, she has led one of the region's most trusted healthcare innovation. Our next category is IVF Pioneer Award National. And this award goes to Dr. Rishikesh Pai. It is our honor to be with the IVF Pioneer Award for his extraordinary contribution to fertility care and reproductive medicine in India. With more than 40 years of experience across infertility, he has helped thousands of couples achieve parenthood through advanced fertility treatment and personalized care. Our next category is Outstanding Contribution to Reproductive Medicine. And this award goes to Dr. Kuldeep Jain. In recognition of his outstanding contribution to reproductive medicine, through clinical excellence, innovation, and dedication to patient care, positively impacting the lives of countless families. Our next award is for Senior Fertility Leader of the Year, and this goes to Dr. K.D. Nair, a Senior Fertility Leader of the Year with a remarkable contribution to reproductive medicine and presently serving as Chief Consultant in Fertility and IVF and Head of the Department at Akansha IVF Center, Mother Janani Devi Hospital. He brings over 4 decades of experience gained in India and abroad. Our next category is Jury Special Award for Leadership in Women's Health and Reproductive Medicine. And this award goes to Dr. Neena Malhotra. Special Award for Leadership in Women's Health and Reproductive Medicine in recognizing of her exceptional contribution to clinical excellence, academic leadership and reproductive health care in India. As President of Indian Fertility Society and Professor and Head of the Department of Obstetric and Gynecology at AIIMS, she has played a pivotal role in advancing women's health, strengthening reproductive medicine practices. Thank you, ma'am, and congratulations. Our next category is Lifetime Achievement Award in Reproductive Medicine. Ladies and gentlemen, this award goes to Dr. Brigadier R.K. Sharma. Career spanning more than 3 decades, having successfully managed over 30,000 fertility and IVF cases, he is widely regarded as one of India's most respected IVF specialists and alumnus of AFMC Pune and former professor and head of department at premier military medical institutions. Thank you, sir, and congratulations. Our next award is for Global Precision IVF Innovation Award, and this goes to Lilac Insights. Groundbreaking work in applying AI and predictive analytics to IVF by transforming complex data into actionable clinical decision. Lilac Insights is setting new benchmark for precision, personalization, and hope in fertility care. Our next category is Emerging Fertility Center of the Year. And this award goes to Gunjan IVF Center. To delivering advanced fertility treatment supported by clinical excellence and compassionate patient care. Under the leadership of Dr. Gunjan Gupta, the center continues to make a meaningful difference in helping families achieve their dream of parenthood. Let's give a round of applause to Gunjan IVF Center. Thank you, ma'am, and congratulations to the team. Our next category is Emerging Standalone IVF Center Regional. And this award goes to New World Fertility. They are known for their commitment to personalized fertility, treatment, and compassionate care. By integrating advanced reproductive technology with holistic approach, the center continues to make a positive difference in the lives of families pursuing parenthood. Let's give them a round of applause.
I would like to have your attention once again. As we are celebrating the evening of excellence, we would like to take a moment to welcome and honor another distinguished guest whose contribution to patient advocacy and public health has been truly remarkable. Please join me in welcoming none other than Mrs. Shobha Tuli, founding member and secretary, Thalassemics India, secretary, Thalassemia International Federation, and chair, Indian Subcontinent Networking of Hemoglobin Disorder, as a special guest. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. And we request you to kindly stay back with us for the award ceremony.
Good evening to all of you. It's my pleasure to be here among so many dedicated professionals, very elegant, beautiful ladies, and handsome men who are helping families experience one of life's greatest joys, the joy of becoming parents. For more than 3 decades, I have worked closely with children and families affected by thalassemia and sickle cell patients. I have seen the struggles of parents who spend their lives ensuring that their children receive regular blood transfusions and medical care. I have also seen the emotional and financial burden that inherited disorders can place on an entire family. You must be aware that most of our patients pay the cost of the treatment from their own pockets. That's why I strongly believe that awareness, screening, and timely counseling can change lives. Today, fertility specialists are not only helping couples achieve pregnancy, they're also helping families make informed decisions and giving future generations the opportunity to live healthier lives. Through genetic screening and responsible reproductive care, many inherited disorders, including thalassemia, can be prevented. I can see Dr. Pai here, and there are so many gynecologists whom I know. So this is a very personal and touching and emotional appeal and a humble submission from a thalassemia mother, from a parent advocate group working across 6 countries globally, saying that, well, there is a time that we all have to come together and to make sure that such inherited genetic disorders, since they are preventable, something should be done before the government takes the call to take this on a prevention mode. Every healthy child born is a blessing, you all know. Every family that is empowered with knowledge is a success story. And I have seen it very closely. And every healthcare professional who contributes to this journey deserves our deepest respect. I congratulate all the award winners and nominees being recognized this evening. Your work brings hope to thousands of families and makes a meaningful difference in society. I would also like to thank Voice of Healthcare in 1970s when there was nothing in place. But today, since our country has progressed And I feel it's time that we all have to work together to make sure that such inherited disorders can be prevented and should be prevented, and for which I would like to request Voice of Healthcare also to take this forward. Thank you so much once again, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. We request you to kindly stay back with us for the award ceremony. And I also request all the award winners who are outside or in the room to please stay back, as at the end we will have a group picture. And we truly want you to be in this photo so that we can capture that moment. Moving on with our awards. Excellence in Advanced Reproductive Genetic Testing. And this award goes to Live Cell Diagnostics. Through advanced genetic testing solutions and diagnostics excellence, by providing clinicians and families with actionable genetic insights, an organization that continues to support better reproductive health outcomes and informed healthcare decisions. May I have Live Cell Diagnostics teams on the stage? And let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations, everyone. Our next category is Excellence in Fertility Therapeutics and IVF Care. This award goes to Bharat Serums and Vaccines Limited. Can we have the team on stage? They are known for their innovation, quality, and patient-centric fertility solutions. It's their ongoing effort to support clinicians and improve fertility outcomes, which have strengthened the IVF ecosystem across India. Let's have a big round of applause for Bharat Serum and Vaccines Limited. I request everyone to keep this energy, as I'm going to invite Excellence in Preventive Reproductive Genomics. And this award goes to Genes to Me. They are known for their leadership in reproductive genomics and its commitment to empowering clinicians and families with advanced genetic insights. Through scientific excellence and innovation, the organization continues to shape the future of preventive reproductive health care. Do we have team of Genes to Me? Please give them a big round of applause. Our next category is Excellence in Reproductive Genetics and Genomic Solutions. This award goes to Revity. They are recognized for their pioneering work in reproductive genetics and diagnostics innovation. Through advanced genomic technology and commitment to scientific excellence, the organization continues to enable informed clinical decision and improve reproductive healthcare outcomes. Congratulations. Our next category is Art Bank of the Year. And this award goes to Vasundhara Art Bank, unit of mybaby.com. They are known for their commitment to quality, compliance, and ethical ART practices. Through specialized donor services and strong support for fertility clinics, the organization plays a vital role in advancing reproductive health care and helping families fulfill their parenthood aspirations.
Next category is Best Fertility Education Program. And the award goes to Samvad, a Gufic Biosciences initiative. A significant contribution to fertility education and professional development by creating a valuable platform for scientific learning, knowledge exchange, and collaborative growth. It continues to strengthen awareness and advancements within reproductive health care. Please give them a big round of applause. Our next category is Best Fertility Insurance Solution Provider. And this award goes to Safety Insurance for its valuable contribution to supporting fertility journey through accessible and reliable insurance solution tailored to reproductive healthcare needs. Its commitment to financial protection and patient empowerment continues to make a meaningful impact on families pursuing parenthood. I request all the awardees to please stay back for a few more minutes. As at the end, we have a group picture with all the winners and participants. Our next category is Fertility Hospital of the Year, Central India. This award goes to Peljani's Women's Hospital and IVF Center for their excellence in fertility care, maternal health, and patient-centered services. Through advanced clinical expertise and a compassionate approach, the hospital continues to support families on their journey to parenthood while delivering quality healthcare outcomes. Our next category is Innovative Solution for Women's Health and Wellness. This award goes to Ultra Femme Mayor Organics for their dedication to improving women's health through innovative and patient-focused healthcare solutions by supporting wellness and enhancing quality of life. The organization continues to make a valuable contribution to women's healthcare. Our next category is Outstanding Patient Care in IVF North. And this award goes to Prime IVF Fertility and Women Hospitals Private Limited. Being known for their setting high standards in fertility care through personalized treatment, ethical medical practice, and clinical excellence. Guided by Dr. Nishi Singh, the center has transformed countless parenthood journey through advanced reproductive solutions and dedicated patient support. Let's have a big round of applause for Prime IVF Fertility and Women's Hospital. Our next category is Standalone IVF Clinic of the Year Regional. And this award goes to Urvara Fertility Center. Under the leadership of Dr. Richa Singh, the center has made a meaningful impact by combining clinical expertise with compassionate care, helping numerous families achieve their dream of parenthood. Congratulations, ma'am. Our next category is Medical Device of the Year in Male Fertility Diagnostics. This award goes to X12 Pro, ADV Biosciences. Known for advancing male fertility diagnostics through innovation, precision, and scientific excellence. Its contribution to improving diagnostics accuracy and supporting better reproductive health care outcomes make it a deserving recipient of this recognition. Congratulations to the team. Our next category is Fertility Center of the Year Regional, and this award goes to Ziva Fertility for their dedication to delivering advanced fertility care with compassion, innovation, and clinical excellence. Guided by Dr. Shweta Goswami, the center continues to support families on their parenthood journey through personalized treatment and exceptional standard of care. I request everyone to please give them a big round of applause. Our next category is Excellence in Multi-City Fertility Care. And this award goes to Kim's Fertility IVF Center for advancing fertility treatments and compassionate care closer to patient across multiple locations. Its commitment to accessibility, quality, and clinical excellence continues to make a meaningful impact on countless parents. Our next category is Fertility Chain of the Year North. And this award goes to Krista IVF for excellence and accessibility and compassionate fertility care. As one of North India's leading fertility network, it continues to support families through advanced reproductive treatment and a strong focus on positive patient outcomes. Congratulations. Thank you, sir. And now, last but not the least, Fertility Chain of the Year National. And this award goes to Indira IVF for transforming fertility care in India through its nationwide presence, clinical excellence, and dedication to patient success by making advanced reproductive treatment and more accessible across country. The organization continues to set benchmark in fertility healthcare. Congratulations to the team. Let's give them a big round of applause. Now, I would like to invite all the award winners to please come towards stage as we'll be having a group picture to capture this memorable winning moment. I request everyone to please come forward for the group picture. Even who are outside, I request everyone to please come forward for the group picture. We have a very big stage. I think we can all adjust here. We can also use the stairs. We can also use the stairs. Few of us can stand at the stairs. Yes, yes. I think ma'am a below one, so that we can see everyone. We can also use the stairs because we want everyone to be seen clearly in this photograph, holding their trophies. Anyone who wish to come forward? I think our cameraman will help us understand whether all are visible or not. Okay, you have to show your trophies like this because you have really worked hard for this. Yay! And please give a 3 cheers for yourself and all the winners. Hip hip hooray! Hip hip hooray! Hip hip hooray! Thank you everyone, and congratulations to all the winners.